Fire, ignite the scroll. From pyramids to pavement, they feel the soul. Elder apostles dropping jewels, rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hostile over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly. Sa.neter said so. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said sauce up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Michael Guillotine sliced the lies from the clean crowd, electrified, charged like a light machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on the scale, or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the foreign minds prevail, or drown in the current when the truth sets sail. Sa.neter said so. Your career folder. Sa.neter said sourced up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Sa.neter said sourced up. Get your skin thick on your career folder. Sa.neter said sourced up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Iron tongue, every word a blade. Cut through illusions, truth displayed. No retreat, no surrender, we crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made. Sa.neter said so. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said so. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough.
Going to be a small bit, and then I want you to, once I pause it, stop my time, and then I'm going to go into on. Okay, just a second. Where am I in the Zoom? Okay, screen share. All right, I want to say thank you to everybody, first of all, for being here. I'm just going to play you a clip that I did mention that I was going to do. I told Dulcinea I'm going to get this for the debate because I want to start the debate off right now with this clip and then set the tone. All right, so can you see me sharing Dulcinea got the Moors, Indians?
Yes, time starts.
Okay. All right. Everybody listen very carefully to this clip.
Is information from 50 years ago, but what
Napah, come on in and help me out,
haven't
please.
researched is,
no, but that's not
that recent information is saying when you're looking into the brain, it's not connecting you to the primates. When you're looking into the genomes, it's not connecting you to the primates.
She said recent research says, scientific research says that when you're looking into the brain, it's not connecting you to the primates. This new information, when you're looking into it, it's not connecting to the brain. Research is not connecting us to primates. I got to play it one more time because the noise in the background, sorry about that, but I want to make sure everybody hears it okay. You heard it, right? Let me get it again.
It's the freedom because we can actually look at information from back then and look from information from now and then come with the best as far as understanding of it instead of just going with the authority appeal, saying some authority from 50 years ago said it's this, so it can't be anything else.
Right.
Okay,
And
now let me get in here real quick. You're wrong.
ahead.
There's no information saying that there's no genetic information saying that we are not linked to primates. So
Yes, it did.
I didn't interrupt her.
Sorry.
Okay. No, I really didn't talk over her while she said that. There is no information saying, genetic information saying that we are not related to primates. There is absolutely zero no information. I want you guys to take notes in the audience that she made that claim because you're going to have to show that in the debate, Dulcinea. I'm going to repeat this to everybody. She just said that there's scientific information proving that we are not connected to primates. Take notes on that for the debate, because that is absolutely false. There is no scientific research showing that we are not connected to primates. So everybody take notes in your notebook that Dulcinea made that claim, because I want y'all to watch. Get the link out, by the way, family. Can you drop the link to the debate? Dulcinea, you're going to have to stand up on some of the stuff you're saying now, okay? Because it's not play anymore. You're not going to sit up here and act like you know what you're talking about and say that there's genetic information saying that we're not connected to primates. Take notes on that, family, and hold her to it in this debate. All right, now you can talk.
All right, you there? Napah.
Oh, darn. Yes, please stop my time. I was talking.
You got 27 seconds.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that we're setting the tone this way. My beloved sister has been saying that she has science backing her with this claim that we are not primates. So I'm going to come out the box showing the scientific research, and she will have to follow behind that. And every time, in every round, when she presents something, she's going to have to stand with the scientific world and try to prove that we're not primates. So that's what I want to do. Everybody get ready. This is going to be a great debate, a lot of learning, and I appreciate Dulcinea for doing this with us. All right.
Time. Dulcinea, step up to the mic, please. Let's get it in.
Okay.
All right, we got Dulcinea here. How did you get yourself off, Napah? We need Dulcinea up here.
What?
Come on. There you go.
Okay.
All right, Dulcinea, time will start when you start.
Go ahead and start now. So,
okay, time is starting.
This is going to be a scientific debate, so we really need to understand what science is. So according to Oxford, science is the systematic study of the natural world. We're going to look through as far as to define its physicals and biological processes through observation, through experimental data and investigation, through description, and through theoretical explanations. So when we're looking at, are we primates, we're gonna actually start off with looking into the scientific method that was used as far as to define us as primates. Now, we need to understand the difference between us talking about science and us talking about a religion that they're pushing on us. The basis of religion says that we don't have to have evidence that proves it. You have to listen to your divine authority. You have to take in what's being said, whether you understand it or not. And then based on what the divine authority says, you have blind faith in that being correct. So once we're looking into primates, first we have to go into where do primates come from and what's the definition of primates? Well, primates come from the word primus, which means first rank in order. And it means the most supreme or supreme being. Primate or primates in French means the most important. So the first question we have to ask is, who came up with the primate classification, and why would one animal grouping in the kingdom be defined as such? When we're looking into that, we're going to be evaluating the common ancestors. We're going to be looking at the speculative species that they say they are, and looking into microevolution to see if the degrees of speciation is something that would happen in this science. Now, when we're looking at genome protein coding, we must know that human protein coding has 99.9% of same ability from one human to the next. And when we're looking into the apes, we need to take that same degree of study to show that the whole genome is actually showing those similarities without any speculations of deletions, additions, or speculations of any fusion site. So what Napah is going to say is all of consensus science comes up and agrees with being primates. And it makes it seem like there's this large conglomerate of unbiased and impartial sciences that are saying this. But today what you're going to learn is it's not that. It's one group that has promised all these scientists perpetual wealth, land, status, political power to make laws and any tenements that they can ever say that they need. So when we're going through it, we're going to start there and then go into the science to see biology, if biology shows that we are indeed primates. You're muted, Sa. Sorry.
Yes, Napah. Let's step up to the mic, please. And let's begin round 1. 15 minutes in this round, and we're going to begin.
Yeah. Let me
round
know
1.
when I'm at 7 because I want to know if I'm going
Okay.
to.
Okay, I got you.
Righty. Can
all
you hear
right,
me
as soon
okay?
as you get your PowerPoint up, we're going to start when you start. I hear you good.
I'm ready. Are humans really primates? That's the
Time
debate.
start.
Are humans primates? Dulcinea says we are not primates. This isn't a debate on scientific racism. This isn't a debate on religion. It's not a debate on feelings. It's like, you heard Dulcinea say, this is a science debate, right, Dulcinea? All right, let me get into the science really quickly. This is an article from ENCODE. ENCODE is the Encyclopedia of DNA Elements. And this is like, if you think of them as the Avengers, these are all the scientists in the world, all the top scientists, every scientist coming together to find out what the non-coding part of the genome is. Because we know that humans are 99.8% identical to other primates, such as chimps. We know we're identical. That's the coding part of the DNA. But now we know it's not junk DNA, that other part of the DNA. We know that it is non-coding DNA. And so ENCODE is working to just find out more about this non-coding DNA that we don't really know a lot about. Let me read the abstract. The mission of Encyclopedia of DNA Elements, also known as ENCODE project, is to enable the scientific and medical communities to interpret the human genome sequence and apply it to understand human biology and improve health. The ENCODE Consortium is integrating multiple technologies and approaches in a collective effort to discover and define functional elements, that's the non-coding, encoded in the human genome, including genes, transcripts, transcriptional regulatory regions, together with their attendant chromatin state and DNA methylation, it's very tiny, sorry, methylation patterns. In the process, standards to ensure high quality data that we're all using in the scientific world, that Dulcinea says she's going to use, high quality data, which has been implemented, and novel algorithms have been developed to facilitate an analysis. Data and derived results are made available through a freely accessible database. So basically, you look at ENCODE as the Avengers, okay? They're the Avengers of the science world, and they are going to work to find out what's going on with that other 98% of the DNA that is not coding. The 2% we got down. Apes are primates. Humans match chimps. Let's look at some more science, because Dulcinea says this is a science debate. She said on sa.neter's channel, there's no information that shows that we are connected genetically or brain-wise to chimps. So this is a well-known site for medical papers and scientific research papers. This is BMC Genomics. I put the link, everything's here. The paper is differences between human and chimpanzee genomes and their implications in gene expression, protein function, and biochemical properties of the two species, Dulcinea. Well, let's look at the abstract. I really can't spend a lot of time. There's so much information, but let me just start with the abstract family about science. Chimpanzees are the closest living relatives of humans. These are the scientists. They're saying this. They're saying this, Dulcinea. And this is a recent article. So this is from 2020. You have misled people enough. I don't think you're doing it on purpose, but this has to stop. Chimpanzees are the closest living relatives to humans. The divergent.
Time out. Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah.
There's nothing sharing.
Okay.
At all.
Can you stop me? Why is my screen not sharing?
I have no idea. You told me to start. I started. Your screen is not.
And you can't see my PowerPoint?
Huh?
You can't see my PowerPoint?
No, that's what made me stop it. Like, are you
stopped
so
it? Like, I've been going for like 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I don't know if you're sharing or not sharing, but I'm telling you now, you're not sharing.
Okay, so
If we want to redo it
let
and
me
do it
share the
over,
screen. Yeah, I would like to do it over
okay,
because
let's go back and do it over. Sorry, family. The screen was not sharing. She thought her screen was sharing.
I said I'm sharing my screen.
No,
So
it's
is it
not
sharing
sharing.
now?
No, it's not.
Hmm.
And I
Okay.
seen the comment. That's what made me say it, because I seen the comment say something like that. So I said, oh, she says screen not sharing.
Okay, sa.neter. Let me try it again. There it is. All right. So at least you got to hear the information.
Now the screen is sharing.
No.
15 minute. No, it went back off.
Okay. No worries. All righty. Here we go. Try it again. Okay. What about now?
Yes, I see the hands.
Okay, great. Are
All right.
humans primates? Are we
Stop.
primates? So I went over the information about ENCODE, Encyclopedia of DNA Elements. That is the article. They are the powerhouse. All these scientists are coming together studying the genome. We already did that. We did that. Now, here's the article that I was reading that, again, I'm showing that Dulcinea science is against her and she's against science. Differences between human and chimpanzee genomes and their implications in gene expression, protein functions, biochemical properties of the two species. This article, the abstract says humans are the closest living relatives to chimps. Divergence between the human and chimp about 6 to 7 million years ago, right? Let me read this excerpt right here because there's a lot. Protein coding sequences. Now, this is from the research about the study, okay? Protein coding sequences are 99.1% identical between the two species, Dulcinea. Science says that we are 99.1% identical, not similar, identical between chimps and humans. And in 2/3 of the protein amino acid sequences are absolutely the same. Generally, in comparison with the model of the latest common ancestor genome, the chimpanzee has more genes and underwent positive selection than human. Pause. I just want to let you know, of course, there's going to be differences because there are different species, but they're primates and they're great apes, and they're very much related to us with the common ancestor. Okay. The chimpanzee has more genes underwent positive selection than the human. This can be explained by the different effective size of ancestral populations of two species. However, after divergence, Dulcinea, after we diverge from the common ancestor, science says this, transcription factors, TFs, were the fastest evolving group of genes, and human TFs had 1.5 times higher amino substitution rates. Second genes linked with neuronal functioning also evolved faster in human lineage. There is a connection identified between mutation in the transcription factor of FOXP2 gene and speech disorder, and an assumption was made that FOXP2 is responsible for speech and language development in humans. Indeed, the sequence analysis revealed that FOXP2 has a sign of positive selection during human evolution, having two human-specific amino acid substitutions, THR303ASN and ASN325SER, where the latter led to a new potential phosphorylation site. In vivo experiments showed that these substitutions may have important functional significance. Transgenic mice with humanized versions of the FOXP2, they had to put the humanized version into the mouse, okay, demonstrated faster learning when both declarative and procedural mechanisms were involved. Also, they had peculiar dopamine levels and higher neuronal plasticity in the striatum. The microcephalin gene, MCPH1, is involved in the regulation of brain development. Its mutations are linked with severe genetic disorders like microcephaly. During human speciation, this gene evolved under strong positive selection, Dulcinea. They say that we came from a common ancestor and evolved, which is still going on in the modern human population. Another gene connected with the brain size regulation, ASPM, abnormal spindle-like microcephaly associated with MCPH5, also evolved faster in hominids. Okay, so then other primates having the highest rate of synonymous to synonymous. I believe that it's very detailed, but I think that you get the point. I understand the scientific paperwork. Dulcinea, I'd like for you to help you understand it. this science says that humans are primates, and that humans and chimps are very connected. Let me keep going. Just let me know when I'm at 7 minutes. Okay. This is from the National Library of Medicine, another paper, a scientific paper. PubMed is very reputable. What is this? Differences and similarities between human and chimpanzee neural progenitors during cerebral cortex development. This is from the beginning of the brain, the genes that make the proteins, that make the tissues, that make the brain. Okay, so the science says that these scientists have now analyzed brain organoids grown from a reprogrammed human, chimpanzee, orangutan, and an orangutan. The experiment showed that human and chimpanzee brain organoids were remarkably similar in many ways, including in the mix of cells, cell type, and in how these cells were arranged. Okay, let's go. Consistent with the observation that the total proportion of these neural stem progenitor cells. So these are the daddy stem cells. Get what I'm saying? These are the cells that make everything. So the NSPCs relative to relative to neurons, so they make the neurons that fire in our brain, right? Was virtually identical. Dulcinea, you said that there's no science that says we're the same as chimps and that we're primates. You said you're going to show this, but this paper, a brand new paper, very new, they're doing brain stem cell research. They said that it was virtually identical in humans and chimpanzee organoids. The abundance of cycling cells, as revealed in Ki67 immunostaining, was essentially similar. We conclude that at the 2-stage study, there are, with the exception of the PAX6 positive and the TBR2 positive, NSPCs. Remember, NSPCs are neural stem progenitor cells. No major differences between human and chimpanzees, Dulcinea cerebral cortex. No major difference between the human and the chimpanzee cerebral cortex developing an organoid culture with regard to the type of NSPCs, neural stem cell, progenitor stem cells, and their abundance or neuron output. Let's look at the other part of the paper. It says chimpanzees and human genes expression in the developing cerebral cortex. As they did the study, they observed this part, how chimpanzee and human gene express in the developing cerebral cortex of the brain. To further explore transcriptomes, similarities and differences between chimpanzee and human cerebral cortex cells, we compared them to the single cell transcriptome of 220 fetal human cortex cells, 12 to 13 weeks post-conception. Okay, and 207 cortex-like cells from human cerebral organoids, 40 to 80 days, 155 single-cell transcriptomes published in this paper that they cite. Single-cell transcriptomes acquired as part of this study. Now, let's look. In a PCA, the first principal component separated NSPCs, remember, neural stem cell progenitors. So these are the progenitor stem cells. When you see NSPC, components separated NSPCs and neurons, whereas PC2 separated species. Hierarchical clustering of organoid and fetal cells showed that human and chimpanzee organoids and human fetal cells were distributed together within the two main subclusters representing NSPCs and neurons, and show highly correlated, Dulcinea, highly correlated expression of marker gene patterns. Let's keep going. There's so much. I hope I can get it all in. Chimpanzee cerebral organoid recapitulation cortex development. This is another part of the study they examined. We generated cerebral organoids from iPSCs derived from chimpanzee fibroblasts and lymphocytes. These chimpanzee cerebral organoids formed complex tissue structures that resembled the developing primate brain. These are the primate brain. They're talking about primate brain. They're including us. Science is. They know we're primates. Okay. As reported previously from human cerebral organoids, similar to human iPSCs, derived cerebral organoids. Within the chimpanzee organoid grown for 52 days, we observed cortex-like regions with PAX6 negative positive APs, such as radioglia, residing predominantly in apical
7 minutes
zone. Thank you. Facing ventricular lumen. Okay, so this is all. If you see the purple part down at the bottom, the one on the side, if you can see my cursor, is a human, and then this one is the chimp. It's almost identical. Okay, let me keep going. This is a great article. I can't get it all in because I got to get my time. Orthologous, okay? Orthologous, that's how you say it. Orthologous is an adjective that describes genes or sequences that exhibit orthology. Orthology is the relation between genes or sequences that are related by descent from DNA of common ancestors. Thank you, Wikipedia. I got that from Wikipedia, Dulcinea. All right, let me do this. To identify the genes. Okay, so all of this study went on, and you know what happened? They said, look, right here. AP and neurons to identify cell type specific genes for humans. I'm going to go to, and for chimpanzees, it says the vast majority, 94% of the genes between humans and chimps are AP specific, neuron specific in humans, are not differential between human and chimp, 94%. But with the mouse, Dulcinea, because you said everybody, you could do anything, they said it's only 75%. Okay, so there's so much science here. I guess I can't get it all in. Let me just do this right here. Humans and chimpanzees share 99% of the same DNA. This is 1% difference, okay? Science says that we are the same. Science says that we're primates. Another paper, comparative landscape of genetic dependencies in human and chimpanzee stem cells, comparative landscapes. And there is a lot of similarities. Okay, still going. So I'm gonna pause it. Can you pause my time? Stop sharing. I'm going to play as much of this. How much time do I have? You're muted.
4 minutes and 47 seconds.
All right, great. So that was the science, 4 minutes and 47 seconds. I'm going to play part of a clip about endogenous retrovirus. And that is very important. We hear it, but you know, HIV is a retrovirus. I want to play a little clip, just as much as I can, and show you about us. Pause my time, and I will, about us and our common ancestor. Now, if I can't get it all in, family, I might play it again, but I just want to show you part of it, if I can. All right. So there is science. Let's start this out with science. Let's get it. Let's get it. I know. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me get to the part that I need. Sorry. Oh. I thought I had it queued up and I don't. Okay, here it is. All right. How many minutes?
4 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay. Sorry about the phone. Gosh, why can't I get this to come up? 4 minutes and 40 seconds, 7 seconds. Okay. All right. Where? Footage. Okay. All right. Okay. Just remember, endogenous retrovirus DNA. This, you see it?
Time resume.
Okay. Got it.
And other primates really evolved from a common ancestor. In 2003, the first draft of the chimp genome was published. Overall, chimp DNA and human DNA codes for traits we should expect our DNA to be retroviruses. Remember, your endogenous retroviruses show you the unique history of specific virus infections suffered by your ancestors. They're like scars in our DNA that an individual acquires during its lifetime and can pass on to his or her descendants, but only his or her descendants.
Only his or her descendants. This is a fail-proof system. Let me fast forward a little bit so you could see the results. So we compared this. It was compared in the genome study. Let me show you. Let me get it. Pause my time for a second, please. I need every second I can get. Yes, please pause my time. Okay. Okay. Did you pause it?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to look at the similarities right now. Oh, God. God. All right.
Of each insertion. To figure out if any of these insertions are in the same locations in both humans and chimps, they compared the unique flanking DNA sequences on either side of each insertion. If you think of the virus as a scar, The flanking sequences are the healthy bits of tissue around the scar that tell you where the scar is located. They found that we share not just one, not just 12, but 205 insertions. 205 out of 214 for this particular virus group. This makes perfect sense if we consider the evolutionary view of life. The 205 shared viruses were inserted sometime before the chimp-human split. The 6 insertions unique to humans and the 3 unique to chimps either represent insertions that happened after the split, or they represent deletion mutations that removed a few viruses in just one lineage after the chimp-human split. In contrast, if we want to believe the fixed species view, we're forced to conclude that these viruses are simply shared by coincidence. When we do the math, even making sure to account for the 9 viruses not shared by the 2 species, the chance of this happening by coincidence is less than 1 in this crazy number right here. This evidence should be enough for even the most reluctant yet rational person to carefully set aside the fixed species view. Endogenous retrovirus DNA alone is more than enough to independently confirm what we already knew from the study of fossils.
Thank you. Pause my time. Okay, I stopped. You got that? All right, so as you see, this guy really explained it very well. Endogenous retrovirus says those scars are matching perfectly, almost perfectly with us. We have a common ancestor. Science is showing us, Dulcinea. Can you hear me, sa.neter?
Yes, I heard you.
How many seconds do I have?
You got 2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Oh,
Time
awesome.
resume.
Great. So as you saw, that is science, and it's obvious. Dulcinea, you don't have science on your side. When you get up here, after I close out, anything she presents, if she took it from the scientific world, because she said she's going to present something that is scientific and not pseudo, not on the flanks, not atypical, not some other stuff, she cannot present it because everyone in the scientific world knows that we're primates. Absolutely everyone. Everything that all the research of the real science, the real scientific world says humans are primates. And not only are we primates, we have a common ancestor. How do we know this? Thank you, Dulcinea, for talking about gene research. Because now you called it lookership. I'm going to show, now we're going to have some fun after this round. I'm going to show some
minute
fun
and 30
stuff.
seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to show some stuff about us comparing ourselves to them. But the genome research puts the nail in the coffin of those who say, I don't like that we're primates. Well, I'm sorry you don't like it. The science you present is on our side. We are primates. Thank you.
Still have a whole minute.
Oh, I thought you said 30 seconds.
No, I said a minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, I thought you said 30 seconds. Okay, well, pause my time for a second. I'll share something else. Since you said that. I mean, no, you know what? I concede. I mean, I'll give her my time. My brain is, I'll give her I'll let the time go. Just pass it on to her. You there?
I'm waiting on you. Your time is still ticking.
Can you not hear me okay or no?
Yes, I hear you very well. Your time is still moving.
Did you hear me say I'll relinquish my time?
Okay, I heard that. All right. Dulcinea, step up to the plate. Dulcinea, calling Dulcinea, unshare your screen to Paul.
Yes, and I'm going to share my screen.
All right. Now, the same thing applies to you, Dulcinea. For any reason you need me to stop your time, you got to let me know. All right. You got 3 minutes in this round, Dulcinea, to rebut anything that you would like to rebut. And then we go into your 15 minutes.
Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you can go ahead and start my time.
Time start.
Now, first, we have to go in through as far as consensus science. We'll go and we'll be returning back to this of just how much scientific is consensus science, and she wanted to say, but she misrepresented what I said, which I never said there's no DNA connection between chimps and humans. I said there's a myth of it being 1% difference. When you actually look into the genomes and you take a look as far as the whole genome sequences, they actually have taken a look of actually the similarities that are in place as well as seeing as far as the divergence of non-coding DNA, they're showing that they're seeing more difference than just 1%. Even her science shows it's at 96% now, but we're seeing it with true scientists. They see even more of a difference. Now we see the gene similarities with pigs. Pigs have enough numeral DNA similarities where they're actually seeing if organs can come from chimpanzees into pigs, and seeing how that can work as far as with disease and how it can help in the future. But they see as far as the similarities with skin and other genome present are there. So then next she brought up microcephaly, the disease. I'll get more into Nepsamana ely in the future, but I just want to focus on the MCHP genes that she said was analyzed in her study, because they've already shown that that has no connection to monkeys, and it has no connection as far as saying it develops the small brain. They actually have to go into non-coding DNA to see what is really causing the size of the brain growth. Then she said as far as that, the brain neurons are alike with chimpanzees. Here's a study that says they're just alike with dogs too. Dogs have most neurons alike. Their cortex allows them to think the same. That's why are similar. That's why you can see them have the similar emotions. You can see different things that they think like as far as when it comes to how they progress, and in their parietal cortex, that you see similar amongst dogs and humans. So when we see human diseases and just say, oh, chimps experience the diseases that humans say, oh, mice do too. And that's why mice are actually the best animals to test when it comes to diseases, because they've actually tested as many cancerous and other disease genomes that are in human, and they see that mice are comparative and similar to the genomes as well, which makes them an excellent candidate to move forward in any kind of testing that they'll do on humans before they do them on humans. And they do this 99% of the time. And how many times do they use chimps? Less than 1%. And I can go ahead and you can stop my time now. I feel like that summed up most of what she was saying.
All right. Your 15 minutes begin when you're ready.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
One second. I have to share my screen. Okay. All right, I'm sharing now. Let me know once it comes up.
All right, we see your screen.
All right.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, so you can go ahead and start now.
Time starts.
So the question is, are we primates? So we have to look at the anatomic makeup of humans versus the grade 8 theory. I saw as far as something that Napah was saying, she was saying Dr. Joy DeGruy, and we have to listen to her expertise. I thought that was really ironic that she brought her up, because she has a lot of the same talking points that I have when it comes to science. So here's something that she said in her book, The Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. Colonialism and racism disguised as science. Linnaeus taxonomy, Jefferson reasoning, phrenology, IQ testing, all were institutions of slavery, all for racial superiority and inferiority. Europeans and their descendants have actually gone through great lengths to justify 500 years of trauma, dehumanization, and their institutions produced. They still have observable points of the dehumanization to this day. Okay, well, so we have to start off with Carl Linnaeus. He's the one that gave us primates. We'll see as far as Carl Linnaeus, he's a Swedish, he was a botanist that actually started as far as with taxonomy. He was comparing the hierarchy of plants and minerals. And in his book, sa.neter, he started with giving a hierarchy or ranking of plants Then he went on to animals. And then once he finished that, he went on to humans. He categorized humankind in 4 principal varieties, and it's understood that these varieties were races. He said that the African was Black, phlegmatic, relaxed, flat-nosed, indulgent, neglected, crafty, and full of caprice. So Africans were put on the bottom of the hierarchy when it came to the rankings of humans from the rankings of animals. Then we have Blumenbach, where his story would be with the variety of mankind. He would go on and continue as far as to say that the Caucasian was on top when it came to 5 distinct types: African, Asian, Caucasian, American, and Malayan. But his difference was that the Caucasian was the secular Adam, or the most evolved, greatest one of all of them. So he said, as far as the differences showed degeneration between what would cause the Asian, the African, and the American, and the Malayan. But it's still the African would be on the bottom of the list. Then we get to Cuvier's theory of the earth. So he had letters that he written in 1790 and 91. He said it would be ridiculous to actually explain the intellectual faculties of the Negro with anatomy, when it's most likely Negroes were less intelligent because the observable lack of civilization or their barbaric nature. He said it was also because Europeans had given them their vices. He would further go along with Blumenbach's degradation theory, saying as far as when the separation of the main branch of humans of the biblical flood, it would cause the Negroes to be degraded from the Caucasian. Through his examination of cranial structure and facial angle, he would say there's degrees of animality or animal likeness that the Negro had in cranial depressed races. Then we come to Darwinism. Darwin would come as far as to further this human division of agenda. He would go on to say that the European or white race was evolutionary, more advanced than all of the Black races who were closer to their primate cousins. And everyone will go on to say that you can separate Darwin from eugenics, but he enthusiastically endorsed Francis Galton's view of hereditary genius through the male line, and he did support eugenics, but he said just to be cautious about it. Then we have Thomas Huxley. So Thomas Huxley would come as a bulldog as far as pushing Darwin's narrative. One of the famous counterpoints of Bishop Wilberforce and Huxley is they had a debate on how accurate is Darwin's theory. So Huxley was noted for saying his famous quote, "I have no reason to be ashamed of having an ape that's a grandfather. If there was an ancestor whom I should feel shame in recalling, it would rather be a man of restless and versatile intellect who is not content with success of his own sphere of activity, plunges, or scientific questions with no real accountants, or obscure them by aimless rhetoric to distract the attention of hearers from real points at the issue and skilled appeals to religious prejudice." So you can see, as far as any kind of ad hominem attacks that anyone has associated with it, it sounds a lot like Thomas Huxley. He would further go on as far as with evolutionary theories, even though people like Lamarck or Robert Chambers that said evolution was a forward progression, he actually supported Blumenbach that said it's not necessarily a forward regression, and you can't say that a lower form of species makes a higher form of species. It's actually a common ancestor of both that includes both the lower form and higher form that has to diverge into the two. So we have his discovery of the Ingus skull. So here you see, as far as him furthering Cuvier's explanation of how we can actually look into these things of the degradedness or the intellect of humans by measuring their skull. So he says the cranium which I have caused to be figured in plate 1, figures 1 and 2, is that of an old person. The face and the base of the cranium has been detached for the skull and was deposited in a cave. He acknowledges the famous Blumenbach has directed attention to the differences presented by the form and dimensions of human crania of different races. This important work would have assisted us greatly in the face and part essential in the determination of race. Concluding because of the small brow or the browis that this skull had and its compressed, or how they would say cranial depressed, that he came up with it was a cranium of an Ethiopian rather that of a European. He said another cranium of a young individual was discovered in the floors of a cavern beside the tooth of an elephant. The skull was entire found, but at the moment it was lifted, it fell into pieces. So he's talking about another fossil that was found as far as with the time frame. So this is where they're saying as far a previous version of hominin, that's a lower version of hominin, would be more considerably the Ethiopian or an African than it would be considered a European.
7 minutes. Hold on. Time stop. Napah, where you at? You got
I'm
to
here.
turn on. You got to turn on your camera. I don't see
got a
it.
phone call.
Oh,
I got a phone
okay.
call.
I don't
Sorry.
see you. All right.
No,
thanks.
sorry about
There
that.
you go.
Yeah. Thank you
All
for
right.
reminding me.
7 minutes.
Sorry, Dulcinea.
Dulcinea.
Okay, I'm ready.
Time
so
resume.
in 1839, we have Samuel George Morton, who would come up with Crania America. He would actually come up with Crania Ethiopia as well. They've also known as far as how racist he was as far as with agreeing with the 5 races, but he would go on to compare and say, as far as the intellect of the European or white individuals to the Native American line. Since he said that most skulls that he found from the white individuals were larger and had a larger frontal lobe, that they would be, again, more advanced than the Native American. He again put Africans on the bottom based on what complex findings he found, but if later it was found that they were all forgeries. So here we go into what he actually wrote. Cranium America, a comparative view of skulls of various Aboriginal nations of North and South America. He discussed the crania and customs, and he reviewed renowned phrenologist George Coombe, clearly indicating that Morton was heavily influenced in his thinking from the practice of phrenology and brought in craniology as well. The role of hereditism playing a major role in determining the traits such as intelligence and personality. In Crania Egyptia, he was claiming distinct differences shown between the modern Caucasian and the Negroid. Of course, the subservient class was the Negroid. We see Joshua Clark Knott, who continued on with that as far as his 2 lectures in 1844 was about the Caucasian and Negro races. He said it bringing it together as far as the capacities they had based on their anatomical differences of the brain size and the skull. Knott tried to make indigenous races scientific. And he said their adaptation to the climate of the 2 different climates, the tropics and different things that would cause their cranium to look more like a young chimpanzee than those of the advanced Greeks. He also believed that the cure of yellow fever would be found amongst the Blacks. So we got racial eugenics right here. And how long do I have? I'm sorry.
You have 4 minutes and 27 seconds.
Okay, so we have racial eugenics here. We can see here it was about racial improvement and planned breeding that would go as far as to eliminate those that are weaker and hereditary. It was an involuntary sterilization as far as into people, and then going into the ideologies of scientific racism to argue superiority of white Europeans. Then we come to the father of genetics. Here we have Gregor Mendel, that he would come as far as in 1866 and would have experiments on plant hibernations. He's the one that would identify there were dominant and recessive traits, and the recessive traits would reappear in future generations. His central ideology of modern genetics is that he could use it as far as to make sure the elite or dominant races were at the top through the sexual and making sure a speciation would stay as far as advanced. So when it's coming to where all these scientists are coming from, they're coming from one place, the Royal Society. They're an invisible college of natural philosophers and physicians. This learned society started its meeting in November 28 of 1660. It was led by Robert Boyle and John Wilkins, and the group soon received royal approval. We can see in 1662, as well as 1663, and 1669, we have royal charters from King Charles II himself. The Royal Society's motto was nullus in verba. It is taken to mean take no one's word for it. It was an expression of determination of fellows within the domination of authority, and to verify all statements by appeal by facts to determine experiments. So the first charter in 1662 would allow King James to grant all the fellows or members of the Royal Society with all land, tenements, meadows, feedings, pastures, any privileges, franchises, jurisdiction, and any wealth perpetually for the term of their life and years to come. They would also have any kind of authority under goods or over goods and chattel, and they would be able to exercise all acts that they would deem necessary. They also were given the faculty to constitute, ordain, make, and establish such laws, statutes, acts, and ordinances, and constitutions that they deem necessary to belong to their affairs, as the Royal Society would give them. By 1663, they also would have all those same rights, but say if any typographer, any printer, calligrapher, engraver, or multiple of such from time to time would come and join the council, they would first have to make an oath. A corporate oath would be taken in front of the council and the Royal Society to make sure that they were going of their duties to them. Before they would bring in a team of seven or so, the Royal Society deemed that the president or the council members themselves would take on the role as these printers, calligraphers, and typographers.
1 minute.
And last, in 1669, you can see as far as they granted 23 shillings and 4 pence. They had different land regions, arable land called Teamshot, and the Stony Bridge closed that had 20 shillings, and a piece of arable land and a common field in the East Field with 4 shillings. And they said this would be lawful money of England to them by ways of St. Michael and the Virgin Mary, and those by equal proportions yearly, and to be paid forever. But they did tend to mention that the certainty of the premises or other gifts, grants before this time need not be mentioned by any of the progenitors or predecessors to the forward president, council, and fellows of the Royal Society. How long do I have left?
And with that, it's time.
Okay.
Thank you. Napah, step up to the plate. You got 3 minutes in your rebuttal round, Miss Shadah, and then you will have your 15 minutes after. Napah, step up to the mic, please. Calling on Napah, calling on Napah. Can't hear you.
I'm here. Okay. I would like to screen share really quickly. Dulcinea, thank you, but you did not, that's not the debate. We're not debating. We're doing the rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay. The debate is not about scientific racism, but we appreciate that information. I want to go ahead and screen share right now.
All right.
Can you see me?
Not yet.
issues right now with screen sharing. So sorry about that. I hope everybody's having a good time. And yes, screen sharing this picture for my sister, because she, first off, I wondered what onedive.live is. I don't know what that website was that you showed that information about dogs, but okay, can you see the
I see it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Time
This
starts.
is, she says, you know, come on, chimps, even though all the science was there, chimps are no different than pigs. Well, I don't know about you guys, but looking at the pigs and the baby chimp and the children, if I have to choose two that look alike, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna stop sharing that for now. Oh, actually, no, I want to go up. I'm sharing my PowerPoint, right? Still sharing it, correct? For my rebuttal. Are you there? Can you hear me, honey?
Yes.
Sonnet?
Yes, man.
I'm sharing my PowerPoint still, right?
Yep.
Okay. She also said, no, mice are just as fine. You know, they use mice more for ethical reasons. You know why, Dulcinea? Because mice are not so related to us as primates are. So mice are used much more for ethical reasons. However, let's look at this right here. In the study that I showed you before, it says the vast majority, 94% of the genes that are AP specific, neuron specific in humans are not differential between human and chimpanzees. Let's go down to where they did the comparison to mice. When comparing these results to bulk RNA sequence data from mice, from a mouse, APs and neurons, we find that only 75%, Dulcinea, of the genes with expression specific to APs or neurons in humans, they are also specific, but they're only 75%. I got to go fast through this in the rebuttal. And why are they 75%? The scientists say this suggests that these gene expression programs were already established and likely present in the common ancestor of mouse, human, and chimpanzee some 90 million years ago. Again, science is against you and you're against science, and that's fine, but you're not going to be able to use science in this debate. Notably, a similar proportion of APs and neuron-specific genes were gained on the chimpanzee and human branch subsequent to their separation. They separated from the mice, get it? Well, from the ancestor that they were sharing with the mice, suggesting that our analysis did not have a strong human bias, about 12%. That's a good thing. Of these, about 12% of these genes specific to AP or neuron in both human and chimpanzee were not specific to these cell types in the mouse. They weren't, Dulcinea. They weren't. So no, it's not the same. And sa.neter, could you just hold my time for a second? I got to grab something else on a website. Just hold my time.
38 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just let it overlap because I want to just get this, but don't start it until I'm trying to find it. Okay. You can start it now.
Time resume.
Okay. So Dulcinea, contributions of non-human primates. See how science says non-human primates, Dulcinea? Because they know there are human primates. That's why they make that distinction, non-human, human. So to neuroscience research. Now, there's tons of information. The Lancet, PubMed. I want to go to this one. Just click it and show you. I'm going to go to this real quick. Okay. This is the Lancet. Contributions of non-human primates to neuroscience, Dulcinea. Non-human primates have a small, see, Dulcinea was like, and they don't really use them because it's unethical. You understand? They're primates. They're so similar to us. We do use them though. Non-human primates.
We're going into your 15-minute round. You want to keep it going?
Yes. Non-human primates have a small but important role in basic and translational biomedical research, owing to similarities, Dulcinea, with human beings in physiology, cognitive capabilities, neuroanatomy, social complexity. Pigs don't have the same social complexity as humans. Mice don't have the same social complexity as humans, Dulcinea. Reproduction. Mice and pigs do not have the same reproduction as humans, but monkeys, gorillas, chimps do. Why? Because I'll show you later with my slides, but we usually have single birds. Monkeys give litters, dogs litters, mice litters. They reproduce all the time. So, and development. Although non-human primates have contributed to many areas, you're right, Dulcinea, in biomedical research, science says we review here their unique, talking about the primates, the primates' unique contributions to work in the neuroscience and focus on 4 domains. What are they focusing on with the chimps and the primates? Alzheimer's, neuro AIDS, Parkinson's, stress, big killers of everyone, starting with Black people first. You can stop it. Stop my time, please. Okay. Please stop my time.
Time is stopped. You got 13
Yeah.
minutes, 47 seconds.
Thank you, sa.neter. I'm going to go ahead and share again and go back. I just want to set it up. Okay, so I'm very sensitive to scientific racism. I'm very sensitive to it. But the debate is not about scientific racism. The debate is, are we primates? And I've already shown science says we're primates. I've shown hardcore evidence science is correct about us. So let me get this. Let me pull it up. Let me get it. Just give me a second. I got to go through my slides because I want to address what she's addressing. So I'm going to go to my scientific racism portion and about Black people and our people. So one second. Okay.
Screen not sharing yet.
All right. Thank you so much, sa.neter. Okay. Got it. Zoom. All right. Share screen. Microsoft. Windows. Oh, righty. That should be sharing now. Okay. This is supposed to be round 3, but I want to just
time starts.
Thank you. I want to match your energy. What do I have left?
You have 13 seconds.
13 minutes?
I mean,
round?
13 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you. This is supposed to be round 2. Scientific racism in Africans. Does scientific racism define who we are, family? Do we let the shackle, the white man's cunning that he did to us, stop us from actually being the best that we are as scientists? And what we know, does it define what we know that we are as Africans who love and respect our natural connection with the other primates? Let's see. Well, what does George Washington Carver say about that? George Washington Carver, you know, one of the most innovative, groundbreaking scientists of all our time. George Washington Carver used the taxonomy system of Carl Linnaeus, the one you just called racist. He used that system because he didn't care about that racist. He said, I'm going to take nature from God. He believed in God. And he said, this is God's nature. And this system that's set up, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to take this over back. I'm going to take it back to my people. George Washington Carver, one of the leading scientists in the world, he used the taxonomy system. He used the system, the binomial nomenclature that was created. First off, Carl Linnaeus didn't even create it. He copied it from Aristotle and Bowen, but I digress. So George Washington Carver did so to create a better life and work system for who? For Blacks. We can't sit around talking about, oh, I don't think we're primates. Y'all ready to get up on the internet and talk some more? He made differences in Black lives by using that specific system that you say all this other thing that has nothing to do with the debate. He used that system to help Black farmers and ultimately for the entire earth and its inhabitants. These are the plants he worked with to change our world for the better. And as he did that scientific research, he used the binomial nomenclature, Archaeus hyphagia, the peanut. He revolutionized farming and agriculture with that. Glycine max. Those are the binomial nomenclature terms that George Washington Carver used from that particular taxonomic system that Dulcinea says is so racist, so we just don't have to use it. That's not what George Washington Carver said, and he was born a slave. Okay, Gossypium hirsutum, the common cotton. I'm going to pause. Can you pause? Because I'm going to go to this real quick. Am I still sharing? Do you see the Britannica or no? Do I have to share again?
You're still sharing. You're still sharing.
So do you see the George Washington Carver Britannica?
Yes. No, I
Great.
see it. You ain't click on it yet.
Okay, let me get it. Pause me. Yeah, so George Washington Carver, let me get this.
Early life inventions and facts. Yes, I see it.
Oh, you do see it.
It's on the bottom. That's the bottom line.
Let me just stop sharing and do it again, just in case. Okay. So, oh, yes.
You got 11 minutes.
Can you pause me? And I'm going to go ahead and screen share again.
All right, let's go.
Got it. Thank you so much, King. I appreciate you. I know this is stressful. All right. Let's get this. And I appreciate everybody's patience, Dulcinea. Thank you. Why? Oh, my God. I hate Zoom is so archaic. Okay, stop complaining about Zoom. Got it. All right, Microsoft. Here we go. All right, here it is real quick. George Washington Carver. For some of you out there who may not know who he is, he was born 1861. He was born as a slave in Tuskegee, Alabama. His mother was basically killed, and he was adopted by his slave owners. He was the son of an enslaved woman. We said that part. He was, I'd say, the most groundbreaking agriculturalist of our time. He wrote books of on his experience in slavery, all the death that he watched. He watched a man get his brains busted out, but he continued with the system of science. He knows that we're primates, obviously, because he used the science. So I just wanted to, I don't have time to go into this. People, our audience should know who George Washington Carver is. Okay, so I'm going to stop screen sharing now, if I can. What do I have on my time?
You got 10 minutes, 39 seconds.
Okay, can you pause me? And I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint. Okay, so you get it. George Washington Carver. I don't think that's a good idea for my time. I have such little time and I want to get this in. All right, so let's keep going. These are the plants with which, am I screen sharing now?
Yes, you're screen sharing. Come on.
These are the plants. Dulcinea, you did not even show us anything of why we're not primates. I just want to keep repeating that. These are the plants with which we are, with George Washington Carver revolutionized farming to help poor Black sharecroppers. He cared about our people. Linnaeus, binomial nomenclature, Archaeus hyphagia, like I told you, the peanut. And here's another one, the sweet potato. He loved the sweet potato. Ipomia batata. Let's look at some more scientists, Black scientists, who do use the taxonomical system of binomial nomenclature. They know Carl Linnaeus doesn't have a monopoly on the science, the biological world, and how we understand it. We need these taxonomies so we can do the research and the study. And if you come in and it's working, you don't just throw it away. When the store is racist, you walk in the store, they have aisles. You don't say, I'm not shopping in any of these aisles because I just want all the aisles to not be titled because I don't want any organization. No, you go in there and you make it better. John Wesley Gilbert, he was an archaeologist from Georgia. He was in from the 1800s to 1923. He faced extreme racism, Dulcinea, and prejudice, but that did not stop him. He didn't sit around and say, I don't think we're primates. He went to be a Black professor at Payne College. He was the first Black person to earn a master's at Brown University in 1891, and he is a real scientist, and he uses real science. This sister here, this queen, Dr. Teresa Singleton. Dr. Teresa Singleton is an associate professor at Syracuse University teaching anthropology and historical archaeology. In 1980, she became the first Black woman to earn a doctorate. You will not be able to do this kind of stuff if you say we're not primates. You never would. Children, Dulcinea was talking about our children. Do not listen to anyone telling you that humans are not primates. If you want to know, do science, do what these Black people are doing. These are our people who know science. Here's another doctor, another Black woman. And by the way, it's not just Black scientific racism, it's scientific sexism. And our sisters are coming to the forefront. Yes, I love Dr. Joy DeGree, and she would agree with me that we will not throw science out. We know about scientific racism. We're not happy, but we're going to get in here and we're changing science. We're fighting against scientific racism. Dr. Whitney Battle Baptiste is the director of W.E.B. Du Bois Center of the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. In addition to that, she's an associate professor of anthropology at the university. Let's keep going. Another beautiful Black sister, Dr. Alexandra Jones, is an archaeologist and an entrepreneur who created the Washington, D.C.-based organization Archaeology in the Community. In 2009, she said, I'm bringing science to the community to teach young people, come on, about the value of the past. She doesn't say there wasn't scientific racism, but she says, I'm not going to tell my people we're not primates. I'm making differences. How do you make a difference? You cannot sit at the table trying to just make things up and say, I'm hurt too. You don't think Dr. Alexandra Jones isn't hurt? She knows the history very well, but she came in, she knows we're primates, she knows the science, and she's making strides. She has 10 plus years of teaching experience and hosts a variety of field sites for middle school and high schoolers. Bless the sister, God bless her. Here's a brother, Dr. George Abungu. He's a native Kenyan. Abungu has won numerous awards in archaeology. He's He's been the chairman of international standing committees. It's just so much. There's so many beautiful Black. Dr. Rachel Watkins. She's an associate professor. She knows we're primates. Look at, she's studying human beings. You think the sisters sit around and say we're not primates? Never. That's why she's one of our leaders. Dr. Watkins is an associate professor of anthropology at the American University of Washington, D.C. She knows about scientific racism too well. This is a brother who is African. Here's a quote. I thought to myself, oh my goodness, am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Professor Johannes Haile Selassie. He discovered some of the ancestors, some of the fossilized bones, the fossilized bones of ancestors. African scientists and Black professionals in academia are changing the face of scientists and scholars who try to limit conventional science to be a good old boy club. No, we're not doing that. So essentially, you want us to say, let the white man have science, have the science world. No, our people have worked too hard. We have more people calling for primatologists to work in the field. This is an article right here. Go back. If you need the information, I'll give it to you later. I got to get through this. We need more Africans and more of our people of the diaspora joining the field of primatology and all kinds of different, and archaeology and biochemistry, and eventually superintending the study. How can that be? How can we do that necessary task if we're saying we're not primates? No, I'm not limiting my children. So I want to ask y'all, where are my primate primatologists at? Huh? Where are you at? Are we primates? Yes, we are. Where are my primate primatologists? Where's my primate biochemist at? Okay? Because you can't come in there and talk about we're not primates, y'all. Can I rolling up your sleeves? I'll be like, can security? No. So yes, the Royal Society of Chemistry published reports on racial discrimination in the UK. That's true, Dulcinea. I don't discount it. It's very serious, but the debate is not about scientific racism, even though I'm discussing it because I'm one of you. I am a Black woman. I know about the scientific racism. I know about it too well. This fool right here, starting up for what she's right. Yes, there is still racism existing in every sector, and especially it has caused a lot of incalculable damages. This is why we must, as Black people, focus on alleviating the archaic and biased system of race classification. The issue isn't the primatology. The issue isn't the taxonomic system. It's the classification of race that these monsters used after they saw science. They said, oh, now we could say that we're better than them. That's what we need to get rid of. Let's have a discussion about that. I'll be right on your side, Dulcinea. We need to get rid of the system of classification of race.
4 minutes.
How many? 4?
4 minutes.
Which is the real poison, classification of race. But Dulcinea calls herself, well, she doesn't call herself, but we say Black, we say white. It's so ingrained into our society. Stay informed and know your enemy. Work together to dismantle any social construct that attempts to use science to harm the world. Okay? The taxonomic system is working, and Black people are winning because we are the ones. When I say winning, we're fighting hard against science being discriminatory. Yes, but we will not throw away the information that we know is real. That's what the white man wants you to do, the evil white man. So let's see this donkey of the day. Yes, Joseph Dinneker, 1852 to 1918. He's a naturalist and an anthropologist. I don't really think he is, but that's what he's called. He developed a system of classifying Europeans of the continent of Europe into several different races. So he took it a step further. He said, I want to name all these races in Europe. He named so many different races. So let's look at this. And I'm going to bring this up to Dulcinea. Marion Sims, aka Dr. Marion Sims, the father of gynecology, Dulcinea. He was a sadistic madman who tortured African slave women and children. He created the speculum, which is used today in gynecology, and he devised a method of surgical procedure to correct vesico-vaginal fistulas. He did all of this inhumane experiment on slave women and children without anesthesia. So you see, they removed his statue. We're making changes. He had a statue. And I'm going to ask you some questions about this, Dulcinea, so I hope you're ready. Okay, Saartjie Baartman, aka Sarah Baartman, aka the Hottentot Venus. This is another one of our queens, a horrific history in science. But guess what? We know it's horrific, and it is not accepted anymore. It is not accepted in science. We will not throw science away. Okay, Black mothers and Black infants are at high risk of HIV infection. CDC mother says the mothers are infecting their infants via breast milk and even the womb prenatally. However, primatology, because of primatology and because studies on primate, non-human primates specifically, Dulcinea, not rats, no, because a study on specifically on the macaque, we now can say that AIDS is not a death sentence for our people. It's not a death sentence for our people. And we did that because we know we're primates. Yes, there is scientific racism, but it is in the death throes. It's in, we're getting rid, we're killing it. We are killing it. We're working against it. It's not over. It's it's fighting strong, but we're fighting that monster. It is desperately trying to stay alive among the real scientific scholarship. We won't throw away proven science that has saved lives, saved human lives, and even non-human. We will not deny what is proven to be fact of who we are. We refuse to reject what is naturally obvious, and we will not discard the knowledge of primates and primatology, which has been gained over centuries. This knowledge of our close connection with all earthlings, and especially with simians and prosimians, but especially with great apes, aka fellow primates, will inevitably and ironically be utilized to end toxic deceptive dogmas of race and superiority in biology, which have for too long been used to harm and destroy targeted groups of people, mainly Africans and our descendants. Furthermore, these same toxic racist constructs, which have been based on subjectively false science, have been used to destroy the very earth and all of its inhabitants such as monkeys and apes, of which some of us remain obstinately opposed to accepting that these endangered species are one with us, sharing a classified order and a common ancestor. No, we must not continue to forward and uncover. We must continue to forward and uncover more intelligence that we are one with the world, the organisms around us. Literally, we are one. When we do this, we will surely begin to break down the barriers and embrace them, what makes us unified. This certainly will bolster compassion, empathy, and immeasurable possibilities for mankind first, but ultimately for all earthkind. We refuse to be like them, Dulcinea. We will be like our ancestors in Kemetic ancient Africa, ancestors who revered, even deified monkeys and primates. Thank you.
Time. Please, Unshare, step up to the mic, please, Dulcinea. You got 3 minutes of rebuttal in this round before your 15-minute start. Now, Dulcinea, in your 3-minute rebuttal, do you want to stop or continue to go? With your 15, I can just let you know.
Because I have 2 different PowerPoints.
I got you. All right. I'll let you know when their 3 minutes is up. So you got 3 minutes in this rebuttal.
All right. Tell me when you can see my screen.
I see your screen.
Okay. So there was a lot of conflating in the last round. Yeah, you can start now. So I don't know why all those scientific advancements or science were being brought up as if I'm saying overturn science as a whole. What would have been better is to show all the research or achievements that are done only by primatology, but since she only spent a little time doing it, I guess I won't have that need that much time to go through this. This is woodchucks. Woodchucks helped us as far as where we were able to study on them to get far advancements into hepatitis B. We actually have used guinea pigs, sheep, dogs, mice, and other different livestock when it comes to developing vaccines for different diseases, going into as far as the welfare or care treatments that we should for different cancers. And for many other approaches that we do, we use animals, not just non-human primates, as she keeps saying. Then she went into lookership. So yesterday she showed his skin and said, how much does this alopecia monkey look like a human? Well, look at this alopecia human. Do they look the same to you? Can you put a child here and they're gonna say, oh, I see exactly how they look alike? How about when you put this kangaroo up, when a child sees these muscles and sees that stomach, is he gonna say, oh, my dad has that stomach? So we're going to go ahead and go back into, because she didn't bring it up, but I guess I have to have some time giving you guys information. Chimps and humans are not 98 to 99% similarity. They are conflating by using some differences and without counting the differences of the the different genomes that there are. They just go as far as fragments of similarities. They yield varying results, and then they go with the highest of the results. The cheap genomes are actually constructed with the human genome to look more alike. And they go as far as to say what is causing a protein coding that they do not know if it causes it or not. Chimps are still animals. She's making it seem as if they're not wild animals anymore and they're more human-like. Here's a chimp that they were found that a woman, not a woman, sorry, a chimp was actually hiding her baby from the rest of them and giving birth away from them, but he was able to come in and sweep the baby to eat it. And cannibalism, though it's rare amongst them, it can be a big problem as far as for chimpanzees, females to deal with, to make sure their infant are young. They're not doing anything more human-like than any other animal. Here is the continued advancements in brain research that we can attribute to guinea pigs. We can attribute to hamsters, to tree shoes, to fruit flies. And the list goes on. I think it's zebrafish. We are going and we're finding many advancements and improvements of how we see cognitive functions, how we see diseases developing, and where we can see intelligence and understanding in these animals to compare to us.
All right, going into your second round, right?
Yeah, it's my second round.
This is the second round. You got 15 minutes. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, let me stop sharing that. Okay. Okay, let me know when you can see my screen.
All right, screen is sharing.
Okay. Do you see it now again, or is it black? Okay, it's loading. Okay, go ahead and start my time.
It's not up yet. The screen is, all right, now it's up. You ready?
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready now.
All right, time start.
Okay, so I ended as far as with the Royal Society, you know, giving perpetual resources to all the fellow members of it. So let's start with the use of Linnaeus. Linnaeus applied for funds to Sweden's Royal Society in order to make his journey to Lapland. He spent the primordial interlude in the Netherlands, where he was on payroll for George Clifford. Remember that name. So Linnaeus outsourced his role to the grand project to stematize nature. So there was a project already going in hand that he would actually categorize different minerals and animals, and eventually it would lead to the categorization of races. Inconsistent to the rest of his legacy, the race is contradictory, paradoxical in person. We'll see as far as when we compare and see what the comparisons of the other animals are to what he said to humans. So here it goes into, here it goes into where he replaced anthropomorpha, which was our classification before him, to primates. That was a name as far as a taxonomic definition for our species. He would then go further to go into Homo erectus, Homo europaeus, Homo asiaticus, and Homo africanus. The Europeans obviously were classified at the top. The Africans would be classified at the bottom, even when Sweden, while Sweden was involved in the enslavement of Africans. The Systema Natura presented Linnaeus with human varieties that introduced subspecies. Okay, so I said, remember who George Clifford is. He is the director of Dutch Indian Company. We don't have to go into the Dutch East Indian Company. You look up what they did themselves and what part and role they played in history. But just know, as far as their government charter was for trade monopoly, they were enslaving indigenous people around the world with market requirements, and then they had political imperatives. They determined all the prices of commodities, production, availabilities, and had all the powers in setting out clear conditions to all that they could possibly. Now we have the Voyage Beagle. Most people know the Voyage Beagle as Darwin's profound voyage, which they admit was actually to charter and naval, commercial, and colonialized navigation to stake British strategic claim around shores of South America. So in this time where he's supposed to be investigating the species or the differences of speciation between the Americas and Africa, they were actually creating these charts as far as how to map the lands or the foreign lands for the Spanish and Portuguese empires. So Darwin's role was supposed to be the scientist on the ship, but actually going through their journal of the expedition, they say there's times where he sounds almost poetic, but never scientific. He doesn't use any kind of comparisons that would be noticed as science other than using beautiful terms of how something looks or how it would be compared to something else. But he did have remarkably a lot of narratives about the lavish and government subsidized efforts that they were making onto the voyage. It says, from seeing the present state, it's impossible to not look forward to the high expectations of the future progress of the entire hemisphere, Christianity throughout the South Sea. Then you have the Royal Geographic Society that came out of the Royal Society. They would have the relationship to geography after they're staking their claims and making these maps. So they made sure the wider context of imperial acquisition is the knowledge which geography was a part of. Although the initial formation of RGS could be linked to general rise and development of a gentleman's club into scientific societies, the middle of the 19th century, the role of RGS undergo a distinct change, the rise of new imperialism by 1870. Now we have Alfred Quetelet. He's a Belgian mathematician, astronomer, statistician, and sociologist. He would come to play in the role of the Belgian Academy and Royal Society. He would give us the measurements of the average man, saying that is the central point of the measurements of the human trait and the normal distribution. This would give us the bell curve. The average man was completely determined. We might, as I have already observed, consider him the type of perfection. Everything differing from his proportions or condition would constitute to deformity and disease. Everything from dissimilar, not only as regarded proportion or form, exceeded the absurd limitations would constitute as a monstrosity. So you see here where he has the average people, normal, the elite, and then we would have the monstrosities on the other side, which would give us, as he showed, the criminals, the poor, the low paid, the Africans, the Blacks. So furthering Mendel's agenda, we have to go into Carl Pearson and Francis Galton. Pearson's eugenics ideas were based on racist science about the fertility shall be marked as a way to dominate that of the Black. They went in through the society's records to show the concern to override the deemed feeble-minded, degenerate, and mentally defective, not just from overbreeding, but from reproducing at all. Despite the differences between aims, individuals of the Eugenics Laboratory and the Eugenics Society, another subsidiary to the Royal Society, published the Eugenics Review. So here we have the missing link. An American, S.P. Verna, found Otta Binga in a slave market. Verna had come from Africa to collect the pygmies in the St. Louis World Fair. He was having money troubles when they arrived to New York City. So he arranged that Otta Binga live in the American Museum of Natural History. The pygmy exhibit was immediately controversial, and it did addition, what we would call the natural aversion to locking a person in a zoo, Christian ministers actually objected to the demonstration of Darwin of theory of evolution. But Otto Binga's pointed teeth as a form of cosmetic dentistry on the African pygmies were capped, and he was named Otto Binga. So Samuel Phillips Verna, who found Otto Bingo, is a member of the Royal Geographical Society. He talked about the principal points that were in favor of the hypothesis of degeneracy. He clearly said there was a fact of degeneracy as influential modifying animals. The long ages in which this deteriorating history has certainly had time to act on the case of the pygmy. The considerations in favor of the pygmy as the primeval man from whose ancestors the larger races were developed from. His argument was evolution of the man from lower to higher types. The completeness of the pygmy applies a strong to the hypothesis of the degeneration. Now the missing link was identified as the pygmies. Now we have Leonard Darwin, the son of Charles Darwin. He would be born in 1850, and we see in 1877 and 1888, he worked for the Intelligence Division of the Ministry of War. But after he left his time in the Army in 1892, he would become the president of the Royal Society, as well as the chairman of the British Eugenics Society that we talked about previously. So here we have Scopes' monkey trial. Scopes would be someone that was teaching in the South as far as Darwinism and teaching the different aspects of degeneration as far as within the species. So when it came to the trial going against him, they made it seem as if the big crux of the whole trial was that religious people were coming against his science and wanting to take Darwin out of the school. But the truth was, in Royal Tennessee, they had heard of the eugenics that was going on, and the Southern people were scared that they were going to be called imbeciles and defective. There was actually 60,000 Americans that were forcefully sterilized by eugenics laws. So they actually went against him as far as to deem this as pseudoscientific. After that, we lead to Leonard Darwin writes his need for eugenics reform. He says that Mendelism is necessary for the explanation of regression. Of course, he's talking about the regression that would come from the pygmies or the Africans or the Blacks, from the elite to them, but this would be the explanation of the regression in all the primates. The elimination of venereal disease is said to be eugenic. To me, it seems to be a contrary, for they greatly reduce fecundity, and on whole, the infected are the inferior. This noticeably is true in the United States. So I know Napah said if I would know some of these names. I actually had some of this already mentioned. You see, I have J. Marion Sims right here. We can see the experiments that they took place in 1845 to 1849, but we actually have to go back to 1768, where we start with John Queer and his smallpox experiments on 850 slaves that would come with the precursor for the vaccine. We have to go to A.J. Alexander, who would come up with the Negro's D medical technique by actually going through and testing on slaves as well, testing yards, bacterial infections, and tropical disease. He came with the Negro Materia Medica slave medicine. Edward Jenner in 1796 came up with the smallpox vaccine from a Boston slave. John Hagar, placebo-based trials that came up with the cure of body disorders by the distribution and control of epidemic diseases. We have various that are unnamed through 1800 to 1850 that came along with electric shocks treatment, brain surgery, amputations. William Aiken, that did the surgical eye surgery and head procedures on Lucinda, a known cancer patient, to see how it would work on her without any anesthesia to perfect surgical procedures. We have John Cutler for the Tuskegee syphilis experiments that went on from 1932 to 1972. And then we have Albert Klingberg that did the skin experiments from 1950 to 1970s. So when people are saying all these advancements and putting them as far as primates did it, make sure you know that they're talking about those advancements came from actually testing it on Black people, not non-human primates, as Napah would call them. So now we're getting into the fossilized work when we go into Leakey and the Royal Society. So what happened with, as far as with Leakey, is he was a known anthropologist at the time, but seeking to be, as far as a renowned archaeologist that went to East Africa. He got a 600 euro grant in 1935 to go investigate. He was finding bones that would be looked over in the actual council of the Royal Society, but Boswell was obliged to report the truth. He said that there was a lot of uncertainties of the evidence that was found by Leakey.
A minute, 30 seconds.
And he asked the Royal Society how he should proceed with these inaccuracies that Leakey was showing as far as bones. Now I'll go ahead and end from there.
You still got a whole minute.
Oh, I thought you said 30 seconds.
No, I said a minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
You did the same thing that Paul just did.
I thought you said 30 seconds. I know, I heard the 30 seconds. Okay, are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so here we have the falsification of Lucy. So we'll see, as far as when they were given to Lucy, the bones that were actually given up were actually smaller and showed of that of a small chimpanzee. But instead, to actually make it more human-like, they had to extend the arms of Lucy. They had to show a different pelvis than it was as far as that they found, and not find the undeveloped ape-like brain and skull sculpture that they originally found in the trees. This is more so what Lucy would look like with the truth of the bones they found, the actual pelvis that was found, and the jaw was found on Lucy. Lucy is actually remarkably alike to the chimpanzee. And unlike what the Darwin propositions, that Lucy is both human-like and ape-like. Lucy is like chimps that walk on their hind legs and sway from side to side when they walk. You can see, based on how their hind leg is, for them to walk as far as on their hind leg shows that degree of the knee being pushed forward.
All right. When I say time, you know, y'all can always finish your last statement. You ain't just got to cut. When I say time, y'all can finish your last statement and didn't have that period.
Okay, I can start back up on that one. So.
Napah, let's get it in. You got 3 minutes in this round. Before you start your third round, Napah, this is your rebuttal time.
Right. And
do you want to go right into your 15 minutes after your rebuttal, or do I stop you?
No, just let me, thank you. Just let me flow in, and thank you for saying that. I just want to show some footage, some video.
Okay, what I'm going to do is what I'm going to do is let you know you're going into your 15 minutes.
Yeah, this isn't really lookership. Lookership would be where you don't do any research, and we both did research. So in defense of her and of me, it's about observing. So I want to, don't start my time until I get this up. I need to obviously show the family. And Dulcinea, I'm about to show you these what we talked about. I'm gonna show you them walking, remember? Okay, so let me go ahead and screen share. I'm always having such issues with that for some reason. Okay, screen share. So let's see some of these animals in time. I'm gonna show one video on there, then I'm gonna stop, and then I'm bringing another one in. So can you just work my time that way? Okay, so Kanzi is a very famous ape. If you know about him, can you see it?
Yes, time start.
Okay, these are bonobos. Yes, these are bonobos. These are chimp-like animals in the wild.
A Japanese research team has been studying wild bonobos.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
The Japanese research team is in the wild. Let's see if they walk, if they're bipedal, Dulcinea.
Here since the mid-1970s. What bonobos make of humans, we can't say. But humans learned a lot about bonobos. For example, in the wild, they often walk upright.
That looks like he's walking upright to me,
They
Dulcinea.
walk like humans,
They walk
with
like
straight
humans.
backs and arms swinging at their sides,
Yeah.
taking obstacles like logs in stride. Wild bonobos, like the ancient hominid Lucy, can walk upright for long distances, even in rough terrain. A vertical posture leaves hands free to do more important things.
He's standing, swinging his arm.
Being able
That's
to
how
stand
humans
upright lets hands carry food, grasp weapons, and hold tools. It also paves the way to the next generation of intelligence, the tool maker, man. A bonobo walks like this, essentially upright. Chimpanzees bend further forward, making long-distance walking difficult.
do. Okay, so I'm gonna stop right there. Let me stop it. Please stop my time. So I have shown you without a doubt proof that these animals walk upright and they are bipedal. In fact, the bonobo is more, sa.neter, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I hear
Please
you.
pause
1
my
minute,
time.
15 seconds, 16
Yeah,
seconds.
pause my time. Yeah, pause my time. I'm going to do another one. So, yes, you are wrong, Dulcinea. And by the way, Dulcinea, you're debating the wrong thing, sweetheart. And that's not condescending. I love you with all my heart. You're debating scientific racism. You're at the wrong debate. We're talking about primates and if we are primates and if we are similar to these animals. So let me get the other clip, please. This is what the people came to see. If we're primates, and if you see this, we are. So I'm going to stop screen sharing this because I don't have a lot of time. I stopped screen sharing it or no?
Yes,
Okay.
you stop screen sharing.
Okay, now I need to go share something else. Let's take some look. It's not lookership, but I love you, Dulcinea. You called it lookership. I'm being facetious. Let's look at some more footage of these animals doing things. Pigs and dogs don't do that. They don't do this stuff. I'm going to share screen. Can you see it, sa.neter?
Screen sharing time begins.
All righty, let me get this and you decide. Okay, here we go. Let's see these primates.
Time start.
Pigs don't pat their young on the back to console them. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay,
I don't hear the video. We don't hear the video.
No, you don't have to. This is a baby on the mother. Pigs don't do even the thumb on the shoulder. Pigs, dogs don't do this. This is familiar to many of us who love our little babies. Even she feels something on his back or the baby's back, and she's like, what is that? She feels it, and she said, let me see what that is. Okay, that's so familiarly human. She's like, okay, it's okay. It's okay. That's us. What animal does that? Do sloths do this? Raccoons, maybe. Dulcinea brought up woodchucks. I've never seen it, Dulcinea, but I have seen primates do this. Okay, just keep looking. I'm going to spend a lot of my time showing you this. And look at him. He's monkeying around, so to speak, playing around. Pushes her, and she gets mad. Why you push me? Okay, now there's the female with the baby. She sees her man, her husband. Just kidding. I know it's a gorilla. I don't think they're human, but I'm showing you they're similar. She hugs him. She's giving him some love. Dogs don't do these things that we can recognize. The point is, yes, we all are together, and dogs show love, and woodchucks and monkeys, not monkeys, excuse me, woodchucks and sloths. But this is don't worry about this part.
Honey,
Time going in. Your 15 minutes begin.
Okay, good. Yes, we're gonna go quickly to. She's washing her face in a conservatory. She's actually washing her face with a rag, with a towel. Okay, just let me get it up here. She's washing her face. This is an orangutan. Now we can say, oh, they trained her to do that. She watched humans do things just like human babies. Nobody trained her like a circus animal. They innately are like human beings because they're in the same order. They are not human. They are not human. See, even the kid tried to take the towel. She's like, no, I'm using this. And then she keeps on wiping. You know, she gets some more water. This isn't set up. These are not us. We need to break the program of the white man said we're animals. Dulcinea is showing us a different debate about scientific racism. Yes, they said we're animals. They said we're lower than apes. They called themselves primates. So it has nothing to do with the understanding of science and observable science. Somebody dropped their glasses into their area, this orangutan's area. She sees the glasses. She doesn't go. She knows what the glasses are. She basically, let me go forward because I need to get up through this. She goes and she puts the glasses on. She's putting on the glasses. Now, Dulcinea during a broadcast said to me, monkeys can't drive or chimps can't drive golf carts. Yes, they can. I'm going to show you this orangutan actually driving a golf cart. Okay, let me get it. Come on. Okay, there you go. He's driving. People say, oh, no, somebody's driving for him. He's putting his arm up like a human. He's steering the wheel as us. The brain science shows it. I showed all of it. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with you. You didn't show any reputable sources, by the way. I showed scientific papers from PubMed, The Lancet. You have shown us zero evidence of your claim. You've only gone and... Okay, here he is.
His vocabulary runs to several hundred
He's
words,
smiling.
and he can follow simple conversations. His name is Kanzi, and Kanzi is an ape.
Yeah, he's an ape.
You're gonna help get some sticks.
He's communicating with her. Oh, he's trained.
Good.
No, it's not just about being trained. With the science shows that their brain function is identical in a lot of the cerebral cortex development. It's identical in a lot of portions. Okay, it's not just like a dog.
Pocket if you need one.
She said, I got a lighter. He goes in her pocket.
You can get it
a
out.
lighter. Not only does he go in the pocket, I've never seen a dog use a lighter because they don't have hands.
Nope, I have a lighter. You can use the lighter to start.
I've never seen a dog start a fire with a
He may
lighter.
look like a chimpanzee, but Kanzi is a bonobo,
Okay,
a closely related species from the forested Congo region of Central Africa.
he's starting a fire because his brain capacity is capable of that. How much time do I have?
Bonobos are highly intelligent and physically similar.
How much time do I have?
You got 10 minutes. 11.
Look at how he's getting inside and claps his hands. Yeah, he's happy. He's smiling. Yeah, he's acting like a chimp, but he's a bonobo. Now she's in the kitchen with him.
You have 10 minutes, 45
several
seconds.
People who care for Kanzi at the Language Research Center. They often prepare their meals together.
There's some cheese. You put that in your tummy. This is going to be for our hot food.
Now Dulcinea will come in and say, "Oh, you could train any animal to do that." It will not be the same because the science is showing us their brain capacity, their genomic makeup. They are similar to us. We have a common ancestor. The thing is, they haven't evolved. In the divergence, we evolved better, and that's what we're studying with the non-coding DNA right now. He's cooking with her.
Since soon after his
These
birth,
are
15 years
when
ago.
they diverge their diet, and there is a hypothesis called expensive tissue hypothesis. I've spoken about it as far as the philosophical religious side of my teachings. Their brains did not evolve as ours did because we had a different diet. Their diet in millions of years ago, and
Will you
they
wash
weren't
this
getting
potato off
the
for
food
me?
and the
Did you wash
nutrients
the
that they need to
potato?
develop their brains correctly. And because of natural selection, they've
The water.
evolved
You
this
need to
way.
wash it in the water.
He actually stirred some
It's
food.
very good.
Now, no, Dulcinea, this isn't a human. I don't think it's a human. I know it's a primate.
Put
I
some
know we're
water in
highly,
the pan for our noodles.
she's telling him to put water in the pan.
More water. More water.
Oh, come on. Okay, that's it. Okay, pause my time, please. Thank you. So I just wanted to present some evidence.
You got
there.
9 minutes, 11 seconds left.
Okay, great. Let me get to my PowerPoint. So the evidence is there all around. It's observable in the natural world if you don't have a lab. But even the genomic research, the cerebral cortex research, the neurological research, it's all pointing to that we are primates. Okay, sa.neter, am I doing my PowerPoint?
I don't see the PowerPoint yet.
Let me share it. Okay, so so much compelling evidence. Then Dulcinea, the debate is, are we primates? Not, is there scientific racism, which is very serious, but I covered that part because of who you are. I wouldn't have covered it for anyone else. So let's go ahead and get to this. All right. So let's start with this. Are we primates is the debate. Can you see it?
Start.
Are we? Thank you. Are we primates? That is the debate. It is not anything else. I have proven the science. Dulcinea has not shown us one reputable source, and she can't, because science is against what she's saying. These are 3 different earthlings who are all classified together in 4 of the same taxonomic ranks. They share domain, kingdom, phylum, and family, but only 2 out of the 3 of them are primates. I don't know. During the discussion with Sister Freedom and Dulcinea, they said, well, you could put a hat on a dolphin or a shark. Kid would think they all look the same to me. But as you see, the ears on Abraham Lincoln and this very fly-looking Dapper Don brother over here, this chimp, they're similar. They're almost identical. The jaw, the lips, the eye, the brow, the brow bridge, and even more. So taxonomy is the term that is derived from Greek. Taxis is the first word, it's arrangement, and nomos is law. Taxonomy can be described as a law or rule of how to arrange specific information. Taxonomy can also be defined as an information system of knowledge, which is then used as a tool in research and maintenance of a specific science. The system of taxonomy works as a universal language between scholars and practitioners in specific sectors, fields for which the customized taxonomy was created. That is my understanding. That's what I put up there. Now, Dulcinea was talking about Carl Linnaeus. He's so racist. He's so this. It's a system that he added to, actually. He wasn't even the founder of it. Binomial nomenclature. Carl Linnaeus was a naturalist who did, well, he founded, let me just make this clear. He did create the binomial nomenclature that we know today, but it wasn't his original idea. It was done before him. I want to make that clear. Carl Linnaeus was a naturalist who devised a system of naming organisms. Linnaeus placed organisms in groups based on their observable features, lookership. Each organism has a unique 2-part scientific name. Okay, let's see. Let's see this one. Let's see if he was the only one. Wait a minute. Linnaeus was not the first to create taxonomic system, Dulcinea, of not even of binomial nomenclature. He's not even the first. He actually studied this man, this Dr. Johann Bowen. He is, in fact, he was influenced by many predecessors, such as Aristotle, who had a system classifying the natural world, and ancient Kemetic scientists. They classified herbs and plants, and 2 Swiss men known by the name of Gaspard Bowen and Johann Bowen. Actually, Gaspard should be the one, not Johann, it's Gaspard. They were 2 brothers who were doctors and scientists in the 16th and 17th centuries. The 2 taught botany and human anatomy, European universities, centuries prior to Carl Linnaeus. They created a system before Carl Linnaeus. He went and tweaked it. Yes, he's a racist, but what about them? Do you know anything about them? Were they racist? You don't know. And even if they were, the system has nothing to do with them anymore, because all different scientists have come and we have fact checked, and we are going to end scientific racism. And we are not going to let Black people go backwards by saying we're not even primates. This is like they said, 6th, 7th, 3rd grade biology. Classifications and taxonomies help us understand knowledge. Taxonomy is a science of classification. It helps us to be able to discover documents quickly while we do research. I just want to show you that there is an online source called Taxodiary. See, things changed, Dulcinea. Even in your presentation, you talked about how Carl Linnaeus said one thing, but he changed it later. They changed it later. Science changed it later. You know that chimps used to be classified as homos. They're not anymore in that genus. They're pan now. They're pan troglodyte. So DNA analysis have revolutionized studies on the taxonomy and the evolution of birds. Look, Dulcinea, because we do genome research and DNA research, we can even straighten out, so to speak, rearrange, correct any of the wrong classifications. If we would have seen that we're not anything to do with these animals, these other species, chimps and primates, all primates, we would have reclassified. How do we know? Because this is another scientific paper. This is a paper that is from a reputable source. It's not, I don't know where your sources are, but it's not working. This is from the Intertech Open. And let me just show you. I'll get to it because I want to really make sure, because I'm taking issue with you not showing sources. So this right here is Intertech Open. This is a very, can you see it, sa.neter? I don't think you can see it. Well, anyway.
Yes, I see it. Yes, we see it.
Okay. Let me get back to my PowerPoint.
You got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left.
Thank you, King. Bats used to be classified as birds before they were classified as primates, Dulcinea. They didn't know what to do with these creatures. And then, as you see, science changed. And kites, different birds were classified in the wrong as the wrong species, as the wrong order. My bad. Taxonomic classification, primates. I want to get to some of this because I really want to show you guys this. You can always use a mnemonic to remember this. It's a domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. But I got one I made up for you, Dulcinea. Watch this. Dulcinea kills primates cause of false genetic science. It's helpful. It helps me. And I think you'll think it's funny. But yeah, that helps me right there, that mnemonic. Let me get to some of the features of primates because I don't have a lot of time. Are we primates? Where are my primates at? That's the topic of the debate, not anything you've talked about. I'm looking for you to get the right topic, and it doesn't look like, well, that's not me, but hey, that's my ancestor, right? Are we primates? What is a primate? Okay, I want to get to the checklist as fast as I can because I don't have a lot of time. Okay, checklist. Are we primates? Primate physical traits, mostly diurnal. That means they're active in the day. Are humans? Yes, check. They have color vision. Are humans? Yes. Depth perception. Humans do too. They're stereoscopic. They have stereoscopic vision. The ability to perceive objects in 3 dimensions. Yes, humans do too. Expanded neocortex, portions of the brain where information from different senses are combined. Yes. They have expansion of regions related to motor and sensory function. All of that checks out. And those are behavioral and physical traits. These are the physical traits of primates. Let's keep going. What about parental investment? Does this fit any of you out here? If it does, you probably most likely are primates. I hope you are. Female primates give birth to fewer young than other mammals. See, pigs have a lot of births, multiple births. Rats do too. And so do a lot of these animals. We do not as primates. We typically have one child. Typically, we may have 2, but it's very abnormal, not abnormal. It's not common to have more than 1 live birth. Birth spacing can be several years. We don't have children back to back. Mice do. Okay, rabbits do. Pigs do. We don't. That's why they can, breed these animals for the lab work, by the way, Dulcinea. That's another reason why they use mice. Developmental period is related to larger brain size. We have large brain size. Humans have the largest brain. Yes, we know that in all primates. Please look at this slide of the brains. These are all primates. Look at the chimp brain, which is right above the biggest brain, which is a human brain. And right here is the gorilla brain. So are we primates? Do any of these characteristics fit you? Do the ends of your finger and toes have sensitive, are they sensitive to touch and they allow for maximum information environment? Do you have finger toes that are covered with fine ridges, also known as finger and toe prints? Okay, yes. Let's keep going. 1 minute. Well, okay, look at that. That's a chimp foot and a human foot. Which hand is human? One of them is a chimp hand. One of them is the ancestor's hand. The middle one is the human. Let's keep going. So much information. I can't get it all in this. So look at this picture. There's the orangutan, how they treat their children. There's humans. We are. Do you see any similarities? They love their young. They're very focused on their young. They invest in their young very much. Okay, so how much do I have left? How much time? Any time left?
19 seconds. 19 seconds.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this hand. Do the phalanges, well, the fingers, bones look similar to each other. That's a chimp hand, human hand, and this is the ancestor. This is an Australopithecus hand. So yeah, we are primates. We are not them. She might come in and say, oh, she said we're them, but we definitely, the science shows it, genome research shows it, neurological research shows it, the observable eye can tell it, the behavior shows it. We're primates. Thank you.
All right, powerful information from both of you sisters. Dulcinea, let's step up to the mic.
Let me see.
Okay, you got 3 minutes in this round. 3 minutes in this round before you start your third.
Yeah, before I start my third. Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm sharing my screen now.
Screen is sharing. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. So
Time start.
I just want to go back a little bit. We can see this is just a quick thing I grabbed as far as the HIV to AIDS. Again, just saying, oh, monkeys or chimps have been able to revolutionize science. So has all the other animals. That's still not showing how we're connected to them. We can see the gestation periods in the animal kingdoms. You'll see elks, cows, different forms of cheetahs or feline that are all close to those 9-month periods. And you'll see as far as the mother's nurture goes far beyond the primates. Newborn pandas are incredible vulnerable. They hold their babies. They have opposable thumbs, but we'll get into that later. The female octopuses have a range of the eggs that they assemble to the thousands and make sure that they're safe when they hatch. We can go time and time, but when you see this picture I have of the elephant, if anybody knows as far as Black Twitter, this was when the elephant came back and destroyed a village of a town of a funeral that was a poacher of the child. So here's why lookership doesn't work. Here's hypotrichosis, which is a form of hair, an excessive hair grown. They can say, oh, look at this, that all this hair, that means we evolved from a chimp or a bonobo. So they studied that and they were able to report that there was nothing found to show that the sequences are alike or show any kind of sympathetic hypotrichosis found in the bonobos or chimps. So they're not finding it in or gibbons. So they're not finding any close relationships of why humans are growing excessive hairs in non-human primates. She said how caring and loving chimps are. So is everybody else. Here's Dr. Peyo, a horse that is in a cancer treatment center. He's known as far as for staying with all the cancer patients before they're going to die. He actually chooses which one he goes, and he has a keen sense to choose the ones that are most terminally ill, and he stays with them throughout the night. He's known for staying nearly 2 hours watching over a dying woman. And of course, with the cancer kids and anyone that's able to go out, they are able to ride him as well. And the doctors say that he is a force for them as well to keep them motivated and keep them safe. She gave, I have the quote here as far as the dogs don't drive, but they don't blow up the ecosystem either. Neither do chimps. So using one off is something what someone does, whether they're able to drive, which there are dogs that have been caught in golf carts. That is not driving a car. That's driving a golf cart, which I'm sure our children could do. It doesn't take an adult intelligence to do, but they have their own intelligence. Animals have their own way of smartness, and they develop in their own social environments. So we have said, oh, there's an intelligence that is so alike in us. There's emotions that are alike to us, but no, animals across the animal kingdom have intelligence and emotions that are like us and different.
You want to move into your 15-minute round?
I got to pull it up first.
All right.
All right. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay, so
ready?
We can go now. I'm ready now.
Time start.
So you can see as far as from the pelvic bone, they say that the claim of bipedalism is far from any degree of certainty because it would have to lean as far, and you can see from his spine, it wouldn't be even nearly upright. Artie is not exempt from this. There's solid evidence that Artie was made to look like it was bipedal, but actually when they're looking at it, it's more like a ladder or a bushy monkey that Artie would actually look like. What they did was falsify the bones to make it look more hominin-like instead of the facial length and and saying that it's uniquely bipedal. They argue an alternative and perhaps more prudent is that it led from a ladder-like or more bushy, full of evolutionary dead ends. Okay, so here we see as far as what consensus science says. Here's what they say the last common ancestor is from 8 to 6 million years ago that led to the lesser great apes. And then there will be one 25 years ago that will be old world monkeys to humans. So common ancestor is an ancestor organism shared by 2 or more distinctive lineages. So here's what they've given us of observing of the last common ancestor split 25 million years ago. They say the primates lived in the Oligocene epoch 35 to 3 million years ago, and they were able to find bones that are associated with it. Because of the clock-like mutation and the bone showing that they were, or the fragment showing that they were between 30 million to 25 million years old, they're saying as far as that this is a high likely chance that this is our common ancestor for 25 million years ago of the old world monkeys. You can see both versions here of showing the 2 divergence as far as when they started diverging off. They used these molars and they named Nasungwicpicus galeni and Ruquapicus fugli are 2 divergents of old world monkeys that are around the same time that they would elude our last monkey common ancestor to be at 25 to 30 million years ago. The last common ancestor 6 to 8 million years ago, they're saying is Elisi. They found a 13 million year old skull that would look a lot like a gibbon. So they're saying as far as that the divulgence, which would show that modern apes and humans might have looked like this. And Elisi gives a good indication of how we can know of the divergence or speciation that led to the lesser great apes and the great apes of today. So how did a gibbon-like creature go and develop into a man? What they explain is microevolution, which is the common ancestor having adaptive radiation and coevolutions of 2 or more species, as well as there may be a convergent evolution that in between traits of species. And then after that, a speciation comes as far as where there's great degrees of differences. The rate of variation in between extinct primates are low, which means they are low between their clades, but they're high when we get our low between their own extinct primates, but high when we get into the other clades or species in primates. Why is it? Well, they say, oh, we have to look into why their brains developed. Well, scientists are saying their brains developed from eating meat. That's why their brains got larger. We see meat-eating hominins from 2.5 million years ago. We see evidence that they started cooking in Israel about 8,000 years ago, which is the earliest evidence of anyone cooking. That would be why in Israel, we're going to see larger heads than we see in Africa when they're still more primate-like. They said measuring the skulls are going to determine the divulgence of intelligence. Oh, keep in mind, we're present day now. So please let me know where they're diverging from the things that they said before that are phrenology and craniology pseudoscientific ways of measuring these things. They said 300,000 years ago, the modern human cranial dental morphology using facial, mandible, and dental characters compared to the Homo sapiens in present day showed development that was human-like. They said the changes between Europe and Africa shows the consequential neural changes and the emergence of an African Middle Stone Age without specific biological correlated trigger factors. Here we can see, like she showed, as far as the different brains and sizes of the brain as far as between the primates and Homo sapiens sapiens. And here again, they say as far as the nutrition from meat would cause as far as that divulgence. So when you're seeing the changes 300,000 years ago or 2 million years ago, that intelligence is just coming from adding vitamin A, K, calcium, sodium, potassium, iron, zinc into the diets. Oh, also, don't forget that they're saying that evolution took place in Europe. They're saying as far as what they're seeing as older evolution hominin bones that are more aligned with hominins than they're aligned with chimpanzees, bonobos, and gorillas, or the ancient African apes that they would like say, which shows as far as early hominins may have been abundant in Europe. They're also making chromosomal assumptions, which saying 18 to 23 are identical to the common hominoid ancestor. Well, what is the DNA of the common hominoid ancestor to tell us? They say the telomeric fusion of the 2P and 2Q accounts a reduction of 24 pairs of chromosomes to 23 pairs. Where is the fusion site? They're saying as far as the cryotype of the ancestor to man, it would be mainly deduced, but there's several uncertainties. So we had to classify chromosome 1 the same as all species. Instead, it showed different of chimps and orangutans. We had to classify chromosome 4 as alike in gorilla and orangutan, even though they're different in all 4 species. We had to classify chromosome 8 as the same in man, chimp, and orangutan, even though we didn't find it in the orangutan. Upright humans were first in Europe. They said the discovery of that is 11.6 million years ago. Again, 2019, not seeing where they're changing any of the science, still going. So I guess we can be happy of the second wave or the third wave back to Africa that happened to get us to be upright as well, or we would be walking down like chimpanzees. They say the 8 variations that are different is because the degeneration sounds a lot like Blumenbach. Right now, they're saying as far as the complex adaptive systems are highly degenerate systems, and that's where we're going to get into the divergence. So, sir, they have a lot of like characteristics, but you can blame degeneracy of why their feet are different from the hominin feet, why they can grass farm with their feet, why they can do different things in woodland, and why they can climb better. Those are things for their locomotor degeneracy because they would have been upright walking before. They also make some wild presumptions. Here we have a 32 million old rock as far as that they were able to find. And with that, they were able to find a fossil in Peru that mimicked a species of monkey that they always had known had been in Africa or prehistoric Africa. So since they saw that it was 32 million years ago, they said that the primates must have came upon a raft that would travel across the Atlantic 32 million years ago for that bone structure to get there. Or why would similar bones be in South America and Africa?
6 minutes.
6 minutes left. All right, so we're on the American Association Biological Anthropologists official statement. They made this official statement apologizing for all the racial, obviously, you know, Napah knows that they apologized for the race, but here's a distinct part that they apologize for as well. Early homos consisted of a number of different forms, possibly species, some which overlapped in time and space, and all of which that are clearly human and not ape-like. So why is the biological anthropologist saying Homo species are not ape-like? We can see the Royal Society saying there's poison in the well. So why are they still giving us the same water to drink? Okay, so here we're going on this. Everyone wants to get into it. So what classifies as primates? We've seen a lot of the stuff that Napah already mentioned, as well as the language centers. They say the Broca's area is found in old world monkeys and apes, even though they weren't able to talk. They are ability to have sign language, and they have male defensive, mate guarding, and female choice in dominant males. Homology is the evolutionary biology that is the correspondence or similarity in form and functions apart through a common or distinct ancestry. It's saying that different species share a common ancestor. That's where their allegiance would come from. So we see this leaf and saying the leaf led to the pitcher plant, the Venus flytrap, the poinsettia, and the cactus. Okay, so here's allopatric speciation. Here's where Darwin's finches were isolated, and that's where allopatric speciation comes from, an isolated species that would change their views over time. Let's see what Darwin found. Darwin found different beak sizes. He found different colors of feathers. He found a different size of the birds, but this would be a speciation of 1.5 million years of the changes, still them being and looking like finches. Here's the sympatric, here we're just going to continue as far, sorry, we'll go on. We can come back to that. Here's the sympatric speciation, where you can see where a species changes in the same geographical location, and they use the resident killer whale versus the transient killer whale. You can see how different this speciation is happening. They've divulged an numerous amounts of comparison of the pictures. So what really is happening? Well, first we need to know what convergent evolution is. Convergent evolution is two organisms can look or behave very similar, even they're distantly relative, or they could have independently evolved those similarities rather than inheriting them from any common ancestor. Species face different challenges, selection pressures, and depending on the environments, they could end up looking alike. Since DNA is the building blocks of life, mutation in individual DNA can result in a trait that makes them better suited for their environments. For example, falcon, hawks, and eagles look very similar birds of prey, but they're actually really distantly related more than 50 million years ago. Here's how convergent evolution is challenging the characteristic grouping. Here we have a shark, we have the ichthyosaur, which is a reptile, and where we're having the dolphin, where's a mammal? So she was like, why would I bring up fins? I'll bring up fins because this would happen a long time ago and did not result into this shark that's a fish, and did not result into this dolphin that's a mammal, but still we can look at the similarities, and I'm sorry, we see way more similarities than that we do between us and chimps. So similarities in species can happen amongst different organisms. Color vision is an adaptation, and because of sexual selection, you'll see that we do not have the best color vision. The best color vision is actually from vertebrates or different species, small species in the ocean. That would have a color coded of 15 cones. Actually, what researchers have shown is that adaptation is the reason why we see distinctive colors. Men and women don't see colors the same, and a lot of it could be due to sexual preference as well that keeps the species going and allows them to have different photosynthesis between each other. So even when someone has the same...
Like the video, thumb up the video.
Depending on the species that they are.
You know, you can keep going until I say stop, you know?
I had a minute left?
19 seconds left.
Okay, I have a minute left. How much time?
19 seconds.
Okay,
16.
so I'll go ahead and end here. We'll go into that after. I'll end here.
Okay, Napah, step up to the mic. This is your last and final round. So this will be your 3 minutes right here. You get 3 minutes, and we're going to go right into the.
I'm trying to just get real quick. Give me a minute.
Okay.
I got it. I got it. I just want to grab my slide. Okay, I won't even say anything till I get it up. Just to be fair. All right. Where is it? Here. I think I got it. Okay.
You ready?
Just a
you
minute.
don't have nothing showing right now. I want you to know.
No, that's why I'm going right now. Get that. And really, I'm going to just screen share. Well, I'm going to screen share, and then I'm going to have to do it again. So, okay, here's an article. I might not have to screen share this. She said that now, this is my rebuttal. She keeps saying she's not. I showed so much science to you, and I actually cited the science. Unlike yours, Dulcinea, you're not. I don't even know. You could have typed that up and it could have been just you. And it sounds like it could have been you because there's no reputable scientist that would say such things. And besides, you're not doing the debate. This has nothing to do. The stuff you're showing doesn't show me that we're not primates. Yes, scientific racism is real. Let's see this. Of mice and monkeys using non-human primates. Why does science say non-human primates? Because we are primates. Humans are primates. They need to make the distinction in all this research. Autism studies on non-human primates, humans, and mice. Why is this paper so important? Because it's saying, hey, we can't do this research on mice. Why? Because we have to see some behavioral stuff. Let's see what I'm talking about. Abstract. The autism spectrum disorder. It talks about how it is a diverse array of genetic and environmental origins. It disrupts a typical development trajectory of neural connectivity. By the way, this is from the biomedcentral.com. This is a well-known paper reviewed by other scientists, okay? Because I'm really taking issue with you not citing any real sources. All right, I digress. Usually, I'm easy on that, but no, you're not doing any sources at all that are reputable. Anyway, so the paper says they're marked by dysfunctional social behavior. That's what ASD, autism disorder is. Let's get to the part where it says about mice. Despite the precision animal models will further our understanding of an etiology of ASDs. Despite the precision and tractability of molecular genetic models of ASD in rodents, Dulcinea, these organisms lack, I'm going to say this 3 times because I got to drive it home because you are wrong. These organisms, mice, lack the basic mechanisms, okay? They lack, lacks complexity of human social behavior. Let me say it again so people can get it. My bad, it's very small. Despite the precision and tractability of molecular genetic models of ASD in rodents, these organisms lack complexity of human social behavior. Dulcinea, no. Thus limiting their impact, doing what? Limiting their impact on what? On understanding ASDs to basic mechanisms. We can't do the research on them like we do on other primates. Non-human primates, however, provide an attractive complementary model for ASDs, due in part to what? Complexity and dynamics of social structures. They're similar to us. Reliance on vision for social signaling. That's like us. And deep homology in brain circuitry, mediating social behavior and reward. I've shown you papers, real scientific papers that show that we are identical in a lot of our stem cells.
Moving into your final round, Napah. You ready?
Thank you. So refute that. Got it. Now let's go on to, hold on, give me a second, please. Pause my time.
Your time ain't started yet.
I know.
You got 15 minutes.
I know what I want to show. Then she showed us this. I have to jump around. She showed us some aquatic animals and said they don't look any different than us either. Yeah. Or whatever you said. So let me do this. Okay, while I look for this. Yeah, these guys look alike, don't they? We are all the same with the universal ancestor.
Are you ready?
From which we all came, yes. I need
starts.
to I need to stop sharing this.
All right.
I'm sorry. Then I need to screen share. I want to show you something about Dulcinea. I got to find it. I have it organized, but there's so many different rounds that I had to jump around in. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Trust me. All right. Here it is. I'm screen sharing?
Not yet.
No, I mean, you can see my PowerPoint though, right?
Not yet.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. This is science. We're debating, are we primates? That's what we're debating. We're not debating those other things.
We already got the show ready, y'all, for the after party in Kemet with the baboons and all of that, y'all. So be ready.
Okay, ready?
Are y'all
see
ready?
This?
Let's go.
I'm ready. Can you see this? Change.
Yes, I see it. Time starts.
Evolution of all species means the change of species. The longer the time period, the more those changes are prevalent. You know what this is? This is actually the whale. Okay, you see it? Pakicetus right here, this guy, he turns into a whale. I was going to share the video. Got to do it later. I'll do it at the after party because I got to get into this. So Dulcinea, look at that. Look at the evolution over time of about 10 million years. Okay, 10 million years. Okay, so sa.neter, I'm going to go ahead into my
presentation.
Other part of my presentation. Yes. Okay, give me a minute. Oh my God. Okay. It's okay. I got it. I mean, I don't got it. Just pause my time for a second. I just want to get to, because I need every little bit. I told you I need.
Start 14
Okay,
let's
got it. This is an African.
All right, we ready?
Yes.
Time
Andre Baume, who rescued the animals, this particular gorilla in 2007. This is a brother who's an African who works for his people and for all animal kind, especially these beautiful creatures in the Congo. He said it was a privilege to support and care for such a loving creature. Let me get back to that. So basically he rescued this creature. Poachers had killed her mom. He found her when she was 2 weeks. So she helped him understand the connection between humans and great apes, Dulcinea. That's his quote. This king here, this gentleman, this real saint who takes his life and takes care of the African culture, African landscape, African people. He's an African. He says, I know the connection between apes. He's not, see, the white man didn't do that to his mind, y'all. He didn't put a shackle on, now they don't want to be gorillas. They don't want to be anything like gorillas. We did it because we know those are majestic animals. We're not going to let these Negroes, it's very intricate mind effery. But this African man said, I can see the connection between the great apes and why we should everything in our power, do everything in our power to protect them. I'm proud to have called her my friend. This is him with the baby. Look at how small she is. This is him. These brothers. There's another brother. Look at these. Dulcinea, my love, you said they can't stand. These are gorillas. And not only are they standing, do you know they posed for a selfie? Yes, it's real. Those gorillas, they are posing. They've seen the humans do it so much. They posed for a selfie. They went viral. These are gorillas. Nobody trained them to do that. No one trained them. These people spend time with them. They know who they are. These people love these animals. They're not, oh, I ain't a monkey. They don't act like that. Are we primates? That's a debate, Dulcinea. Are we primates? Here's again, Baume. It was Ndakasi's sweet nature and intelligence that helped me to understand the connection between humans and great apes. That's Andre Baume of Virunga National Park. He's a ranger. Okay, so look at him. Look at them, how they're holding their hands on him. Look at one's wrapped. Dogs are loving, but we can identify. Do you get what I'm saying? She showed us a horse, y'all. And I'm not making fun of animals, but no, I can't see the horse acting like me. Yes, a horse loves, but it doesn't act like me. One of them is caressing his back. So unfortunately, Ndakasi passed away in September 2021. And this is him embracing her. It's really painful. This makes me feel like crying anyway. So we love animals. In our African culture, We revered the monkey, especially the baboon. In Kemet, these are ancient artifacts proving that we did not act like we act now. Yes, scientific racism has done a real number on us. It makes us hate the other parts of us, which are part of this world. Yes, we love all the animals, but we can't deny that these animals are regal. They're over other animals. Sorry that you don't like me to say that, Dulcinea. I'm not about animal anarchy. These animals are very close to us because they are our distant relatives because of a common ancestor. I showed that with the science, with the endogenous retrovirus scarring on the chromosome, on the DNA. Okay, this is actually a piece of, this is, let me read it. Let me just read it, right? Ancient African Kemetic civilization revered the monkey and elevated it to the status of baboon. This is Hedgewer. He's a Kemetic god, a Kemetic netter, and they called him the Great White One. This is actually in the museum. I don't want to say it wrong. Yes, in the Egyptian Museum. Okay. And there are also on Narmer's, I guess, cartouche, there are baboons represented. So I'm going to keep just showing you. I don't have a lot of time. I can't even see my full PowerPoint because of let me see that. Okay. All right. So baboons were revered in ancient Kemet. We knew back then, before we got practically destroyed by slavery and all the other terrible things that are still going on with us, we didn't have these type of hangups. We referred to ourselves, we related to animals in the wild. Yes, there were all kinds of different animals, but we're looking at the baboon, and I'm showing you, why am I showing you the monkey? Because we have such a problem with the monkey. Yes, of course, there's a lion, Sekhmet, we have frog, we have the hippo, we have but we have a problem with the monkey, and we shouldn't. We revered the monkey. Ancient Africans, Kemetic people, revered baboons, old world monkeys, primates. They saw animals as one with us. They saw those animals praise God, praise the netter Ra, the god Ra. In the mornings, they would stand on their hind legs, and they would make sounds and hoot and holler and raise their hands to the sky bipedally, Dulcinea. Their hooting and screeching while watching the daybreak with the sun was seen by ancient Africans as their praise and their natural connection to the sun god Ra. These animals were very revered. Look, they even are they're in a lot of the art on the walls of Kemet. They even mummified these animals and put them, a mummified baboon. They put them this is in the Temple Khans in Luxor, in Kemet in Egypt. Okay. This is credit trustees of the British Museum. So these are from the British Museum. This is actually Tutankhamun's breastplate. He has two baboons on here. Let me enlarge it a little because, I just want to show you, we need to break that. I know monkey. It's not about, we are our own species. We're Homo sapiens. Okay. Everything you showed had nothing to do with proving that we're not, and that these animals are not connected to us. I showed evidence of the DNA scarring of the endogenous retrovirus. I showed evidence that the primate research is the paramount research compared to any other animal. I just showed it just now. There's so much that I've showed, and you're saying, oh, she this and that. No, you haven't shown anything. This is Kemet. This is us. We revered these animals. Why? Because we're so intelligent. We're the bomb. We're going to get back to ourselves. This right here, I got to enlarge it because I can't see it. This is a colossal baboon statue representing Tehuti, by the way. Yes, Tehuti. I heard you talking about the Ibis, Dulcinea, that Tehuti is represented as. Well, Tehuti is represented as the baboon, as a monkey. Kemetic people, one of the most revered god netters, besides, of course, Ra and Heru. But Tehuti is represented as a baboon, the wisest of all. Why? Because they knew these animals are intelligent. These animals they're more than what we think. My time, please.
Your time is 6 minutes, 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Now, she talked about the expensive tissue hypothesis. Again, I don't have a lot of time. I've been going in on about this since 2019. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. It answers the questions about God. It answers the questions about the conceptualization of God. It answers the questions about why these ancestors that we knew that we diverged from, why these ancestors weren't as advanced as we are. Why did the Neanderthals, the I always have a hard time with that, Denisovans, why did they become extinct? It all goes back to diet, even autism. It all goes back to diet. Okay, I just have to say that because this is this has to be one of the most compelling pieces of scientific research that I've seen, and it just answers so much. It's all our diet. That's it. That's why we can't. That's why they haven't evolved like we have, the chimp. That's why you see the prosimians that are like the bush babies and the eyes. They look like little squirrely animals because they didn't evolve. They didn't get the right nutrition, the paramount premier nutrition that we did. Okay, so I just want to quickly go to this. Dulcinea says she's okay with Luca. She said I have it in the silo, but I don't need to bring it up. I think she'll say, she said she's okay with the last universal common ancestor. She has a problem with the way the hominids and hominoids look, but she doesn't have a problem with this. This right here is something similar to what the last common universal ancestor would look like. She has no problem with this. She has no problem with this. These are organisms that live in they're called they're in very extreme, they're called extremophiles, and they live in very extreme conditions, which Dulcinea, remember I did the lesson about the very bottom of the ocean. So they live in the very, very deep abyss of the ocean. And this is what the last common universal ancestor would look. She's okay. And you know what's interesting? I'm okay. I'm okay because I know scientifically my body's made up of these things anyway. We look at the microcosm to see the macrocosm, right? So she's okay that we look like this. She's all right with this. This is actually a type of spore. She's okay with this one. This is another very microscopic depiction of what Luca, the last universal common ancestor, looked like. She's all right if we look like that. But if we look like this guy, she has a problem. She has a problem. These little organisms, these tardigrades, also known as water bears, these extremophiles, this is a type of creature that Dulcinea agrees that we all evolved from. She says they're microscopic. So because they're microscopic, it's okay. This is what they look like, Dulcinea. You don't mind looking like a bloated tick. I'm not being disrespectful to you. I'm talking about this. You don't mind looking like a little bloated tick, but you have a problem with this guy or with us looking like that. You have no problem with the last universal common ancestor. Once it evolved and started growing and getting bigger and getting adapting to its environment, this is what it looked like. Okay, you have no problem with that, right? Got it. You have no problem. But this guy, heck no, I ain't this, because you know what? That shows you that it is sad that we have been programmed. We got to break the program. This is the environment that you're okay that we existed in. Okay. All right, all I can say is, yes, we changed drastically in millions upon millions of years. How much time do I have?
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, can I pause it? I might as well show this video. Okay, can I? I just want to show, because we're talking about an ancestor. Just let me stop screen sharing this and go to my other thing. We're talking about an ancestor from millions of years ago, millions of years. I don't think you guys, not all everyone. I don't think the ones who say we're not can understand that. Am I stopping the screen share? You're okay. I just want to show this.
You're not sharing nothing right now.
All right. Okay. This will be just this little bit, just so you can get a little look at this. And I did show way more. Actually, I showed science only. My sister, my dear sister Dulcinea, she didn't show one bit of science because she couldn't. And she did a different debate. Her debate was on scientific racism and all the horrible things that they have done to us. And I am with her on that. But we are primates, and you didn't debate that. I'm just looking for the slide. Oh man. Okay, just give me 5 seconds. Five seconds. Okay, got it. All right. Okay, and now I'm going to go to YouTube.
Share the
And
screen.
I have how many?
Share the screen. You got 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
All right. Share the screen. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow. Sorry. Oh, I am not. Okay. All right. Okay, 2 minutes and how many seconds?
24 seconds.
Thank you, sa.neter. Am I sharing?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry, guys. All right, I got it. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Let me try to bring, I'm gonna bring this down here because I need to get the time in. All right, let me do it here. Ready?
You ready?
Can you see it?
Time start.
Paleontology.
This is the evolution of that animal that I showed you that actually is a whale. So yeah, let's see what they looked like before and what happened to me.
Hey, yo, time. Dulcinea, where you at? Unmute yourself.
I can't turn on my thing.
Okay.
That video was deep, Nepal. You got to send me that. I got to watch that one, man. Damn, that's woo.
Right, I love it.
ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Dulcinea.
Dulcinea, you got 3 minutes in your rebuttal, and I'll let you know when your 3 minutes is up. I'll wait till you're ready.
Sounds good. I'm ready now.
All
so
right.
the Pacaticus, and I didn't know we were just straight up lying, but I guess that is something that this science tends to do. It's not 10 million years ago, it's 49 million years ago that they say not only the Pacacetus, but 5 other species that went from divulges from about 55 million years ago to 34 million years ago. Of course, when you look at these are illustrations that they have come up with of what they may have looked like. Here you can see they don't even give them the fur. Well, here you have Myocetus, that's 47 million years ago, where they found recent bone structure that you can see a longer tail. You see that same thing, and that head has nothing to do with a wolf. It looks nothing like a wolf. You can see the head looks like a whale. You see the snout and different things. You just see the different teeth. But yes, they were land mammals as well as sea. People say that sea lions would look more like that. But when you're having 2 different species that are 49 to 47 million years ago, which one's the common ancestor? All right, so now we can look as well when we look at what a Mammut Americas and the gopher there. What you know about the gopher there is it leads to the Elephante, where the Mammut Americanus would be the woolly mammoth in America. So they say they were able to find a divergence of 13.5 million years, but they found the Mammut Americanus in America at 16.5 million years old, older than the divergence of the Elephante. So of course they have speculative information of how that Mammut Americanus maybe got there, maybe as early as 40 million years ago. But even when you're going back from 40 million years to 20 million years, you can look at these differences and see nothing has the difference or the divergence of speciation that the great apes have. So why is it so different amongst the great apes? Yeah, sure, there's a land mammal, but still has the same snout. May have different legs, but that just the different legs, same brain functionality, and maybe getting larger over time. Or you have the gray wolf that goes into the domestic dogs, same bone structure, but maybe getting smaller over time. You see the felines that may be getting fluctuating between big or small, but nothing that has the degree of separation in the small time that they say between all the primates. Now, why she gave Egyptian things, I don't know, because here's them with the dog, here's them with the cat, or with actual bird. There's them with cats, there's them with lions. So what her showing the primates were esteemed, who knows? Because no one is saying that monkeys are bad. No one's saying gorillas are bad. What we're saying, they're humans are not gorillas. But what you can see is when you see gorillas or apes depicted in all
right,
these other,
you're moving into your final round. The next one, question and answers. Are you ready? You want to continue?
Give me 1 second. Let me stop this.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry, I gotta switch back and forth between the PowerPoints. Should be sharing it now.
Waiting on it to share. All right. If you got to switch back, just let me know when you need me to stop your time. Let me know when you're ready.
All good. We can go right now.
All right. Time start.
Okay, so we
hold
see
up. Napah, we need you on the screen, please. We ain't starting yet. Napah, where you at? We need you up on the screen. There you go. All right, go ahead.
sa.neter. I only turned it off for that.
All right.
All right,
time start, Dulcinea.
Okay, so I do want to address another lie that Napah said. She said that I am not citing my sources. My sources are all cited, and as you see, I'm updating in the meantime. I'm probably at 150 now. So none of those ad hominem attacks are stopping the real science that is being held. So here we have the similar gene patterns in convergent evolution. You'll see where physical phenotypes, positive natural selection in different animals are coming, and they're separate species and not in the same group. We can see this with the opposable thumbs. You see how many of them have opposable thumbs? And yes, you see what they categorized as primates, but you see chameleons, koalas, giant pandas, possums, waxy monkey, leaf frogs, and New World monkeys have opposable thumbs. So it's not just something that happens because you have a special common ancestor. It's something that happens from adaptation. Apes are not bipedal. Bipedal is the locomotion of two legs and on two legs a majority of the time. Actually, apes are qualified as quadrupedal mammals that are semi-bipedal. They say as far as the horizontal angle of the spine would not allow them for bipedal walking majority of the time. That's why you see it in minimal amounts or spurts. Okay, we can see the bone structures here, and you can see where some bone structures are similar, some bone structures differ. That's because the skeletal system will have to be similar and different for all animals. Okay, common similarities while being unique. The human skeleton system is composed primarily of bones and small amount of cartilage. They have to be flexible, and the adult human has 206 bones. Bones in the human can articulate both joints, fibrous, and as well as carginal and ligaments as far as for bending. You don't see the same thing in all animals. You see similarities in some, but this is unique to the human. When you look at the actual chimp and a human genome comparison in whole genome sequences, you actually see only 74% of likeliness in the mitochondrial DNA and less, about 46% in the Y DNA. They actually took 10,000 of 30 base sequences, and they were able to confirm by looking at the whole sequence without deletions or taking segments that the protein coding is not as alike as they compared before. Also, human 2 chromosome, which is the explanation as far as to why humans are connected to chimps, because the fusion site between human chromosome 2 would show 2A and 2B having chimps with 48 chromosomes and humans with 46. The explanation of why that's so. Well, when we look at the fusion site, we don't see the cellulite DNA, which would be showing as far as regions of the chromosome whenever there's a fusion. And we don't see the telomere sequences that would be double as much as far as in regular chromosomes. So at the ends of chromosomes, you normally see 5,000 to 15,000 base long telomere sequences. And when merged, you should see 10,000 to 30,000 bases. You only see 798 in human chromosome 2, showing no evidence of fusion. The Y chromosome diversion, she asked me as far as where is an actual scientific thing saying there's a big divergence of the chimps versus humans. Well, this is it. Human Y chromosome began to evolve hundreds of million years ago, acquiring sex-determinant functionality and undermining a series of inversions. When they actually look into it as far as without trying to make up gene and sequence to match it to humans, they see 30% of the MSY sequence is not homogeneous with the human. Many animals can help us understand the human brain, because brain intelligence is amongst the hippos, it's amongst the dogs, it's amongst the cats, and we can keep going, but we'll have to keep addressing that. Here's the comparison of dogs, though, and humans as far as comparison of intelligence. It shows that they're able to recognize 700 words, including verbs, adverbs, and propositional objects. They actually have adaptive intelligence and are better at detecting language than the chimp. When we look at the human divergence, we see that there's a slower molecular clock than that of the Homo species than any other of the other so-called primates. So how are we giving such different divergence and speciation in a species that actually has a slower molecular clock? When you look at Broca's region of how humans speak, you can see as far as the divergence of humans, as well as the similarities, not only between the monkeys or gorillas or apes, you can see the same similarities amongst the small mice. The voice-sensitive regions, however, of the bronca is actually more defined in the dog than it is in the human. The emotional balance and sensitivity of regions are identified in both dogs and humans. These regions all responded stronger to positive vocalizations. So here is a quote getting to the point. There are no hierarchies in nature other than those imposed by the hierarchy modes of human thought, rather than differences in functional within living things. Okay, so here are some biologists saying what vexes them about lean and taxonomy. They say it's actually hindering them by the ranking system for them to really understand the phylum species that occur. They say that he has created groups of phylum that they can't even tell why the differences is or why they ranked them in different groups. And he's showing as far as there's independent lineages over hundreds of millions of years that are not being accounted for in Linnean taxonomy. There's no such thing as a primate. So there's no first rank in evolutionary path, functionality, and intelligence. Everything that she said to prove as far as disease work or anything as far as that they've shown to help with autism, they've done that with mice as well. The biodiversity and geospatial intelligence technologies and AI that they're actually showing is actually giving them a greater view of the ecosystem and how diverse it is and how much rich diversity is in all the living organisms. There's a parallel evolution where it means that a species doesn't share a common ancestor, but they are going at the same time parallel in the same regions, having the same facts of adaptation, and then they develop the same gene mutations. So how are we going to tell which ones have a common ancestor and which ones are parallel? Then we get into the phylogenetic evidence of the adaptation of evolution, which shows as far as that adult humans, genes are actually developing at a different rate with far more intricate parts of the human mind, as well as the human body that doesn't compare to a chimp, bonobo, or any other carnivores. As well as we get to the non-coding DNA in the human brain development, which they said the protein coding is the only thing that shows. No, a new study has showed a regulatory protein of ZNF558 is expressed in humans and would have had to be evolving 100 million years ago. So we have a problem with Darwinism's mathematic predictions. That we should see this type of speciations and the type of predictions in the animal base now. So if you could go ahead and pause my time. How much time do I have left? Hello, sa.neter?
Yeah.
I said to pause my time like 30 seconds ago. How much time do I have left?
You got 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay. All right. I want to go ahead and
I'm going to put an extra 10 seconds on there for you.
Okay.
All right.
We didn't. We haven't.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a clip here.
Yes.
Give me a second.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
How y'all feeling out there? Good debate, y'all? Y'all loving it? Good information? A lot of information is out, y'all. Remember, we going right to the after party. We got that after party ready.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready. You ready?
Okay, do you see the screen?
Yes, I see the screen.
Okay.
Time start. Resume.
Nail it down and figure it out. Try and make a guess. Try and use heuristics to make a guess, like using the number of total bacterial lifetime as a measure of the number of total mutations we're playing with. The point is, from whatever angle you come at it, the answer is no, there has not been enough time. The number of grows we've had is too puny even to talk about. It doesn't even approach puniness, and it certainly is nowhere near reasonable. So we would get that if we had a reasonable.
Well, fine, I'll defend you saying it's you were saying that Darwin is unlikely to be able. It's unlikely that species arose the way Darwin said, or you are saying it is impossible. Darwin was just this lovely man, beautiful idea.
There's hardly a difference. There's hardly a difference. Unlikely, impossible. We're talking about odds that are so prohibitive. If you wish to say it's impossible, fine. I'll defend you saying it's impossible. If you wish to say it's highly unlikely, I'll be in your corner as defense attorney as well. But there's no practical differences. Look, we've known about these things for hundreds of years, right? Get 1 million monkeys and 1 million typewriters, all of them typing at random. We know they're not going to produce the collected works of Shakespeare in like a reasonable amount of time.
It's like that wonderful episode of The Simpsons. Do you remember? Mr. Burns has a million monkeys typing in a million typewriters. They're going to produce the greatest novel ever written. He pulls out one sheet of paper and says, it was the best of times. It was the blurst of times.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
Okay, stop my time. How much time do I have? sa.neter,
All right,
stop my
time stop. You got 3 minutes and 37 seconds.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay. I'm sharing my screen now.
All right.
Okay, do you see it?
Yes, your screen is up. 3 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay, so here we have the phylogenetic tree of life. You can see that we're just not seeing the evidence of a common ancestor, but here's what we're seeing. We're seeing a divergence of different bacteria, different single cell organisms at a point in life as far as that shows diversity. When we look at the possibility of common ancestry that has multiple common ancestors, verse 1, researchers are saying it's 106,000 times more likely that we had one universal common ancestor that gave us the unity of life and diversity than to give all these distinct other common ancestors for different groups. The Cambrian explosion came about 530 million years ago. This always perplexed Darwin because he said it was over gradual time, but in a 10 million year span, there was an explosion, what they call an explosion of a series of phyla, of starfish, fungus, moss, worm, et cetera, that would lead as far as to diversity of life. And there's the Edicarians that have been known as far as possible ancestors of the lineage. We also can see during this Cambrian explosion where the brain evolved at that time. They used to say complexity of the brain is a new thing. No, they're showing as far as preserved brain structures in a 520-year-old fossilized arthropod that would show as far as the brain design evolved from a very advanced state. The origin of life, as Napah said, would go back into the waters. It goes back into a microcosm, which I'm glad that she admits that. And that's where the divergence of all life and species would come out. Humans would actually have as far as intricate parts that other non-human primates have, like the phyllotrium, which is a groove between your top lips, between your nose, that actually would help you with structures of how to breathe without, when gulping in water. And there's directive proof that possibly ancient tadpole led to us, that directed as far as that we would have the way, by ways of not having gills. Modern humans have been found as far as researchers to not have a single origin. Some ancestors will have lived in groups and populations identified through fossil records under different times. They may look different. They may have slight differences like skin color or different things, but they are in different geographic regions evolving at the same time. RNA coding, it shows our uniqueness and older development. We can see RNA coding that leads to brain functionality as well as anatomy that are dated to 50 million to 100 million years old.
30 seconds.
Diversity of the genome and the tree of life shows that we're just not all the same things. We are diverse and we can have the structural components of why we're alike, but we're all diverse and different, and we do not have common ancestors. So I'm going to end it off with this quote. Darwin now poses the final challenge, whether biology will rise to this last one as well as it did first. When his theory upset every apple chart remains to be seen. How clearly and quickly can the field get over Darwin and move on? This is one of the most important questions facing science in the 21st century. And since I only have a few moments left, I want you to go ahead and see, this is APA format, works cited. These are articles from Nature, Science Direct, the National Health and Science, Biomedical Journal, and let me see. I can't read them all in the last 30 seconds. But yes, there was plenty of different things that's showing as far as convergent science as well.
All right. Unshare your screen. We got through the round. Oh, no, I got Napah. Napah, you got 3 minutes to rebuttal. Napah.
Yeah, I'm right here. Thank you.
All right,
First
you got 3 minutes to rebuttal.
You can go ahead and let me screen share first my PowerPoint.
All right.
I think I am. No, I am not asleep. Why is everybody always saying I'm asleep? This is interesting. It's not the debate that we're supposed to do, but nonetheless, it's in. I'm talking about in Dulcinea's and. Okay, ready?
Ready. 3 minutes.
Okay, Dulcinea. First off, I just want to let you know, me saying you don't have sources is not an ad hom. I didn't see you present any scientific sources because you can't. So you just said in your presentation that you're okay. You alluded to us being amphibious, said some things about gills. Dulcinea is super fine with this type of creature. This is like similar to what one of our ancestors would look like. What did the common ancestor of humans and frogs look like? Well, the lines. You there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the lines to amphibians and amniotes, with amniotic fluid, amniotes split very early. So basically, like this animal called the tiktaalik is what Dulcinea is okay. Again, we're seeing, and I'm not making fun of it, but the scientific racism has blurred all of your reasoning. You can't use science to say we're not primates. Science, I've shown real science saying we're primates. You're okay that this would be you said, I'm glad that Napah is okay with that theory that we originated in the abyss zones of the ocean with these thermophiles. This is what you're okay with. You're okay with this. You're all fine. But you have a problem when it's a creature that actually resembles us. And it's not just about looks. The genomic research is there. I have a lot of questions for you, but I don't know how many I can ask. But I do have a lot of questions for you. Over 7 million years, you saw, and no, you were wrong about that creature. That creature, you're talking about the evolution of when the creature became, just let me show you on my PowerPoint. You're talking about the evolution of the creature before it was called Pakicetus. You're talking about when the creature was first Indohyus, and then it became Pakicetus. And then from this time, from Pakicetus to Donudon, which is actually the whale, what we know as a whale, this was 10 million years. That's a lot of time. I want you to look at these pictures. This guy in the picture is 15 years old. This is back in 1918. That looks like an old man, doesn't it? Why? Because right now humans are evolving. Human evolution is now 100 times faster, family. According to medical news today, and it's not a diss on you, your sources were very worse than me. I usually am very lenient. Your sources were off. But anyway, that's not an ad hom. Human evolution is now 100 times.
All right, family. Thank y'all. This was a beautiful, beautiful discussion with y'all too. Debate. Now we are in the question and answer round where you must answer questions. I'm going to give y'all 3 minutes to answer the question. You each have 3 questions to ask each.
Not leading out over one for the other, but showing all of them being the most important.
Okay, great. Thank you. I definitely will. As human beings, we are the species, the creatures that rule.
Beautiful discussion with y'all too. Debate. Now we are in.
You that these animals, the way they move with their young, it's extremely similar to us. And shout out to Benita. And so that is why they are. But see, the difference between them and us, they are, their brains didn't develop as well. And that was because
go on mute. Benita, go on mute. Put your joint on mute.
Yeah, that was because of diet. Their brains didn't, and that is the expensive tissue hypothesis, IELO, cutting edge research. So yes, they are similar to us, but we're not being very nice to them. And that's what happens with human beings. We can be very cruel and we can do a lot of damage. So we have to make some changes as primates. And that's why. You're muted.
Napah, you can ask Dulcinea a question. That's okay. Good. You don't have to use the whole 3 minutes. You left a whole minute, Napah, and that's good. Y'all don't have to use the whole 3 minutes. I'm just making sure y'all have time. That's all.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Okay.
Well, I want to go into asking you a question about your sources and what the information you presented. That's a big deal to me. Let me get the questions. I have them here. Just give me a moment, y'all. Okay. You saw, you even had some information on Marion Sims. So let me do that first, and then I'll get to the other information about your sources. God, there's so many questions I want to ask.
I'll tell you how to write them.
Let me ask you, Marion Sims. Now, if people don't know that, he's called the father of gynecology. He created the speculum. Ladies, you know what speculums are. I got to preface it for the audience. It's the tool used for women to get their pap smears, their examinations at the doctor. I'm sure we all know that helps. Dulcinea, do you agree that despite the fact that Marion Sims was a monster and that he did experiments on Black women, African women, and children, do you agree that gynecological exams, especially pap smears that are conducted with a speculum that he created, and those examinations which reduce the risk of cervical cancer, do you agree that that medicine and that tool is beneficial and life-saving for a lot of women, even though Sims created it out of hatred and experimenting on our people? Do you agree that speculums and those examinations in gynecology have helped and are helping women?
All right, time starts.
All right. The fact of the matter, as far as when I call them scientific achievements, but all scientific achievements have the basis of being found through ethical means to have those scientific achievements. So they could have had a point where they're actually having volunteers, paying them, actually bringing some people in and being ethical as far as when they were the way they were testing the slaves and the Negro women that they were testing on. But the actual facts of how they came up with those scientific advancements is they labeled those Negroes as closer to animals, as specifically closer to monkeys and primates, and justified being able to test on them without anesthesia, without being able to put them through any kind of ethical testing as far as it to come up with it on the fly as far as scientific advancement. So we know that scientific advancement is happening, and we know that scientific advancement has been on the basis of making making Black people or Africans be primates, monkeys, animals, are lesser than the European.
Okay, sa.neter, I need her to answer the question. I'm going to ask you the question again. That wasn't an answer to my question, but thank you for the rhetoric. I'm going to ask you.
Because you didn't answer my question.
Okay, I'm going to let you. If I didn't answer your question, you
Time out. You should have said that, Dulcinea, because she still had a minute to go.
Well, I answered her question. I just answered her question.
All right, Napah, what is the question again? You still, Dulcinea got a minute. She got a minute and 44 seconds.
I'm going to ask you. Marion Sims, who did experiments on Black slaves and babies and tortured them. He created the speculum, and he's the father of gynecology. Do you agree, even though that is the truth, that gynecology is saving Black lives, especially the speculum, which is detecting cervical cancer? Do you agree that that medicine, that field is saving Black lives, despite that Marion Sims did experiments on Black women and children? Just talk to me about Marion Sims, not everywhere else, please. And
he could have ran ethical trials as far as with anesthesia and different things as far as to get to the basis of all those medical achievements that he found. But there are plenty of medical achievements that have been found by naming Africans closer to primates, closer to the monkeys. Not just
the answer, sa.neter. I can't.
All right, stop. I mean, everybody stop. She got to give the answer that she wants. If you're not satisfied, we move on. Okay, that's the answer that she gave. And we're going to stick by that. And now, Dulcinea, it's on you to ask a question now.
Yes. So my next question is, what DNA proof is there of the last common ancestor between humans, chimpanzees, and bonobos?
Okay. Do you want me to share the screen or just tell you?
Sister Bonita, you got to go on mute. That's why you keep popping up. Let her know, Napah. She probably can't hear me.
Okay. I don't know.
All right, she just went on mute. I just seen her go on mute.
Let me go ahead and share screen because I did answer the first question. And I'm going to ask your question again.
What DNA proof is there of the last common ancestor between chimps, bonobos, and humans?
Okay, great. Everybody, she asked me, is there any DNA proof of a last common ancestor between chimps, bonobos, and what else? Humans, right. Okay, let me share my screen, please. sa.neter?
Yes.
Thank you, just give me a moment. Oh, I deleted it off of here. Okay, no worries, guys. It's all good. Just got to grab it because I want to answer her question thoroughly. Okay. Can you hear it?
No.
Oh.
And you're not sharing nothing.
I'm going to share it in 1 second. Okay, let's see here. All right. I shared this during the debate, but I'll share it again for you. This is the proof that we have a last common ancestor as far as genetics and DNA goes. Endogenous retroviral scarring on our genes. Can you see it, sa.neter?
Screen is sharing, time starts.
In other words, the chance of a human and a chimp getting infected in the exact same spot by the same specific type, infected by some of the same viruses. Humans same history of virus infection. Virus genes in the exact same share a common ancestor, and if at least some of the infection are descendants. Here we're looking at maps of human and chimp chromosomes side by side. Chromosomes are the structures in our cells that contain our DNA. If humans and chimps share a common ancestor, and if at least some of the infections we find in our genome occurred before the chimp-human split, we should find the same virus genes in the exact same locations in both human and chimp genomes. In contrast, if humans and chimps are not related, they should not share the same history of virus infections. Now, of course, it is possible that throughout history, both species, humans and chimps, were infected by some of the same viruses. Humans and chimps sometimes get each other sick today. But if chimps and humans are not related, those virus genes will not be found in identical locations of both chimp and human DNA. This is because when a retrovirus infects a host, there are many different spots in the host genome where it might end up inserting itself. Extensive lab experiments with retroviruses have found that there are far more than 10 million possible insertion spots in the human genome. In other words, the chance of a human and a chimp getting infected in the exact same spot by the same specific type of virus is far less than 1 in 10 million.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Well, it's ridiculously unlikely, and it gets worse fast. If two individuals are both infected with just 12 of the same viruses, the chance that each of those 12 inserted themselves into the exact same DNA locations in both hosts is less than 1 in the number of all the atoms estimated to exist in the entire observable universe. To get a rough idea of how many insertions are shared between humans and chimps, researchers scanned both of our genomes looking for a type of retrovirus they knew was common in humans. They found 211 insertions in the human genome and 208 in chimpanzees. To figure out if any of these insertions are in the same locations in both humans and chimps, they compared the unique flanking DNA sequences on either side of each insertion. If you think of the virus as a scar, the flanking sequences are the healthy bits of tissue around the scar that tell you where the scar is located. They found that we share not just 1, not just 12, but 205 insertions. 205 out of 214 for this particular virus group. This makes perfect sense if we consider the evolutionary view of life. The 205 shared viruses were inserted sometime before the chimp-human split. The 6 insertions unique to humans and the 3 unique to chimps either represent insertions that happened after the split, or they represent deletion mutations that removed a few viruses in just one lineage after the chimp.
All right, thank you. So there you go.
All right, Napah, ask Dulcinea a question.
Thank you. Okay, so Dulcinea, you mentioned some information about let me keep it tight, because I only have one more question, right? Or is this my last one? This is my last question.
This is second one.
Oh, it's your second. My last one is next.
Okay, great. Can you show me one reputable scientific source? Can you show it to us that says humans are not primates? Can you pull up a source for us right now and show us the cite it and pull up the scientific information saying that humans are not primates?
The question that entails as far as is what is reputable to you. So there's plenty of sources that will show it, from quantum physics to the Discovery Institute. That's a group of scientists as far as it, but you'll say as far as if they're not in the Royal Society, it's not a reputable source. But there are, as far as peer-reviewed scientists that I can pull up right now.
Can you show it? Just show it. Sure. Pull up something saying humans are not primates, and we will analyze to see what type of source it is, if it is a real scientific source or if it's just some random. I want to see some science that actually says humans are not primates. Are we time? Is she on her time right now, or sa.neter, or no? Sa.neter, are you there?
Her time is paused. I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. No, I want her to pull up a source, a scientific source, like I pulled up the papers from the Lancet.
All right, here she go.
Okay, it's on screen.
All right, time
you can start my screen. So here's interesting engineering that says no, humans didn't evolve from the ancestors of living animals. So they said now a new study of international group of paleontologists with a wide range of specialties have backed up Darwin by concluding that it is likely that the last common ancestor we shared with apes had its own distinct traits that are different from those of both modern humans and apes. The chimpanzees who share 98% of DNA are from the genus Pan, while humans are Homo, and humans diverge from chimpanzees between 9.3 to 6.5 million years ago.
Okay, Dulcinea, I'm going to ask you again. I ask you specifically, pull up a scientific paper that says we are not primates, and not about our ancestor. I want you to pull up a scientific source, and this is an embarrassing source. This isn't an ad hom. I said a scientific source, a reputable. If you know the peer review, there's peer consensus. That wasn't even a scientific paper, but I asked you to show us saying humans are not primates. That didn't say humans aren't primates. I'm going to give you more time to go and find that.
Yes, but again, as I get into the studies, all you're going to say is it's not a scientific source. So there's no point in pulling it up, because you can find the journal. If they're a Discovery Institute, you're going to say that's not. If it's Interesting Engineering, you're going to say that's not. So you're not going to accept the source, whether it's scientific or not.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again. Can you pull up a paper, and we'll decide, that says humans are not primates?
Yes, I can pull up a paper that says humans are not primates. That was not the answer. You said, can you pull up something that you will actually uphold as a scientific source of it? That I cannot tell you that you will do that. I can only pull up a source that says it.
Okay, Dulcinea, don't talk over me for a second. I didn't say that.
I didn't talk over you.
You're talking over me right now.
Time. Stop. Answer. She gave her answer. We're moving on.
Got it, but she did not answer the question. Thank you. I don't mind.
Dulcinea,
last question. Okay. Okay, so my last question is, what scientific benefit or advancement has been achieved solely by giving the animal kingdom a hierarchy or caste system?
I presented it during the debate. Do you want me to present it again? Okay, I don't have to, but I showed you said what benefits have been achieved, correct?
What benefits have been achieved by solely giving animal kingdom a hierarchy or caste system?
And when you say hierarchy, it's not a caste system. When you say hierarchy, because okay, to you it is, but we're talking about science. Hold on. I want to clarify. The reason I'm asking is because I want to clarify, because I want people to see I'm answering all your questions. You said, can I show you a source that shows that because of the taxonomical binomial nomenclature system of classification of animals, can I show you a source? See, that's not what you're asking? Because, okay, you want me to show you a source?
You already showed that binomial system existed before Linnaeus. So you would have to do a specific benefit that showed after Linnaeus put hierarchy to the system that existed before he did.
So are you asking me to show some benefits of humans being classified over other animals along with apes?
No, you would need to show benefits of chimps, bonobos, humans, gorillas, apes, monkeys being, not just humans alone. Because you're the one that's saying that they're
primates. Asking you to clarify your question. I don't know what
I'm answering. You would need to show a benefit of not just humans, but a benefit of human, chimps, bonobos, gorillas, monkeys, and lemurs, and orangutan. Humans alone wouldn't work. You need to show as far as a benefit of all of those classifications being in the first ranking and what has been achieved through them putting the hierarchy of them being first ranking.
Okay, it's funny people are saying I'm mad, but you're the one who's upset. I'm trying to clarify your question. Don't talk, please. I'm going to get it for you. Please don't talk. Okay. I think it's ambiguous and confusing, but I think she's asking, can I show something due to the fact that we're classified as primates in a hierarchical system? Can I show some benefits? Yes, I showed it through the whole debate. Non-primate studies. Let me grab it. Non-primate studies, primates, meaning those creatures. I'm not mad, y'all. You know what it is? you're mad because I'm just chill. I just didn't understand what she's saying and she's getting frustrated. Okay, so which paper should I grab? There's so many. The paper that I did about protein coding, differences between, here, let me screen share. Yeah, of course. This is because of primatology and non-primate studies, because we know how to rank the systems. Mice are underneath us. I think that's what you're asking. Mice and horses, they're not on the level that primates are on. And primate studies are making changes in especially retrovirus diseases like HIV. I mean, I do want to get my PowerPoint just to really drive it home. Let me get that. Let me just grab this. What benefits because of primatology, because of primates, because of the ranking system. I think that's what you're, like I said, I was trying to clarify, but anyway, let's get it. Give me one moment, please. Here it is. Okay, am I screen sharing, sa.neter, or no? I don't think I am. Am I screen sharing?
Not yet. You're not screen sharing yet.
Okay. This is, I want to give you something that you asked for, hopefully. But I think this will help. Okay. Contributions
sharing now.
Great. Contributions of non-human primates to neuroscience research. And that includes research on autism, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, research on HIV. Let me see, what else can I give you here? Because I have, let me see. I want to get something else. Am I still screen sharing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did I got something for you really good, and I don't know where it is. Darn it. Is this it? Hold on. I think this is a paper. Yeah. Okay. Can I pause the time, and I want to screen share this. What contributions have been made by the fact that we understand that we're primates? I believe that's what you were asking, pretty much, that we are ranked over others, that we are in this, you want to say, an elite group. Well, this is the contribution. Sa.neter, don't start my time until I can do this, please, King. I'm getting this for you. All right. So am I screen sharing now? No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
Okay, let's get it. All right. So I will screen these. Here it is. Finally. Oh, okay. Here it is, Dulcinea. Here's your answer. All right. Let's see. The title of this is, and this is actually the National Library of Medicine. This is where any reputable scientific paper is submitted for review at PubMed, okay? You don't have anything like that about us not being primates. Pathogens and immunity, how could you? Because look at what they're saying on here. Critical role of non-human primates in medical research, Dulcinea. Okay? Research on non-human primates, monkeys for the most part, has led to critical health advances that have saved and improved millions of human lives. Millions. Research with monkeys is critical to increase our knowledge of how human brains work in roles of cognitive, motor, mental illness. That we can't do that. We can't find that out with mice or horses or chickens. Okay, so let's see the breakthroughs. Diabetes, cancer, what else? HIV, microcephaly. Researchers are working with macaque monkeys to understand the impact of the Zika virus and how it leads to microcephaly. They're doing that. They can't find that out with just mice. There are some things that they can research on mice, but primates are, because you said that elite ranking system, I'm answering your question, because they are in the category with humans, they are giving the best results in the research, and we're healing and saving lives. Transplant tolerance and psychiatric studies. They have a great similar social order that we do. They even are researching alcoholism and drug abuse. Sadly, they're doing that, but it's helping humans on non-primates, not mice. We can't tell how mice treat their children after they drink too much. And I'm not being funny, but we can't see the social order of mice and dogs, but we can see the social order of primates, non-human primates, to benefit. So that is why if you want to say caste system, do you? But the debate is, are we primates? And we are in that class Actually, they are in the class with us. We've evolved long ahead of them because of the environment and the way we adapted because of our nutrition, the expensive tissue hypothesis. We're there's your answer.
Napah, I think you got one last question, right? Right?
I think I do.
Yeah, you got one last question. And then I think Dulcinea have next, right? Am I right, Dulcinea?
Yeah, close, right?
No, she went first, so I get the last question in this.
Okay, go ahead, Napah.
And then we do our close. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm first in closing, right? Or we're
right.
Okay.
Dulcinea, I'm compelled to ask you a really serious scientific question because you're very intelligent, and this isn't an ad hom. But you're not understanding this science. You brought up the Y chromosome divergence and the degeneration of it to compare it to the fusion of the two chromosomes in the second chromosome. But no, I want to ask you back on that. I want to ask you a question about what you asked, and I want a real answer, please. Why is and you know what? You can have more time if sa.neter lets you have it. Why is the Y chromosome that you brought up degenerating? And while it is degenerating, what observable changes in the male human organism, the human male organism, are scientifically documented? Can you show us that? So I'll ask you again. You brought up the Y chromosome. Why is it degenerating? And while it is degenerating, what observable changes in the human male organism are scientifically documented?
Okay, so I'll start with the answer at first because when I did the Y divergence, it had nothing to do with the fusion site of previously stated. It was a Y divergence that showed that chimps and humans do not hold a close of 98 or 80 or 75 or going down or down percent likeness when it comes to the Y chromosome. Actually, they could only find 30% of MSY genes that were similar to human genes, showing a huge divergence that they never saw before, showing that chimps and humans aren't alike, as they said. So if you could go ahead and pause my time, I can go ahead and show my screen of why is degenerating.
Yes, please show us. You didn't show
All right,
us
your
why
time is paused.
Why is the Y chromosome degenerating? And can we see that actually can we look at the male human organism and see that change? Why is the Y sex chromosome degenerating? And can we see that happening in the male? I'm still looking for that answer.
I want y'all to know too that we are now live streaming on YouTube. The people get the end of this. And so when y'all finish over here, let's jump on over there after party and we're going to talk about it. All right, Dulcinea, let me know when you're ready, sis. Unmute yourself, Dulcinea.
All right, do you see my screen?
Your screen is up.
All right, so it says sex of the human and the Y chromosome. We see the Y chromosome is degenerating and may disappear in a few million years. Good thing. We've been studying rodents, and rodents are going to tell us how we can survive this and what's going to go on from here. So what's happening is X contains 900 genes, a few of protein coding and a lot of the non-coding, while Y packs a punch of the testes of male chromosomes. Most mammals have an X and Y chromosome similar to ours, an X with lots of genes and a Y with SRY plus a few others. The system comes with problems because the unequal dosage of X genes in males and females. Of course, it's not equal in X because you see the Y. So they said the Y has been degenerate. So what's going to help us as far as, is it going to be seen in males in the future? Yes, it's going to be seen as going. But what's going to help us is because rodents have already lost this, so we can compare their DNA as far as to see how we can go into the future. They'll need to produce sperm, and those and need men, meaning with the Y chromosome, for not the extinction of the human race. But we'll be able to get our answers through testing the missing Y chromosome in rodents.
Time. Now we are at the closing. This is what it's all about. Dulcinea, you got 5 minutes in closing out your argument, letting the people know what you proved today, and it's on you. 5 minutes. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, we can go ahead and start now.
Time starts.
Because we can see as far as all the misinformation that's really coming from their side for us to believe. I want to really address that screen that was saying that we match up as far as all diseases are going in the same places as the genomes as it was in the humans. We can tell that that's a lie because the chromosomes don't even match up. There's 46 chromosomes in a human, 48 in a chimp. So how can they say that the locations are matching up completely? You see how they were putting different genomes at different sizes, different levels, different heights, and saying, oh, we can show that they're at the same level. Well, we can know that the genomes don't look like that. They're not measuring up like that. So they're just saying that these locations match. They're making it up, just like they're making up as far as the chimps and humans are 98% alike. It shows. They take the likeliness of few genome sequences, they break it up, and then they rebuild it based on what would happen in humans and say this is evidence enough, instead of actually researching it and knowing if this is indeed the truth. But what I showed you today as far as is what Science Direct, what Nature, what everyone is saying as far as the different proponents of how evolution takes place. There is evolution between species that are not in the same groups, but they develop the same kind of anatomical body parts. They do have the similar bone structures. They have similar as far as the way they see things, colors, and the way they experience their intelligence. That's what happens when there is a circle of life. And just because someone wants to hyper focus and say, oh, well, look at the similarity here. What you saw on my screen is I showed you a whole lot of similarities that are with other species and different species that aren't even classified as the same group. So I did go into why this is vexing biologists now, and they are actually going away with these ranking systems because they're seeing some of these systems and some of these groupings have no real meaning. There are similarities between cells, similarities between plants, similarities between animals that they don't group together. And then there's some differences that they ignore just to say to group everything together. So we really have to look into the diversity when it comes into nature to give the real description of how evolution works. And we see as far as when researchers and biologists are saying is that there's only one universal common ancestor. There isn't enough time, there isn't enough probability for someone or a species to win the lottery when it comes to genome expression millions of times over a 300,000 year period to a 50 million year period. And there's not enough unluckiness in the world for an organism to systematically lose all genome expression that would be beneficial to them, for them to be higher, for them to be the lesser form. Instead of seeing chimpanzees, apes, orangutans as lesser version of humans, we should see the truth that they had their own evolutionary path, just like we did. And she misrepresented as far as saying, oh, they say that it looks like a lizard that humans are divulging from. No, it doesn't look like a lizard. We know it's a single cell organism that is our last and final common ancestor. We know hominoids have gone as far as to a certain time where we're finding bones, but we only can find fragments. We only can find fossils because older ancestors and species for all animal groups are going to be lost in age. They're going to be lost in being degraded over time, and we only have certain amount of fossil impressions to go. But there's no fossil impressions that will tell us that a lizard turned into a human or that an ape turned into a human. While we know as far as that what we have definitively is that there was one time where diversity came up and sprung upon the earth, and then everything evolved from that time, and different species are the same. And I want to address this really quickly because she keeps saying, oh, all the things that are found from non-human primates. She hasn't addressed that it's any more than what is found in mice, as I just showed you, that we're going to know how to deal with the wide degeneration because of mice. She hasn't shown any more speciality other than woodchucks in birds, in whale brains, in dolphins, all these things that we have used and tested upon to understand human life, we're able to do because the makeup of life are the building blocks for all of us.
Thank you, Dulcinea. Napah, Shadah, step on up to the mic. You got 5 minutes in your closing round, and then we're going to get up out of here. And I want you to know, Dulcinea, we are already live on YouTube. The YouTube family have heard your closing argument. They in there rooting and cheering for y'all. Let's go, Napah. Let's go. It's on you. Unmute yourself, Queen.
I need to screen share, please.
Yes, let me know when you're ready.
I'm going to screen share my PowerPoint and
okay.
Yeah. Where is it? I think this is it. Okay, let's start. By the way, Dulcinea, you didn't know the answer. The Y chromosome of the male is degenerating. It is degenerating because of the lack of recombination. Okay, you're misrepresenting.
I'm starting, Napah. Starting.
Yes, I'm starting. Please.
Yeah.
All right.
Gotta start our time.
Did you start my time?
Yes. Go ahead.
So as I said, you didn't know the answer and you don't know the science. This isn't a diss. It's apparent that you don't know the science. I presented all science in this. You presented blogs and some stuff from Top Cat's book, I think. I'm not sure. I proved that we are primates. I showed off the bat, the Encyclopedia of DNA Elements group, which is a conglomeration, so like you could see as the Avengers of the science world, and they are researching the genome. They, as well as every reputable scientist on the face of the earth, know we are primates. That's a scientific paper I've presented to you. I'm presenting sources from BMC Genetics, Lancet, PubMed. You're presenting stuff off of, I don't know, Google. I don't know what you're presenting. Here's a paper, differences between humans and chimpanzee genome and their implications in gene expression, protein function, and biochemical properties of the two species. Here it says at the top of the paper, protein coding sequences are 99.1% identical between the two species, chimps and humans. You are misleading the people, not me, but it's okay. If you don't know, the worst thing you can do is pretend to know. Just find out. Here's another paper, National Library of Medicine, PubMed. Differences and similarities between human and chimpanzee neural progenitor during cerebral cortex development. I really spent time on this because this is compelling. This information here shows that not only are our brains are wiring the same. Let me keep going. It's in the debate. It's in the debate. Here, she said, oh, mice are just the same. This paper says you're wrong. These scientists they say you're wrong, Dulcinea, and they say we're primates. That's why they specify non-human primates. It says right here in this paper, let me get to slide 10. This is all the information I showed during the debate, slide 10. It says, This is a portion of it. Cell type specific genes in humans. Then it says neuron specific genes in chimps. It says the vast majority, 94%, Dulcinea, we're talking about the primates, chimps to humans. Then we go down, you're misleading the people. You know that you're very intelligent. You see this paper from PubMed. When comparing these results to bulk RNA sequence data from mouse, and APs and neurons, we found that 75% of the genes with expression specific to APs or neurons in humans are also specific to each cell type in the mouse. Why do they say that? Listen, these people believe, they don't believe, they've proven that we diverge from a common ancestor, even mice. So they say, why is it 75% similar? 94% with chimps, but with the mouse, 75% similar, because it says because humans and chimps and mice had some 90 million years ago a common ancestor. It says that let me get down to the bottom. So I mean, it says that the humans are closer to any other species, closer to chimps, closer to these other animals. That's why we're primates. We're primates. How much time do I have? sa.neter, can you pause my time and tell me?
You have 1 minute and 24 seconds.
Okay, great. Genetic Literacy Project. You showed us no sources from reputable sites that show real research. Humans and chimpanzees show 99% DNA. That was in 2021. So can just give me a minute, pause it for a second, because I got to get to this slide and I don't have a lot of time. Are we primates? Are we primates? I will go over the checklist really quickly if I could get to it. I hope you paused my time. If not, humans. We are primates move in the day, humans move in the day. Primates see in color, humans see in color. Primates have depth perception. Other animals, a lot of animals don't, but humans do and primates do. We're stereoscopic. We're bipedal. We really love our young. Okay, we have ends of our fingers that are sensory, just like they do. Okay, we are primates. We're primates. We are primates, Dulcinea. The science is showing that's a chimp hand and a human hand. We are primates. We love our children. We take care of our children. You have only said things about scientific racism, and I addressed that. You only talked about fossils. You never talked about why we are not primates. And you didn't bring a stitch of science that is reputable, not even a bit. You went to blogs and different things. I don't know. You might have, you said that's an ad hom. It's not. You didn't bring any sources. I brought scientific sources. I showed evidence. I showed video. Endogenous retrovirus. You are absolutely wrong. So all of the scientists who are doing this research, family, they're wrong. But Dulcinea is correct.
All right.
Time.
I want to thank both of you sisters. I want to thank y'all. Beautiful debate. Beautiful decorum. I mean, yes, it gets a little heated sometimes, but not like y'all did the other day. This one was pretty good, professional on both ends. I want to say thank you, Dulcinea. I want to say thank you, Napah.
All right. What do y'all think? Who would like to come in and discuss it? Napah, Shadah, you there?
Yeah, I didn't want to come in though. I'm good. I'm gonna
okay. Let me ask you.
I'm not gonna
now looking over the debate again.
I don't want to comment on the debate. I was staying in the back because I was just
okay, no problem.
Thank you. Well, you could talk about this upcoming debate that I have though.
Yeah.
The only thing that I was saying in the comments is, it was a great debate. I enjoyed it. It's just that I want, for the people who are confused, science says that we are primates, that we're classified as primates. Science says that. And science says it because science and human beings who are qualified did the research for years. And we have come to that conclusion. I presented the evidence, but not even to talk about the debate, just letting people know it's not about coming from monkeys. If somebody is okay that we have a common ancestor, which the sister is, Why is she okay that it looks like a tardigrade or some kind of microorganism? We have a common ancestor as far as going with apes, and just do your research. I wasn't saying we're monkeys. We're not monkeys. We are in the same classification as apes and monkeys. Okay. And there is a reason which I presented. So sa.neter, is that good? I said a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's good. Now, you know, Napah, some of us have a retarded brain because even though you just said that we're not monkeys, we don't come from monkeys, we have a common ancestor, they will still say, Napah said we come from monkeys. Napah talk about we come from monkeys. Right. They will still say stuff like that. Because I was looking at the comment as the debate was going, and some nincompoop was talking about, man, we don't come from monkeys. I'm like, nigga, nobody never said that. What are you talking about, man?
Right.
So even though you breaks it down like that, we've been breaking it down like that for a minute, people still gonna say we saying that.
Right.
Hey,
And
Rebel Rasta, raise your hand if that's you.
Real quick, yeah, it is. I can see him. So let me say this on that point. We have been abused. We've been programmed. We've been called monkeys, right? As people in the history of being the progeny of slaves, right? But did you notice the man who is in Africa, the black man, the African black man? They don't have that stigma. They don't have that pain in history that we have suffered. So I'm very sensitive about scientific racism. I'm very sensitive about that. This wasn't a debate about scientific racism at all. This is a debate about if we share common ancestors with these primates as our fellow animals, as our fellow creatures, God's creation. And as you saw the information that I showed in the debate, the African man, he even says, I trust and love gorillas more than I do humans. So he doesn't think he's a gorilla, but he knows that he has a common connection, and literal common connection with these particular animals. We are connected to all animals. So she kept on saying, well, we eat horses and mice. And yes, but that is why horses and mice are not classified with us as primates. They're not. Get it?
Yeah.
That's what I want to say. And one more thing, you notice she was actually using the classification system in her debate that she says is incorrect. So shout out to Dulcinea. It was a great debate. I think more women should debate. I love debating. And yeah, thank you, sa.neter. Go ahead, Rebel.
Watch out. That's you right there, watch out.
Yeah, I can see him.
I can see him too, but the people are getting slick where they would throw up little videos to make you think that's them. That's why I asked them. So you got to ask them. And when they throw up their hand, you know it's them because they hear you in real time. What's going on, Rebel Rasta? What's happening?
Yeah, blessed. I listened in the debate, and I would say I give it to Napah because Napah showing the connection between primates and human beings as the connection, as you know, we belong into the animal primate group. But Dulcinea, she's giving you a lot of information, but they're so disjointed where she's not really trying to prove the connection of mouse, the test on mouse being a primate or whatever it is. So I think I would give it to Napah just because she had more information, she had more connection, she had more relativity, you know what I'm saying? So, but I think we primates also because when you check it out, even that 5%, 2%, depends on which science you look at, will show you there's a difference in the DNA between chimp and ape and the human race. But at the end of the day, that 5% is so small compared to what is 95, 98%, which is way more than less. So I would say we have more connection with primates. And I respect Napah comments. Yeah, bless.
All right, Wyatt.
Blessed one child.
I'm going to be backstage.
Yes,
Zion, watch out. Are we primates?
I have to give it to Napah too. Yeah, listen. I think there are questions within science, so they don't They don't have all of the little tiny details. However, one of the things that was left out is that the fact that we have a certain number of teeth, we have a certain number of vertebrae in our back and spine. We have certain things that are specifically connected to primates. That's what makes us a primates. We have the same number of teeth. A snake don't have the same number of teeth. A fish don't have the same number of teeth. It doesn't have the same. They even calculated the hair follicles down to even the microscopic hair follicles that we can barely see on our skin. You have hair on. We have hair on our face that we don't see. You are a primate. Just because there's certain details that are slightly different doesn't mean that is not the same. And this is the problem that I think people have now. I loved how the sister argued. She had some great arguments. Same points. Certain points were really great. However, just like Sister Napah said, she was still using the same category. So in a sense, how are you going to argue against something if you have to use it to substantiate your claim? Is absolutely absurd to me. And you know what I'm saying? So but yeah, no, I love that debate. That was kind of tight, y'all. I liked how the sisters were getting it in. The sister, you know what I'm saying, she was very articulate and she brought up some sources. I wish she would have actually cited her source so that we could have known whether it was more credible, because you know sometimes people post articles and it may or may not be an actually a peer-reviewed scholar just making an article or posting something based off of some actual scientific evidence. Don't just cite a secondary or tertiary source. See if there are citations within it to further establish your argument. So yeah, no, Napah, you did an immaculate job on that. The other sister, she did a great job. I think the dialogue was mad peace and mad and super intellectual and respectful. Great argument. The other sister lost on that, unfortunately, but she did bring up very intrinsic arguments that I think are important to science. Science does not have all the answers, and so we explore, you know what I'm saying, variables within that. So yeah, you know what I'm saying, that was a great debate.
Yeah, I don't think Dr. Inky agrees that we are primates, that humans are primates. If that's true, Dr. Inky, can you please put it in the chat? Are we primates, Dr. Inky, or you say no, you disagree? I'll wait for that. I'll wait for that answer.
Yeah, magical Negro syndrome, it's prolific in our community.
All right, y'all, so that's it. Nobody else want to come up?
Well, you see, sir, if we working as the system we in the Western system, you know, primates, meaning, you know, the prime, meaning that we're the first mates, you know what I'm saying? We're the first human beings. So at the end of the day, primates or primitive doesn't really mean a bad thing, but in a European perspective, they gave us the first set of humanology because they want to say, no, we digress from that, you know what I'm saying, down stupid stage to where they at now, European concept, we're at the highest of education, highest of intellectuality. So we have to be careful of how we use the word, even though we know what we're talking about. And some people will argue the word primates, but we know what we're actually talking about and the connection we're making versus the semantics people are going to use to kind of, you know what I'm saying, get away from the truth.
That's what I wanted to say too. I forgot. The major issue is the scientific racism. Okay, we got a lot of brothers out here pushing science and STEM, and they will literally ignore the fact why Black folks have, you know what I'm saying, we don't trust, you know what I'm saying, the academic consensus, because there is a history of scientific racism. People want to make a religion seem like religion is the worst thing. People sacrifice folks to God. People sacrifice women, killed witches and all of that stuff, but they don't want to talk about the atrocities that were committed in the name of scientific study. I think this debate actually exposed that, and even Napah was honest about it. She was the one who brought out, you know what I'm saying, what was going on with the scientific studies with African American women or African women that led to actual positive scientific practices for women. So how do we balance that? How do we overcome our biases, because we actually have, you know, a history, factual history of science being weaponized against people. So when the pseudo killers, the science is not like religion, and atheists talk about science, that is a fallacy. And I'm going on live on DMG in a few minutes to talk about some of these things too, because science is not the religion, it's not the school of thought, it's the human being, and our nature is actually what causes us to do these atrocities. You got to separate that. You cannot point the finger at religion if science has done the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, and they recently just stopped doing lobotomies. Lobotomies, they drilled a hole in your brain just so they could try to this is science. It's not just science, it's the human behind the ideology and the you know, the belief systems. So racism is real. You know what I'm saying? The atrocities on both sides, on both the sides of religion and on the side of science. Do not act like science is more humane, because I will show you some things.
All right. Hey, Harwin, is that you back there? Harwin? Is that you back there? Turn on the camera, bro. Going once, going twice, and gone. That's one of the them things. See that? Yo, Dizali, throw your hand up if that's you. All right. What's going on? Rasta, throw your hand up. All right, go ahead, Dizali. What's up, man?
What up? What up? Peace to everybody. That was a beautiful, excellent debate between the two sisters. Napah did an excellent job. And the sad part about it is, you know, so many people missed it with that absolute dagger, that absolute nuclear bomb that she dropped concerning the retroviruses. I don't know if it's just that, you know, there's a lack of honesty, integrity, or whatever, you know, but that's an absolute nuclear bomb. I don't know if they missed it or what, but my thing is, for the people who argue that we are not primates, I have a very, very simple question. For all my people who say we are not primates, my simple question is, what should we be classified as? Are y'all suggesting that we are aliens and we're unlike anything else on this planet? What should we be classified as if we're not classified as primates? And I think that will stomp the majority of people. They have to go back and rethink their stance then. If we're not primates, what are we? Go ahead, throw it out there. Let me.
You know what it was for me, Dizali?
Uh-huh.
Before that, but Napah really nailed it in the question. But she was nailing it all the way through on her whole rounds. But when she said the question, asked Dulcinea, can you pull up a scientific source that shows that we are not primates? And she couldn't do it.
She couldn't do that. She knew
it was the killer, the nail in the coffin right there.
And that shows the dishonesty and the lack of integrity in people. I also have this saying: never trust someone who can't answer a simple question. Can't answer a simple question and be all the way around the bush without answering the damn question. That's when you know you are talking to a liar, a scammer, or a flim-flammer. They don't want to answer the damn question. Now, I'm looking in the chat for people who answered my damn question when I asked if we are not primates, what are we? I'm seeing people say that we are man, we are mankind. Okay, so y'all are saying that we're the only thing on this planet that's not related to anything else. Are y'all saying we are aliens? Are y'all saying we are aliens? We're not related to anything else. We just got dropped here. How do we eat the other things on this planet if we're alien here? See, think about what you're actually saying. I don't want evolution to be true. I don't care if it's true or not, but they show through evidence. And a intelligent, mature being just accepts the damn facts unless you have something better. If you have something better, see, I'm going to force y'all to jump out that pseudo window. When I ask you if we're not primates, what are we? Go ahead, bring that old pseudo mess out. That we are made of mud. Bring it out. See, we are having science.
Howard, raise your hand.
Yeah. See, we are having scientific panels here. Now we can talk about theology. If you want to say that you're not a primate and you're made of mud, made of dirt, in the image of God, that is a different conversation. We can't bring that into a scientific conversation. Yes, Terry, I am saying something. Hop up here. I guarantee you that you won't. I like making pseudos look, I don't want to say the word, but
Hey,
dim-witted. Yo, go ahead, my man.
Wouldn't you think in a debate, I know we want to be genuine, but it's like you're in a fight and you got two people in the battle. Nobody's gonna be like you right or you wrong. So it's like in a debate, we would like them to be genuine, but it's like in the whole concept of the battle, that's why they got a versus. So we can't expect Dulcinea to be like, yeah, you're right. She got to be counterproductive, even though we see she was not. But I'm talking in the reality of the debate, we should not look for the other person to be like, wow, you're right, because that would kill their whole premise of like why they having the debate. You know what I'm saying? But we're scientists and we go with the data, and more than just the data, we go with the empirical data. So, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing more testable and more provable than empirical data. It's data that has been tested and over-tested, and you know what I'm saying? You know the prediction that you're going to do before you even get the thing going. So it's nice to rely on these data. But as I said, you think about the debate and the people being disingenuous, or they holding their premise, they holding their stance.
Exactly. That's the one thing I've noticed about a lot of the debates that we have here. People know they're not lying. They just want to darn win, and that is disingenuous to the people. It is also harming people. These people who think they are bettering our people by lying to them and feeding them fantasies, holding our people back because we got our ass kicked by science.
All right, hey Zion, that's you. Okay, Mr. Crab, what's up? Hold your hand up. All right, everybody turn on your cameras when y'all come in. I need everybody to turn on your cameras when you're coming in. All right, Harwin, what's up, brother?
Peace to the panel. Thank you, sir.
All right.
What's
Let
happening?
me ask you before you go in, and you can move in from there. Do you agree that humans are primates?
I would say that according to the definition that modern science gives it, according to that definition, we are.
Okay. All right.
But that don't mean I agree with that. But
all right. So, like Dazali said, if we're not primates, then what would you call ourselves?
I would say I don't have a theory myself to prove for certain what we are, what we not in that case. So Dazali has a point, a good point, in even saying that and asking for that. I don't disagree necessarily with that point. But that doesn't mean that it's a fact either.
Okay.
That's why I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I said go ahead, brother. Go
Okay.
ahead.
That's why I'm not even going to say who won the debate. I'm going to say that I would like to see it again. Me personally, I thought that it was very professional. Both of those sisters articulated their points well. I would just say that the other sister, how do I say her name? Help me out,
Dulcinea.
Yeah, Dulcinea. She was very articulate. She had good points. And I personally know that some of her commentary comes from actual scientific sources. But Napah did a great job in forcing her to mention them. And I don't think she did. I would just say that if she can just mention those actual sources and show the links and show the books and or otherwise, then it would have been more of her to her benefit if she did that. Because she had a very good argument, a scientific argument, and it was convergent evolution. And because she didn't show her sources or at least mention them, it gave Napah a way out to not have to deal with that. Because that convergent evolution commentary is the exact argument she should have made against the endogenous retrovirus, which was a great point that Napah brought out. But if you look and listen to that video that Napah played of the retrovirus, it even mentioned that it is a low probability that it developed independently. Yet that same low probability is that complex life developed, yet here we are. So that low probability doesn't show or negate that we didn't develop that independently. That's why I would love to see it again. I would love to see Napah how she would argue that. And I would love to see the sister make that argument. It was a great debate. I would personally would like to see it again. I really would. It was professional. It was very scholarly. I don't have no complaints about it.
Thank you, brother.
Yes,
and this is the one that you don't. This is the one you really don't want to miss. You're about to see Black Sage get that work from Napah Shadah. And this is going to be live in Phoenix. And for those of y'all who can't make it there, you can always watch it on Zoom. It's going to be a Zoom link coming up. And so y'all going to see that this is going to be fire right here. Y'all don't want to miss this. And tomorrow I will be playing the debate when Napah chopped off Naphtali's head. Napah chopped off her head in that debate. So y'all gonna witness that too. That's why she's the champ. And this right here is a championship match right here. This is a championship match. And this is going to be a powerful event. I don't think, do I get the, let me see. Yes, I do got the link. And let me drop the link in case people want to get that ticket now instead of waiting after Thanksgiving. Or the link is in the chat as we speak, family. The link is in the chat. You want to get that ticket right away.
Napah, I want to mention about this. Yeah, excuse me. This particular debate, if you do plan on being in Phoenix or if you're in Phoenix, when you get your ticket, you can email me and I will, on the day of, release the location of the venue. So we're going to be viewing it. You can view it with us in person. Well, actually, I'm going to be debating, but you can be there viewing it in person and watching the debate as well on the big screen. So yes, thank you. It'll be great. It's going to be great. December 27th. And then we're going to have an after party, a little after party with the after party that sa.neter always has online. So it's going to be lit. I think you will enjoy it. Make your way to Phoenix. It's beautiful right now. I will say this: if you do decide to come and see it in person, when I say we have you email us, I'm going to need you to actually prove who you are, and I'll give you the details on that a little bit more in-depthly when you contact me by email. Now, I wanted to mention to the brother Harwin and to everybody, I want to say thank you for supporting me and saying that you side with me on the win, but Dulcinea is very intelligent. She's very articulate. Yeah.
I didn't say I said that you won. I said I'm not going to say who won.
I know. No, I appreciate you, Harwin. I just wanted to specify though on that information with the endogenous retrovirus.
Mm-hmm.
It actually is very, very specific to the species that was researched. It's not a broad study. I think he said something about it's inclusive. What did you say? Because after he put up the flyer, I couldn't really remember.
You talk about me?
Yeah.
I said if you go back and listen to the video that you played during the question and answer portion, because she asked you about it. You had brought it up multiple times, and I want to say all 3 rounds you mentioned it, and she didn't really address it. But specifically in the round where the question and answer, you brought up that video, and in that video, if you go back, the man that was talking, that was explaining the retrovirus, he admitted that there was a possibility that it was developed independently, but he said it's very low probability.
No,
then I said,
do you know the number? Like, no, he didn't admit. He said it's an astronomical number.
He did. He said astronomical. I can't remember the exact number, but he said it was some astronomical.
I'm going to tell you. He said as many stars as there are in the universe.
Right. And I said to reply to that, it's just as unlikely, if not more unlikely, for complex life to exist. Yet here we are.
No.
That's an abiogenesis argument.
The fact what he's saying is, it's like when you do a DNA test, which is way lower, like infinitely lower than the probability of that not being a match. Or take it back, for those to match in those specific spots on the strand, it would be like as many stars as there are in the universe, which we can't count, really. We can't count them. So it's like if someone says 99.99%, and then you say, oh, so there's a 0.01% chance that you're leaning towards something that is absolutely improbable and futile. You get what I'm saying?
I wouldn't say I'm not going to debate with you because I think you did a really good job, like I did. She did as well.
Debating,
but I would say that it's just as low, if not lower, probability for complex life to exist anywhere in the universe. Yet again, here we are.
Well, that's not true. Okay. All right, but thank you, brother. Thank you, everybody. I
appreciate you. You did a great job.
I'm gonna go back, head off the panel, but I just wanted to make that clear. Peace to Zali. That's my brother. Peace, Zion.
All right.
Can I say something to Dizali?
And Mr. Kraft. Dang, sa.neter loves to talk over me. I love you, sa.neter. Peace.
All right, Mr. Kraft, let's go, man.
Yeah, man. I wanted to speak on like the I don't understand why people even think that we came from monkeys and we still not coming from monkeys. Like, why?
But nobody said, but see, there you go. There's a problem with you listening. Show me who said that we come from monkeys? Tell me.
Primates or whatever.
Who said we come from apes? Who said we come from apes?
That's the argument, evolution, right there.
No. Listen to me. Who said we come from apes? Who did you hear say that?
No, I'm talking about that's the argument from the beginning. That's what they're talking about, evolution.
Right? No. Primates. Are we primates? But no one said we come from apes or monkeys. Didn't I make that? Didn't I say that earlier? Hold up, Dizali. Didn't I say that earlier? No matter how many times we say that we don't say we come from apes or monkeys, people sometimes in their brain they can't calculate it. Like
you said it.
No, I'm saying when they show the when they show the picture, y'all changing the goal line. What I'm saying when they talk about evolution, listen. When they talk about evolution,
The only one that changes the goalpost is y'all people that keep talking about apes and we come from apes and monkeys. No one never said that. Nobody.
Brother, she said a common ancestor, but your argument should be against the common ancestor.
Right, there you go.
What I'm saying. All right, so who is the common ancestor they saying we have?
There you go. There you go.
Who is the common ancestor?
There
right,
you go.
Hold on. Did you see when she put up the one stick with the two heads on it? One was human and one was an ape, right? That's showing you that we come from that. That single pole is the ancestor. We come from.
I'm saying, who is the single ancestor?
Brother,
good question.
No, that's not a good question. The reason it's not a good question is because you don't know the common ancestor. Nobody would know that common ancestor.
All right, so that's the main issue I want to get to when you're speaking about science and speaking about pseudo. That's the main thing I want to get to, because they call pseudo. Listen, they call pseudo basically the people who are talking from the spirit, when the scientist is trying to figure out how the spirit come about. The science is nothing but you trying to figure out what is and how it came to be. So by you being a scientist, you already from the beginning letting us know you don't know. You're trying to find out. So you're trying to argue somebody who's telling you they know. It's kind of like with the movie Rain, when the retarded dude know how to calculate things without breaking it down. He just knew it. But a math magician, a person who's good at math, they will break it down and show you how they got to that. So that's basically what a scientist is. They're trying to break it down and figure out how you get to that. But there are some people who just know. So why I don't understand why people call like so-called pseudos, like the scientists act like they are more like you know what I'm saying, like you. But my whole point is when you saying you're a scientist at the beginning, you're automatically saying that you don't know. You're trying to figure it out.
Let me answer
so
that.
So how could you argue somebody who knows?
Let me answer that there for you, brother.
Go ahead, Dulcinea.
You say, how can a scientist argue with someone who knows? The person who knows, can they show evidence that trumps the evidence that scientists bring? Whatever person you are talking about, do they have more evidence than the scientists? That's
all right. So this is why that's not a good argument when scientists use that too, because you'll always say sources. Where you think the source come from? The source comes from somebody's mind. So who is this person to where their mind is more better than my mind?
No, brother. That's not how evidence works. Someone brings evidence to the public, to their peers.
I'm talking about sources. Y'all go off of books. Y'all just go off of what somebody said in a book and call it a source.
No, we don't. There are sources for anything, but all sources are not created equal. We look at sources and we judge them. We see what the peer review has to say about it. We see what evidence that source has. We don't just take a source and say, all right, we like this person's source or we like that person's source. We have to judge each source.
So that's what I'm trying to say.
And it still goes off of evidence. You're trying to darn get around evidence, brother.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to tell you is that's not true evidence. Like how she's saying she's using something from, she's showing a poll and this and that. They can manipulate that through the books because it's been so long ago. It's been millions of years. So that's not true evidence for yourself. You're going off of someone else's. Listen, you are going off of someone else's. Basically what they gather out of the information they gather, you going off of what they saying.
There you go, brother.
That's not true evidence.
So basically you are going the conspiracy route with
what I'm saying is true evidence is experience. If you haven't experienced it for yourself, you're going off of a belief system.
Brother, do you know where our civilization would be at if everything depended upon personal experience? Do you know how to build a laptop, a cell phone? We have to lean upon experts, people who have dedicated their lives to this, went to school, got certification, degrees. That's what our civilization built off of. We would still be in damn mud huts if everybody had to do everything for themselves. If we had to personally experience.
That's not a good point. That's not a good point.
That's an excellent point.
Because the whole point is,
does your cell phone work?
Dizali.
Hey, can I make a point?
What you're saying is that basically what you're saying is the issue with the world, because like you saying we have to lean upon other people understanding when that's not true. You're supposed to lean on your own understanding. Because
Dizali.
Hey, Mr. Kraft. Mr. Kraft, listen, you familiar with the scientific method? That's what scientists use. That's what scientists use.
The scientists were trying to explain the magic. So by them trying to explain the magic, that's how you come with science. They're trying to explain.
Do you understand the scientific method? Apart from the magic you want to incorporate, they got to test this stuff over and over. Scientific method tells you, hey, you observe and you generalize. After you generalize, you make a hypothesis. After you make a hypothesis, you set up tests to prove what you think on your hypothesis.
Councilman Chris, is that you? Raise your hand.
If it is true.
So basically,
if it is true, then they put it as a theory or a fact. If it's not, then they discard it and do more tests to see if it's viable. So it's not just they going off of somebody else's premonition.
So what I'm
You're going off of studies.
All right, hold on. Esau, you got to turn on your camera. Turn on your camera if you want to come up. All right. Go ahead. Continue, brother.
So the fact that they have to have these like you say hypotheses and all this, right? How could you go off of the information that she's showing you, and this information come from millions of years ago? So how could you? Because you ain't. What I'm saying is we haven't put it through trial. We haven't put that. What I'm saying is,
Mr. Kraft, the thing about it is, if you decide to do your own tests, most likely apart from the anthropology and the archaeological part of it, but if it comes to chemistry, for example, you testing to see if the DNA and so forth and the context of the nucleotides, then you would always come up with the same thing that the scientists came up with before you, because it's not a guess. So if you're doing the same test they did, you will come up with the same thing.
No, what I'm saying is,
what up, brother?
That's why it's so dangerous. That's why it's so dangerous for black people to listen to science. If they're trying to push a narrative, right? If they're trying to push a narrative to where they want you to believe you come from monkeys, they can make that possible because they manipulate and control. Like how y'all say y'all sending these tests. We all send these tests.
All right, hold on.
Where are y'all sending these tests to?
All right, hold on, Mr. Kraft. You said it again. You said we come from monkeys. Again, I gotta keep telling you, no one is saying we come from monkeys, brother. Let me move on over to Chris, not Cosmic 9. What up, brother? Inky, raise your hand, brother.
What's going on? What's up with everybody? I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I mean, I'm only here because indigenous black man.
Talk up, brother.
My fault. Indigenous black man was in the comments and he told me come up here and call out Dizali, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come up here and call him out. I want to cook him in a debate so bad. He keep talking about pseudo this and pseudo that, but he's the real pseudo. And I'm coming for everybody who want to call people pseudos, but they the real pseudos. So, Dizali, I want you, bro. I need you. I need you. I'm gonna embarrass you in front of
Pause. But wait, I said I had a question for Dizali first.
That was crazy.
First.
That was crazy.
I had a question for Dizali first.
Because I already dealt with Unc with all this, and if y'all try to say I lost that debate against Unc, then Inky lost that debate because Inky came behind me and said everything I said. I was the first one to say that Charles Darwin theory was not a scientific theory. I was the first one to say it, and Inky can't say he didn't watch that video because he's smart. I know he did his research on Unc. I know he was following what Unc was going through before he hopped into his debate, and I was the last person to debate Unc before Inky. So I know Inky went in there and stole my information. Just saying. So Dizali, I'm gonna mop the floor with you, bro. This is a call out. If Inky wanted, Dr. Inky wanted, he could get it too. I'm calling all y'all out. I'm calling everybody who want to come for the pseudos. Since I'm the top pseudo, y'all come to me.
Pseudo power, huh?
All right. Hold on. Let me bring on my man, Dr. Inky. What up, man? First, before you do anything, did you hear anything from Jabari concerning the up and coming debate, brother?
Unfortunately,
y'all still going back and forth.
It seems like Jabari might be a little frightened. I just have to put that on the record that it seems like Jabari could be a little frightened. Gentlemen, you guys have to realize something. I want all of you guys to realize something. All of you guys that believe that y'all having these arguments with Unc in the last year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I originated these conversations with Unc almost 2 decades ago.
That's right.
So there's no such a thing as I'm listening to y'all arguments and blah, 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 blah. Y'all have to stop that, man. It's crazy. And what's going to happen is it's going to prevent y'all from getting to the space y'all want to get to, because I don't know how everybody else handles that. But when you say that I stole your intellectual property, that stops me from ever doing a debate or anything with you, because I feel like that's the highest level of disrespect. You could call my name. You could say I had fake water, hung out with Polite. You can say anything you want to say. But once you try to say I stole your information, that puts you on the blacklist. Now,
that's a fact. You got proof that you've been doing this for years, bro.
Yeah.
I got videos.
Yeah,
you seen the one I just threw up with you and Goldie. Come on. And that was how long? About
10 years ago.
18 years ago?
Yeah, that was 10 years ago, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. But that's still way longer than we even knew these guys existed.
Right.
But for Dazali, to answer your question, for another category, I think that we should designate ourselves gods. I think that gods is apropos.
Okay. You have.
I don't got a problem with that.
You have an answer to it, but would we be able to back that categorization up with some type of evidence? Well, no, I can answer that myself.
Exactly. Wait, hold on. Let's relax for a second.
Okay, go ahead and cool, bro.
When you say we would not be able to substantiate that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would you be testing that against?
We would have to let's look at every other order on this planet. We can see their evolution. Basically, we can see their evolution, how they are related to other species. So if we make up our own category for us, we're basically saying that we're aliens. We're unlike anything else on this planet. We're not related to anything else on this planet.
That's epistemistic arrogance. Yep, and self-worship. Yep, you're correct, brother.
Okay, hold on. Epistemistic arrogance. I think that you just making up that term is epistemistic arrogance right there. You just jumped off the top rope with that, and you out of tune, and you out of turn speaking. Just relax yourself. Go get you a haircut or something with all that foolishness. Relax.
That's
now,
not a major term. Look it
relax, sir. Ghazali, relax, sir. Get some self-control, my man.
Ancient Kemet had no problem with it. Zion, Ancient Kemet had no problem with doing that. Why you got a problem with it?
Because we ain't ancient Kemet. You want recidivism now?
But we use things that Ancient Kemet discovered. We use science, but we use science that Ancient Kemet discovered.
We didn't have a problem with killing their freaking daggone servants when the pharaoh died.
And the European scientists didn't have a problem with eugenics. What's your point?
When I go, my point is you sound retarded.
All right, so Zion Warchild, you smoke cigarettes?
I'm not saying that, right?
No, I don't want to deal with the ab hominems, because if we was in each other's face, it'd be different things.
Yeah, let's keep it respectful.
I didn't disrespect you.
Let's keep it respectful.
I'm gonna respect
Dazali, let's go back to what I was asking you, Dazali, before Zion jumped in with all that energy. What would we be using? What would we be using to disprove or disqualify or what will we be using as the substrate or substance to prove the statement against?
I say first and foremost, one of the things that we would have to use is genetics. You know, that's probably the latest tool that we now use to classify organisms. So we'd have to look at, you know, genetics, and genetics would have to show us that we're unlike anything else on this planet. We're not related to anything else on this planet. We have totally different composition. We are basically aliens.
Okay, hold on now. You saying different things, and I want you to understand that you're saying different things, because the first thing you said is we would have to show that we're unlike anything else on this planet. And then you said made from different stuff, blah, 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 blah. Now, we don't have to be made from different stuff to be unlike anything else on this planet. That's the beauty of science. When we look at the periodic table, there's a set group of elements. Those elements are made out of a set group of subatomic particles. The arrangement, the geometry of those things is what creates the difference. This is one of the things that our ancestors in Kemet gave the world, is the understanding of geometry and emergent properties from the arrangement of different pieces, so to speak. When you arrange pieces in such a way that a brand new emergent property comes forth that was not in any of the in individual parts themselves, right? So we don't have to be made of different stuff to be different than anything else that's on this planet. And I think that that would be very easy for me to prove. Like, that's, I mean, I don't even think we need to prove. That's almost like asking for a source for us breathing oxygen. I think that our intellectual prowess and our ability to make tools, find tools immediately without even regard, like even needing an article to substantiate that, shows that we're definitely different.
I think that
You're gonna put on the video. So what you doing, man?
I think with what you just said, that's drifting into the realm of theology, and that's moving away from science. And I'm fine
let me respond to that. Wait. When I say
no, Ink, you gotta let him finish, brother. Come on, man.
Wait a minute. You didn't let me finish. You put 5 uh-ohs in a row back to back to back while I'm talking. And then you're going to say I got to let somebody finish.
Because you stopped talking.
I did not stop talking. You was putting that uh-oh on top of me.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm talking and you still putting the uh-ohs in. Why are you trolling, bro?
That was somebody on the panel saying that.
That was Dunning-Kruger right there.
Exactly.
Y'all doing it bad.
So Dazali, that's not going into theology, talking about our ability to make tools and our ability to process information, and then take that information and turn that into tools that we can in turn create more information with. That's actually facts. There are no primates that have the ability to create or use fine tools like we do. So
False.
Okay. Zion again. I can't talk to these people.
So it's not true. Chimps are in the
Right.
they make
Hold on, because I want you to I want you to have a conversation with somebody else. Hold on.
Chimp create a computer.
Hold on, brother.
They're in the Stone Age.
Hold on.
They're the chimpanzees in the Stone Age, absolutely. But keep going.
The chimpanzee is in the Stone Age while the rest of the world is in a different. Listen. Good evening, folks. I just wanted to give you a category, brother. I gotta let y'all. This
all right. All right. So, I would like for you to talk to the brother, Mr. Kraft. Mr. Kraft, you can go ahead and ask the questions you was asking the panel earlier. Go ahead, brother. Unmute yourself.
You're on mute. You still on mute.
Brother, you muted.
You muted, bro. All right, there
No,
you
he
go.
good now. Go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah. You talking about the pseudo against the scientists, right?
Yeah, talk about what you was asking.
Oh, yeah, because basically, yeah, I was saying that you was talking about the same ancestor. So what I was saying about is there's no way for us now today to be able to call that a fact that we have the same ancestor, because like how y'all say, the way to test your scientists, to test your science, you have to put it through a system, right? You have to make tests and then observe it and all this and all that woo. But what I'm saying is we don't have that ability to observe that to call that a fact that we have a similar ancestor. So what I'm saying, at the end of the day, y'all going off of someone else's word.
Okay,
so
free.
all in all, y'all saying that his mind
I got you.
is greater than everybody else's mind. Like you can't go off our own mind.
I got you. You did whose mind? His mind? Whose mind?
Whoever came up with that theory.
So that's the theory. Okay. All right. Let's establish something. There's you can observe things, observational science, right? Okay. When you observe things, that's all part of the scientific method. All right. And then you got experimentation. All right. So we
That's
just
what
had
I'm talking about. Experimentation. That's what I'm
right.
talking about.
So I forget the name of the comment we was just talking about on the a Cosmos and Beyond show. It's a comment that just went through. And some people sign it's a spaceship and all that. We're gonna come on and do a full breakdown on it on sa.neter TV. I meant to tell you that, sa.neter. We're gonna definitely do that. But the question is, how do they know? Because they sure as hell can't run up there and experiment on it, right? How do they know what chemical elements is shooting out the back of that thing? How they know? They can't do like you thinking that we got to be able to get up there and experiment on it. No, we observing it, right? This is how they know. So there's a guy, look him up, it's called Brunson. He made the Brunson burner. You should have learned about it in science class, the Brunson burner, but he's one of the first people to recognize that the elements burned and each element produced its own color signature. Right? So whenever you see that color, that's that damn element. Let me finish.
So what I'm saying is,
you gotta be patient.
Yo. Let him finish.
Yeah, you gotta
no cutting off.
Listen, I'm not gonna
nobody off.
I'm trying to show you something. So whenever you can look in what they use whenever the Hubble telescope, right? They see the colors, and whatever those colors is gonna match up to the elements. They don't gotta be there. Now watch this. You're talking about a common ancestor. You said, how they know? Well, there's only one reason, bro, for any living organism, watch this, to share, watch this. And Inky supported that on his last trash video against me. He said, guess what Inky said? He said it's not 98%, it's only 80%. So the fact that it's only, so what, nigga? Okay, it's 80% then. Let's go with that. So the only reason something will share 80% than 98% of DNA, bro, guess why? It's because somewhere down the line, they split, they share it. Common ancestor. That's the only reason, bro. So that's how scientists know, without being there, that chimpanzees and humans have a common ancestor because they share 98 to 80% based off what Inky said. I'm just using his numbers because he support me and don't even know it. That's why they know that, bro. They don't gotta be there. The DNA is there. You can hold on. They've mapped out the genome of a chimpanzee. They've mapped out the genome of a human being, and they looked at it, right, with doctorate level scientists that are black, white, green, and purple, and they say, wow, they share 98% DNA. Or as Inky say, only 80%. But the fact that he say 80% still supports me.
All right. I am everything. I am everything. I am everything on the screen. I can tell you that we all agree with you. We all agree with you, man. I am everything on the screen. We all agree with you. Okay, my brother, Mick Craft, do you agree that we are primates? That we are apes?
No, I don't believe we're primates. But what I was saying about like he was telling me about like how the gas, like he said that the spaceship is coming from a different place, right? So they're looking at the color from the gas, right? So what I'm trying to say is this is the important about this is what's so important about experiencing it for yourself. Because what I'm saying is how you know they're not dealing with a different type of gas from a different planet that we know nothing about that just has the same color of the gas that we think it is.
Because then it wouldn't make no sense
So,
then.
It would make sense. I'm saying, what if they were using? What if they were using a fuel that we have no? Because they come from a different place where we don't even know where they're coming from. So what I'm saying is, it's very possible that they could be using a fuel, or they could be using something that we have no knowledge of that just happens to give off the same color of the thing that we think it is. So you can't say for a fact. What I'm saying is that's what I mean about the facts. You can't say that it's a fact that that's what's coming out of the back of that ship. If you wasn't
you
there
can say it from a scientific fact. Listen, so hold on. I like that. Hold on. I like the questioning. Great question, bro. I'm messing with you on that. So you just didn't have somebody that can answer. I could answer that. So first of all, I want you to know, do you know where elements come from? Do you have a basic idea where elements come from?
Only elements we knowledgeable of is the one that's on Earth.
Nah, that's not true. I just told you.
I'm saying, no, we don't know what's on every other planet.
No, answer the question. Do you know where elements come from? Do you have a basic idea from what?
They come from the Earth.
No, they don't. Elements come from the sun. Suns are element producers. They produce elements. You got generation 1 star, generation 2 stars.
That's not all that comes from. That's not all that comes from. It's a conjunction.
No, you got to listen to what I'm saying, though. If you don't listen to what I'm saying, you trying to fight me, right? I get it. But you don't got to fight me. I'm saying there are billions of suns in the cosmos, and suns produce elements. No matter where you go in the cosmos, you can find a sun all over. You got different types of suns, but for the most part, fundamentally, they produce the elements. So I'm saying the elements are all over, whether you 10 light years away, right, or 93 million miles away, which is the arc unit, right? 93 million miles is the arc unit, right? No matter what, it's suns. We in the cosmos, bro. So you're not gonna find. You can go all the way to Andromeda, right, which is the closest galaxy, right? You're gonna find the same elements, bro. It's not no new element coming no way. They got the elements. Listen. I'm trying to teach you, and I'm saying if you're in a university and you tell your teacher that all of a sudden there's an element they don't know about, they're gonna laugh at you because they got the element chart and all those spaces are filled in. Now watch this. The spaces that's not filled in, they're gonna say we know it's there, but we can't capture it. So I'm telling you, bro, in the hood, and you can make that shit. I'm saying y'all down there, yeah, yo shit, that shit coming in, but yeah, in the hood, but in the real world where they make billions of dollars, you know, like how they enslaved Africans based off technology. In that real world, nigga, shit, no, they know what the elements is, bro. So I'm just trying to give you some real shit, man.
But you made my perfect point on why we can't trust. We can't trust their sources because they control the books and they control the information.
They don't. We can trust you though.
So what I'm saying is,
we can't trust you.
No, I'm about to end it after this. Because that's all I really wanted to say. This is my main purpose. What I'm trying to say.
We can't trust
the fact that we have to go off our own understanding because we understand that these people lied us from the beginning. So when you turn in your blood for them to test your blood and they telling you this and that, why would you believe it when they told you Jesus was white? What I'm saying is it's all in belief.
Jesus is white.
Everything. What I'm saying. All right, whatever, man.
I didn't know about that.
Everything. What I'm saying is everything.
Was white. They made what?
What I'm saying is everything that y'all dealing with is through belief. When you're talking about
that's religion.
If you haven't experienced it for yourself, like we haven't experienced it for ourselves, like the shit don't come here and we don't get to break it apart and see that's what kind of fuel they're using, we can only guess.
No, that's not true. I'm trying to tell you, it's called they can make predictions. I want you to know that people that look just like you and me can create scientific theories that make predictions on shit you don't even know about. We can do that. The foundation, watch this. Inky won't tell y'all this. I do. When I talk to college classes, I say the foundation of STEM is in Africa. That without that foundation, without that that beginnings, without that rudimentary thing, without all that, you don't even get to the conversation we're having right now, bro. Like,
Yeah, but what
it's
you're right about
never
that.
white man science, bro. It's humanity. It's human science. The first humans in Africa, when they left, they took a skill set with them, and as they evolve in different environments, bro, it's basic skill set that humanity has. And science is the work of our ancestors, bro. You can't deny that. So you gotta stop making white people smarter than they are, because that's not true. There is no such thing as white man science. And every time a person said to me, I'm saying, man, they don't got the heart to see past the lie. So guess who really lied? I'm gonna tell you who really lied to you, yo. White people didn't lie to you. They just didn't give you access. You didn't have access.
Exactly.
It was in the secret vault called the library.
Exactly. So it's a lie. So what I'm trying to tell you.
No. I said it was in a secret vault called the library.
All right, so let's check this out. And so, but also they don't give you all the books, and they don't give you all the science. They give you partial and pieces of it, right? So now that we're in an age of information, to where a lot of stuff they were hiding, people like Inky, people like Inky are evolutionizing the information. They're coming up with
how he getting Let
me finish what I'm saying. Don't let the name Inky trigger you. I'm saying don't let Inky trigger you. What I'm saying is
I'm saying how he get it.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me tell you what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
tell me
what
how
I'm
to
saying
get it.
no, look what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying, like when we had the scientific debates, we like to say, oh, where's your source and your source and your source and your source? What I'm saying is, if somebody's saying something different, that don't mean they're wrong, because a source from back in the day says something different. If we'll keep elevating. So there's gonna be new information. So when you get brilliant people and bring you new information, you can't just say they're wrong because they're the first one to say it.
You got to be the truth. Listen, I want you to know that we live in a world where everybody think they know something. And I'm saying the world been full of humans swearing they know everything about everything. There's only one way to figure out who lying and who not, bro. And guess what that is? It's called science. Science will separate the men from the boys. Simple as that, yo. Because everybody got their own cosmology, and everybody think they know the origin of humanity. Everybody think they know. They did. For the first 350,000 years, everybody knew where they thought they came from. And guess
what? All right. We're going to bring on Ngolo. Let him see what he got. If you got any questions, if he's supporting what you're saying. What's up, brother? You got any questions for Unc?
Yeah, no. My statement is I understand and I'm empathetic towards the brother's skepticism in regards to historical scientific racism, but in order to be qualified to disagree with academia, you have to put in the rigorous research and create the institutions to accurately go against what they're saying. You can't try to deter somebody's postulation if you haven't conducted the falsification test in order to do that. In order, our solution is to stop misappropriating our resources, stop being lazy, and actually put in the work and do the real research and create the actual institution. But you can't try to discredit academia, and they have a fundamental basis to what they're saying. You don't have the qualifications nor the power to oppose what they're saying. So it is a quote unquote subject position, but and you just have to do it. You can't just come on here and make statements based upon feelings and say somebody's man is I'm saying they're greater than mine because they're espousing a theory. If you haven't put in the requisite research to oppose a theory, then you have no ground to stand on. And a lot of these sentiments are coming off of emotions, like what the brother Inky said and what you said in regards to primates. I think the bad connotation with us being connected to primates comes with the notion that we have been placed on by Europeans that we're monkeys and all of the other stuff, all of the bad connotations that come with it. But we have to let that stuff go. If you do an objective observation, just looking at nature, the closest connect through behavior, through social structure, primates are the closest thing to us. It's obvious. It's an obvious observable fact. And when it comes to macroevolution, it's erroneous to put it up to say that you can conduct a controlled experiment with that. We don't have the time as humans to observe macroevolution, but microevolution is an empirical fact. You can't. There's no going against that. So my thing is, bro, we have to be scientifically literate in our communities. We have to go into academia and then create our own institutions to actually be qualified to falsify what they're saying. If you're not putting in the work to do that, you have no leg to stand on. I'll stop with that.
Right. Issa Queen. Issa Queen, you want to say something?
Yes, please. I've been waiting.
All right, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to talk a little bit about the common ancestor. If anybody wants to know what that is, you can look up Sahelanthropus, right? It's found in the Sahel region in Africa. They have the bones, right? And it's the first split that you see after the chimpanzees. Also, you have doctors like, I'm sorry if I'm butchering his name, Dr. Alamiksegi, who is a Black Ethiopian man who found Lucy, who we attributed to mitochondrial Eve. He's the one who discovered the baby. So a lot of this information isn't just people just saying things. These are people discovering things, going into the ground, looking up the bones, putting the bones against us. And another thing I wanted to say is another thing you can look at is just embryology. Embryology in itself takes us step by step through the evolutionary journey where we're starting off as single cells and then we're splitting cells and then we're becoming more complex. Even in how the baby develops, where it comes from, how it develops gill slits and how it develops the anus before the mouth and how all of these things are step-by-step correlations to how evolution worked from the sea all the way into humankind. So there's a whole lot of information there. And just not to be long-winded, also abiogenesis is another place that you will be able to look to figure out how these cells have come together, grouped together, how the mitochondria was engulfed by another cell to become more complex. Like all of these things are actually that information is absolutely out there. So when you're thinking about evolution, you got to think about it in different steps. You have abiogenesis that's talking about the cells and the orders and how we get to plant life and how we get to the frogs, the lizards, and then very long after you get to the mammals, which is, and then you get to us, the primates. And a lot of these situations that we're talking about it just seems like a lack of knowledge of the different steps it takes to get to evolution. That's it. Thank you.
Just because they all go through the same process don't mean they're the same, is what I'm saying.
All right. You want to respond to that?
I think the sister did a great job. I just would say that Sahelanthropus, they before the chimpanzees.
No, Sahelanthropus.
I think they before the chimpanzees.
You just explaining the process, though. They don't mean we the same.
Yeah, I think they before the champ. You think they not, sis?
It's not proven to be the common ancestor.
Sahelanthropus. So if you look at Sahelanthropus, it will. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we could just look it up to get. So I just want to get it straight. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you on your A game, I'm gonna say that though. That's what I'm gonna say.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
That's right. That's right.
I appreciate that.
Saw, while he looks that up,
it's right here. Put it up, Saw.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, you was talking about right here, right? Can we see it?
Yeah, it's up.
All right, make it a little bit bigger. I think you were talking about this right here, right, sis?
Yeah, it's kind of small where I'm looking at it.
See, it's Sahelanthropus. S-A-H-E, Sahelanthropus. So you saying our common ancestor may go back 7 million?
Yes, the common ancestor goes back that far back.
So
and then this is just what we have for right now, right? Sahelanthropus.
It's right here. So that's at the 7 million. So you thinking that Sahelanthropus may be the common ancestor?
It's yes. As far as the information that we have to this day, Sahelanthropus is the common ancestor that you see the split between the common ancestor of the chimpanzee and the bonobo and us. Because be very clear, we're not just talking about at this time. There still wasn't chimpanzees here. We would have to look up. the
There you go.
evolution
Good
of the
point.
chimpanzee
All right,
as
that's
well.
great. I like that. I can tell. I like that.
That's called
I like that.
intellectual masturbation.
No,
That's
man,
called.
man, what? This sister, man, we rarely have sisters.
That's called
that
intellectual
really,
masturbation.
no, hold on for a minute, yo.
Let's respect the sister. Let's
Yeah, we
respect
can't.
her.
What we can do is
That's not
we
disrespectful. That's
cannot
not
have
disrespectful.
a
That's not disrespectful
scientific.
what I said.
Hold on, we cannot have a scientific sister come on here. I mean, talking about Sahelanthropus and have a
that's
conversation with me
impressive.
about chimpanzees, yo, and then we try to underdo it, and
That's
then
impressive.
But because that's Negro, unintelligent, unscientific speaking that you hear speaking. See, when you hear real science, Negroes can't adapt to that. They don't know what that shit is, It sounds foreign to them.
Well, I'm saying they can tell you they
not
pissing on you.
scientific.
They
He
can
don't
tell you
even
they
know that
raining
we
and
are
pissing on you.
primates, He don't
You
even
going
know.
over what the
He
computer
don't even
said,
know
brother.
that we apes, He don't even know
I'm
that
saying,
science yet.
no, you going over a computer. You going over what a computer telling you.
Oh my God, man. That's not
What you talking about? But I'm not intelligent,
brother.
Listen, brother, I'm not intelligent, but you going over what the computer told you. You're not a scientist. You
Yeah,
didn't
the
do that.
computer is made from science.
But what I'm saying is the information on it. You didn't gather that information. You're believing what
Mr.
somebody else
Crab,
telling
you can, Mr. Crab, bro, you can disagree with the sister respectfully, though. That's all I would say.
I did. That is
Listen,
respectful
Sahelanthropus has
intellectual
not been proven
masturbation.
to be the common
You're
ancestor.
not in
for
her
certain.
lane. I can tell you that right now, just from hearing your
Nah,
questions.
the guy you responded.
You're
on Google
nowhere
too.
in that sister lane, bro.
I'm saying I can look that up on Google too. I can look that up on Google.
Okay, but brother,
Go ahead,
brother,
give us a scientific fact. Go ahead.
brother, you can disagree with her in a respectful manner with some
That's
decorum.
exactly what I did, brother. I said intellectual masturbation. That's not disrespectful.
It
Did you
is
understand what I'm saying?
Hey, listen, bro. Listen. If a European scholar was on this show, I don't think
But
nobody.
I don't even
Hold
listen
on.
to Europeans.
Let me speak, bro.
You don't listen to Europeans.
I'm not gonna diss you.
I listen to black teachers. Just like
Listen.
come on, this is what I'm
bro.
saying. So this is why. Let me tell you why, though.
Mr. Crab.
Hold up, brother. Hold on, y'all. You only listen to black teachers, bro?
No, listen. I'm about to explain to you why. Because by us being different, we have different things we trying to get to, like when they told us what we supposed to eat. How they tell you to eat meat and cheese. How they talking about from the food? Listen. Stop cutting me off. Let me get to the point. What I'm saying.
Information has no color, man.
Listen. What I'm saying about us being different, we have different information.
Information
Just like we have
is not
different
black,
diets.
Chinese, white, none of that.
Listen. Just like we have different diets, we have different realities. So they're gonna always gather information different than us. Because
you gotta slow down on smoking and weed, yo. You gotta slow down a little bit, yo. Take it from
But that's also disrespectful. We don't have different experiences.
I'm saying we have different experiences, but we don't have different diets. No, I'm saying
the same information and come up with the same conclusions.
What I'm saying is that Homo sapiens sapiens, right? The naked ape, okay, include all different skin color, nose sizes, hair textures, and all the in between that you want to separate. Now you doing what the racists did. The racist white supremacists did that. The scientific racism did that. Do you really know what scientific racism was? Listen, scientific racism was wild black. Hold on, bro. How we having this?
Science says that we different.
I know, but what makes
science says that we different.
So listen, only Inky would tell you that. You can't find that in a textbook, bro. Matter of fact, I know for a fact the way you're talking, you don't even own a textbook. See, here go the standard. It's called a textbook virology. Look. Molecule biology, yo, value 1, yo. Vincent Raccanella, 5th edition. You don't got the 1st edition, nor do you have the daggone 2nd edition. You don't got a textbook. This all I teach from textbooks, bro. Textbooks, not just a book, but a goddamn textbook. So if I'm saying anthropology, I'm using a textbook. You just talking wild and reckless, bro. So you wild and reckless today for no reason.
Man. What are you talking?
I'm saying you wild and reckless. You listen to
how you think you're not a god.
No. We don't gotta do nothing but read a textbook and start from there. Then we can think our way through it. But prior to that, we listen to the Inky. Inky got you thinking that white people is different. White people are Homo sapiens sapiens. You probably think that white people or black people are older than white people. I know y'all think that. That ain't true. White people are Homo sapiens sapiens, bro. Simple as that. All humans are cousins. They all connected to each other. Ain't no separation. It's the culture you need to learn about. Maybe that sister could tell you about the culture based off how she said her name was. Yo, she into the culture and the traditions, bro. Come on, bro. I ain't doing this, yo. We ain't doing this.
All right, let me bring up Harwin. Let me let me bring up arch enemy. Where you at? There you go. There you go.
A young pseudo for no reason. And
Mr. Kraft was right. Mr. Kraft was 100% right.
You got to talk up though, man. Your system.
Mr. Kraft was 100% right. Just like they had herbivores and carnivores with the dinosaurs, and still to this day, we're not the same as them. And the diet proves that. Even Dr. Sebi said that.
Dr. Sebi is a living dead pseudo. How about that? Now I said it. Now what? Now what?
Even he said
now
we
what?
having Dr. Sebi slander. This man having Dr. Sebi
now y'all keep talking about
Side, we gotta respect the sisters. We gotta
respect that. We don't gotta respect
the elders. We gotta respect the elders.
That's uncalled for. The brothers
y'all keep talking about
now you got me started now. Now y'all got me hot.
Split. Y'all keep talking about a split.
All right, hold on, y'all.
Coming from a common ancestor splits off. There is no split.
Now, Kufu, is that you back there?
I already mopped the floor with Uncle on this because Uncle would never say we have a separate origin from nature.
Can you show us a source though, Cosmic Chris?
I'm on my phone. I can't.
Come on, man. We gotta stop this on my phone.
Hold on. Listen, I can go get a computer, hop back on, and show y'all source. I already.
All right, go do that, brother. Go do that.
Hurry up, Cosmic.
All right, put it like this, and Unc knows what I'm going to go show. I'm gonna show that bell curve.
Let's see it. Don't talk about it. You're wasting time. Let's see it.
All right. See no more. I'm gonna hop off, get my computer, and come right back.
All right, let me go with Harwin. Harwin is in the building. What up, brother?
Salute, sir. I appreciate you coming back,
brother.
Salute to the panel.
Peace, fam.
Mr. Kraft, bro, I'm not gonna say I agree or disagree with you, but you gotta come a little bit more respectful with the sisters. And if you ask me, we gotta be more respectful to the elders too, regardless if you agree or disagree. You can respectfully disagree with the elders that's not living too. Respectfully.
But sir,
Whether you disagree, I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to everybody.
I know.
I'm saying it's a certain tradition that allows you. Just because you older and may die doesn't make you an elder in the African traditions. You would have to actually give something to the community, and without that,
you did more than you did.
The community would not grow. That's an elder.
What you do for the community,
brother? It was no need to disrespect them though. Like,
there's no need to disrespect. I'm not here. You did.
As a matter of fact, Dr. Sebi disrespected us. How many people died?
You just said white people. You said we not older than white people.
I'm gonna pull a source.
You just said we not older than white people.
I ain't playing with
all right, y'all. Let's just keep it cool, y'all. Let's not even
y'all playing. I ain't playing today. Go ahead and show my source while y'all playing.
We not older than white people.
I'm right. We not older than white people. White people not older than us, and vice versa. Right.
All right. Hold on. Now that's the most
genetically.
I heard.
That's pseudo.
No, because y'all ain't thinking. You might say
the genetic mutation that created Europe.
Yo, I need to for a minute. Everybody chill. I gotta get up on this. Do you want to retract that, man?
No. What are you talking about?
Again, because you know Iki is going to clip this.
I don't care about that pseudo. I don't mind a pseudo clip
again. Are you saying that?
I'm saying that white people are Homo sapiens people. And
Homo what? Hold on, let me ask you a question, man. Are you saying that Africans are not older than Europeans?
I'm saying that Homo sapiens is 350,000 years. That's what I'm saying. If y'all can't figure that out, now if you want to talk about the skin tone color, that's a different conversation. What are we
they're talking about though? That's exactly what they're speaking of. That's what makes the European.
That ain't what nobody talk about that. They don't know.
That's what makes the European the European.
Hey, share my source. Show my source.
Are you saying the Khoisan don't have the oldest genetic markers that we know of, sir?
I'm saying they have the oldest genetic.
You said no. You said that You said Africans are not older than white people.
I'm saying that white people are Homo sapiens sapiens. Now, if you want to talk about the
we not talking about that comment. We talk about you saying.
I mean,
that
make your mind
Africans
up.
are not older than white people. That's
Are
what
you
you just
talking
said.
about hold on. Are you talking about mutations?
Sir.
Or are you talking about Europeans? What are you talking about?
Sir.
No, I'm asking you. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna play the
I was
Washington
still
game
talking.
with you.
Real
What are you
talk.
saying?
I was patient.
All right.
I
Why you
showed
asking the
decorum.
question? You asked me a question.
But I was still talking. I never stopped.
And keep going. Hey,
I
Sal,
never
I'm ready to
paused.
so much what you can do. Go ahead, brother.
I never paused.
Now go ahead, brother.
I appreciate it. For that same respect that we asking the brother to give the sister, regardless if you agree or disagree, the same respect everybody else on this panel deserve. If you gonna give these Europeans respect just because they have degrees, you can give your brothers respect, whether you agree with them or not. Period. You can give them that same respect. Especially talking you don't have no decorum.
I'm not doing it.
Look at you. Look at
I
you.
don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't care. I know you don't.
That.
I know you don't care, and that's the
I'm
problem.
not big up and polite, my nigga. You can big up and polite. How about that?
That nigga a child.
How about that?
All right, we gotta get back to the information.
Big up polite. How about make him an ancestor? I'm not doing it.
All right. You don't have to do anything.
All right, then, so don't get me started.
Come on, man. I gotta get the control back.
Put my thoughts up then.
Let's go back to the information.
Everybody talking crazy. Look, this is what I'm gonna tell y'all. Y'all can do what y'all want to do. Do y'all see this word right here? This word right here says charlatan. Do you know what it is? Charlatan, swindler, mountebank is a person that practicing quackery or similar confidence trick in order to obtain money, power, fame, or other advantages. Do deception. Here you go. Now, who is it? Here you go. Why y'all talking to me? Infamous charlatans. Let me show you what the world says. Y'all can live in your little bubble. I'm not doing it. Here you go. Alfred Bowman. There you go. All right, he's an infamous charlatan. Y'all just don't know it because y'all in your little wild bubble. So I'm not promoting charlatans in the black community. You can't get mad at me.
That's subjective.
One mic, man.
You do know anybody can edit Wikipedia.
None of that. I'm not listening. To what I'm saying. Hold on.
All right. Hold on for 1 minute. Family, if y'all speak out of turn, I'm gonna put you in the back. I don't want to do that. It's one mic. Let finish, then I will call on the next person.
I'm saying y'all don't have to agree with me, but none of y'all can bring a source, a scientific, credible source that says that man could cure all the could cure herpes, AIDS, and all of that. If y'all bring me a source to say that, I'm gonna shut the. But until then, I'm not listening to y'all. I have
you talking about?
y'all no mind. I'm not doing it.
They put a case on me. The case.
Who are you talking about?
Talking about Dr. Sabi.
Dr. Sabi almost killed me years ago.
Killed you, right?
I was in the hospital. I was in the hospital for weeks because I took some of his stuff that they gave me that I bought, and I almost lost my goddamn life because of what I got from Dr. Sabi. They had to pump my goddamn stomach. Everybody know that by now. This ain't no secret.
No, they don't. They want to keep you secret.
This is what I'm telling you, man. You can't trust all of that stuff because when you go to these herbalists, they are not taking your blood. They don't know. What's the first thing the doctors do when you go get examined? They take your urine, they take your blood so that they can figure out what is wrong with you. That's science.
Yep.
The herbalists are just trying to sell their goddamn herbs.
Yeah,
and they sound good doing it.
I'm not doing that.
Simple as that, man.
I'm not doing the quack.
They not taking your goddamn blood. They not taking your urine. Asking you, how they know you're not allergic to that shit? Like I was. Toe up. How do they know that? They don't. But go ahead. You finish up?
Yeah, I'm just saying, in African traditions, let me take the source down, right? There's that you just because your ass died don't make you an ancestor. Just for the record, an ancestor is somebody that brought something to the community that without that person, the community would not be where it is today. Simple as that. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, first of all, thank y'all for coming to the rescue. I didn't even hear what the brother said, to be very honest. But I just wanted to just to go back to the evolution conversation a little bit. And I would like to know what part of what I said was disingenuous, especially since there's actual proof of what I was talking about with Sahelanthropus. And the conversation was about the common ancestor, and then I provided that for you. So what part of it was not understood?
Okay, sister,
to say that it was masturbation.
Pizza Queen, let me ask you.
You jumped in. He wasn't talking.
Say that word. So how do you say it? How do you say it?
Sahelanthropus.
And is that coming
like
from
the Sahel region in Africa, and then Lanthropus?
That's what
Hey, Rod, she asked Mr. Kraft that.
Hold up, brother. I'm talking.
I know, but she asked the question though.
I'm asking her. The question was the word Sahel is the root word of the Sahel in Africa. That's where the word comes. Thank you, sister.
Yes.
He has an aneurysm. That's on Ankh. But go ahead.
All right, so you can get ahead and let Mr. Kraft go ahead and answer her, brother.
All I was saying was
Kraft. She asked you a question, Kraft. She's talking to you.
Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't like me, picking her out. It's just talking about the general way of how people say they come with the information. What I'm saying is, there's no way to prove it because you saw it on the internet. So that's what I'm saying is the fact that when people try to go around, like when the scientists of these days, who are not doing no experiments, they are basically just going off someone else's word. They are going around speaking of it as if it's facts, and then you tell the so-called pseudo, that he has no right to use his own brain. So basically, what you're saying is, no, this person is more brilliant and more intelligent than you, so you can't go off with your own mind. You got to go off with what he put on the internet. So I'm trying to figure out the premises of these people and the way they think. If y'all going around talking about we gods.
But I understand where you're coming from with that. But the issue that you are going to see when you're having this conversation with evolution is that the information that's being said is backed up by bones. It's not just, people are playing telephone with information. There's actual tangible touching of evidence that you can do when it comes down to it. And Sahelanthropus are bones that were actually found in the Sahel region. That's why I started off the conversation talking about the newest discovery, which is called Lucy's baby. If y'all ever want to look it up, it was just discovered in late 2000s, where it's a Australopithecus that was found by a Black man. That's why I brought it up. Right. The Denisovans is another human ancestor that we have found that was in 2007. So this information is still coming out. That's why I was saying things like from the things that we know at this moment, because at this moment we have the evidence for the things that we're talking about. Right, so if you want to talk to me about something if you want to talk to me about something opposite of that, you would have to do more than just say that you're using your mind. Like, what do you have tangible that can go against that information?
All right. So my tangible evidence is using the fact that haven't they already come out the fact that saying that they came up with dinosaur bones, and then they came out and said the dinosaur bone was fake.
Nah, man, nobody knows.
So listen, no, stop interrupting people, brother.
Let them go. Don't interrupt. Let them go.
There's known facts that these people have came up and said that, back in the day they were saying they found dinosaur bones and we was going off of that. The anthropologists found the dinosaur bones and they brushed it off and they said it was this long ago and this and that. You going off of his word. That's not science. That's not y'all saying y'all scientists when y'all not. Listen, hold on. The scientist is the man who went dug the bone up and brushed it. So what I'm saying is,
you don't believe dinosaurs.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish, man. Let me land. So
that spaceship, man.
So you can rebuttal. So you can rebuttal in the right way. Let me land. So the fact that what I'm saying is, think about it. If the true scientists, like how when they found out the Egyptians were black and they blew the nose off, What I'm saying is, if certain people find the information and they don't want the world to know, this man with the lab coat could lie to you. So that's what I'm saying. You have to always keep that in consideration. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You have to keep in consideration.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you.
They have the capability of lying.
Sorry, can I come on now?
Man, did that?
Who is that?
Yeah,
Who
I'm
is
not going to
that?
disagree with you.
Okay, let Hard World One get it in. Let's go, Hard World.
Sister Issa Queen, I respect your opinion, but Sahelanthropus has not been proven to have been a direct link common ancestor with us. That's being debated. That's not consensus. But I appreciate you bringing that out. But what I like most about what you said is looking at the stage, the embryo developing in the womb. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a process.
You
talk. Just to say this to the things being debated, everything in science is being debated, right? Everything.
No, but it's not
At the
consensus.
end of the day, because you have differencing of opinion off of what the information is there. So yes, a Sahelanthropus is, I believe, a partial pelvic bone and a partial skull, a partial of the skull. So like, yes, there is a lot of space for argument. But the one thing that they're not arguing with is that we share DNA with this thing. That's one thing they're not arguing about.
They are arguing. They're saying that it's an extinct branch that we might not come directly from us. That's the argument. But I still appreciate what you're saying.
Right, but it's an extinct branch that shares DNA with us, and that's the part that you're
saying extinct branch that's not related to us.
We can't spread that.
Yeah, that's not true. And you will have to show me the information on that.
Okay, well, I'll shoot you my email. How about that?
No problem. Yeah, I'm IssaQueen17 gmail.com.
Issa Queen, I got you.
Thank you.
As far as the ancestors, since we leaning on elders and the ancestors, the ancestors aren't. I don't think I've ever ran across a tribe that believe in atheism. So you can't pick and choose when you want to go by what the ancestors say.
Okay, can I say? Are you finished?
Yeah, because you said the pygmies were atheists.
Can I finish? Can I finish talking? Yeah, I don't want to. I want to have the decorum. You tried to get me in this little weird corner with you. Let me say this.
All right, brother.
I wouldn't give a damn what all the humans prior to me was or what they wasn't. I got responsibility to my babies and to my damn community, to my family first, right? To my community, and then to the rest of the world. That's what I got a commitment to. So all the mistakes they made is the mistakes they made. What they didn't know, they didn't know. It's my job to understand. So you don't know who didn't believe that wild shit. Because I'm sure as I'm sitting here, there was an intelligent sister like that. There was somebody like me, somebody like you that just didn't believe, but they didn't have a voice back then, you know, because like I don't agree with you for not believing. So I'm saying
ancestors had a voice.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
Our ancestors had a voice, brother.
Our
ancestors were very scientific. Let's not act like they weren't.
But I thought we was having decorum.
We was, but you cut me off. But I let you cut me off.
No, I didn't. I said, "Are you finished?"
I never said yes.
So you just stared me in the face like and stop talking. That's normally
because you cut me off, brother.
No, I asked you.
Our ancestors are not slow.
Listen, I don't care what
our ability to understand science did not just start here and go here to today.
This is what I'm saying.
It was like this.
This is what I'm saying. I'm telling you, don't know what you're talking about, and you making it up.
I'm making up what? That the pygmies were not atheists?
I'm saying
making that up.
No. We never got into that conversation. You didn't allow that to happen. What you said was one nobody atheist, and I said, "How do you know?"
I said I haven't found. Reverse the rewind the tape.
I tried to give you the reason why.
We rewind the film.
I tried to give you the reason why. And I'm saying their voices wasn't there, meaning you couldn't stand up in the middle of the tribe and say that's trash. What you saying? That wasn't how humans was vibing.
That's not true, brother. That's
Wait, let me and Unc talk. Unc, show us a tribe that believes in atheism from ancient times.
Man, I'm saying I can't find one, but that don't mean people wasn't that.
And it don't mean they was either.
Just like in the 30s and the 40s.
It don't mean they were.
No, just like in the 30s and 40s and 50s, you better not step up in your daggone family talking that atheist shit. You wasn't coming around grandma's house with that. You wasn't doing none of that, bro. So that's not all this shit y'all talking about right now. Dude, go back 20 years from now. You wasn't doing it. You barely doing it now.
20 years from now when we were colonized.
I'm saying
We're
right
talking
now,
about when we
20
were
years ago, we were
independent and
colonized.
practicing science. Our ancestors were very intelligent. Do not
No,
diminish their intelligence.
no, they was just as smart as we is today. Well, see, you making it. I don't like the false.
They're very intelligent. What I'm saying is they're scientific.
I'm saying
now
that
we may not can confirm. We can't confirm everything in modern science today. But you can't confirm what they say. But you're going to claim that they were atheists. They were not.
Listen, you can have that, bro. All right.
Oh, okay.
The Mabuti tribe. I'm saying to them,
the Mbuti tribe are not atheists.
I mean, can I finish though, nigga? Now I don't even want to talk to you. I barely shouldn't be talking to you now because you ain't got no respect. You know what I'm saying? You got to respect somebody you know. You got to respect me, yo. I ain't the average dude right here. I'm not the average dude. You act like I'm the average. I ain't never been average.
Nobody on this panel average.
Okay, so then I'm thinking you is. I'm thinking you a little bit average there, bro. Because I can't finish my damn statement.
I got PhDs that can confirm I'm not.
You ain't got no PhDs. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is when you look at the Mabuti tribe, if you look at who interviewed them, they said,
Hey, let them talk, Cash. Let them talk.
Hey, Master Craft, yo, check this out, yo.
Craft, let them talk, man.
You're gonna be the first person to get robbed.
Stay focused. Go in. Keep going. Keep going, Unc. Forget him. Keep going, Unc.
All right, come on, Unc. Stay focused, man. Come on.
Keep going.
Conversation, nah.
Because
I got my
because he was saying that I don't have no PhDs that can say nothing. I'm
Man,
saying how much you want to bet.
point, what I'm trying to make is that the people that interviewed the Mabuti, they was trying to tell them about some God. They ain't even know what the hell they was talking about. What they was saying was that the forest was their mother and they dad.
That's not the only thing they said.
Let me finish though. What the fuck, dude? I'm not doing this with you, yo. You hit me with the new Wappy and shit. 100 million questions. You know what? I ain't listening. Let me stop. Am I yelling?
Okay, well, I'll go. According to the Mbuti, that's not the only thing they said. Their concept of forest spirits has nothing to do with atheism. And they do have multiple deities that we can name. Now, as far as what you said, I don't have PhDs that can say what. I would just say, brother, how much you want to bet?
All right, I'm saying is I'm not even betting you. I'm gonna pull up a source.
Okay.
So you go get a source while I go get a source. Because you ain't pulled up a source yet. I'm gonna go get a source. Okay. I'm gonna go get a source. Yeah. While you talking me to death.
How about set up a debate between me and you about the pygmies?
That's all. Why is everybody trying to debate me, nigga? Y'all can't debate.
Because you claiming you lying on the ancestors.
I didn't say they was atheist.
You giving a report on secondary source from Europeans.
Now you didn't
speaking on the pygmies. But you gotta talk to the. You gotta talk to the actual pygmies.
Correct.
I show my sources now.
All right, hold on. I see you, Cosmic. The brother had his hand up. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, I would just like to say, man, like when we make these sweeping generalizations about African culture and what they did, it's like, bro, a lot of the stuff is just erroneous, man. It's like you can't sit up here and say that they if you disagree with them, they was gonna kill you. Where are you getting this stuff from? And like, how many like that's what are you seeing? What source are you seeing to say that that's any type of common occurrence? That's not how the culture works. Not any that I've seen. I mean, if you just look at the social system,
you talking to me?
I'm talking. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
When you look at the social structure, the disagreement is current. Like that's the Council of Elders. Like it was very scientific the way things were structured. Now, when you talk about was there myths and people going with superstition, yeah, of course that's going to happen. But to say it was unscientific and if you disagreed, you was going to get killed. That's fallacious. That stuff that's really like some European anthropologist type stuff.
So it might have been fallacious, but did you realize I was in the middle of a conversation with a maniac, cut me off every 2 seconds? So I never could get my full thought out. So you don't actually know what I was saying because he never let me finish that. Listen, he never let me say that. He never let me finish what I was saying. It was like, he did it on purpose. So do you want to hear what I got to say about do you want to hear what I'm saying about humans and their beliefs? I'm saying humans, period, will kill you for your beliefs.
No, but see, this is my problem. Okay, go ahead. I thought you were finished. You paused.
No, I'm saying you know and I know because you seem like you got a little stem with you, right? I'm saying humans will kill you for your beliefs. Am I wrong in saying that? Or do we got a special?
1000% correct.
No, but when you're speaking about African culture, that's not true. That's not a pervasive element in pre-colonial African culture.
Do Africans right now kill people, sacrifice people? Do they do it?
Yes, it has nothing. When you're talking about sacrifices,
their belief system allows them to kill somebody. They do it to
you asked me a question. No, but I'm saying you
say it doesn't happen. I'm giving you,
bro. I said it
right now.
All you got to do is tell them to go look at Jerusalem right now in Palestine. Just tell them to go see what's going on.
No, but that's not. I'm saying
they fighting over their beliefs, brother.
Yeah, no, I'm not. That's a non sequitur, brother. That's a non sequitur. I'm saying in the specific sense of how he tried to paint African culture as if it's, and this is my problem that I have with you specifically from what I've seen. You try to overgeneralize. Humans are fundamentally the same, but there are cultural differences. There's cultural philosophies that are prevalent in different cultures that some are more mild in other terms and some are more extreme in other terms. You can't overgeneralize people their cultural motifs, bro, and you tend to do that a lot. It's not accurate.
And you're right.
Even with the brother, when the brother was speaking about the biological, the biodiversity in terms of what's more conducive to certain people in certain environments eating. That's true. Now I'm not going to sit here and say to an extreme extent that we can't eat nothing that the Europeans eat. No, that's not true. Just the lactose intolerance shows that through biodiversity, some of us.
So you switching the conversation now because you was on me. Now you switching. Where you at? Because I want to.
What I'm saying, it's the same motif though. What I'm saying is it's the same motif.
All right.
So
okay.
When it comes
to that man, when I was talking to him, I was simply trying to tell him that the people that didn't believe, they wouldn't have had a voice. They wouldn't have documented them in history. That's all I'm saying. So you wouldn't know. I was simply trying to say, I'm certain that there were people amongst all the tribes in Africa that just didn't believe that shit, bro. But they didn't have a voice to express it because we didn't hear about it. The fact that we didn't hear about it, it wasn't. Do you get my point?
I'm seeing what you, but believe what?
That's what I'm trying to say, yo. And you took it and you went far. You're right. We can't overgeneralize things. I'm not saying we don't, but I'm saying I know what the hell I was talking about. But you was in the middle of it. You looked at me like this, fighting a nut. Stop it. Now you talk to me, and now you hear what I'm saying. That the atheists, the people didn't believe, they just wouldn't have said nothing, bro, because it was real hostile towards them. It is.
But I'm saying this is what I believe in. What though? That's there is no proselytization, and you gotta believe this stuff. That's what I'm. To me, what your sentiment show that you have you don't have a fundamental basis.
So you don't think
African culture really
okay?
Operates.
So now you got my attention, sir. So let's get with it. I'm saying Homo sapiens sapien. I'm saying a brain evolved to believe. So if you're a Homo sapiens sapien with a brain, you are believing in something. I'm saying the atheists right now on this panel believe. So what you saying? What you trying to say? So what did the Africans have that didn't allow them to believe? I'm listening, sir, because you got my attention. Now
that's a straw man. You just made a straw man argument. That's not what I'm saying.
No, we talking. You said that they ain't believe. You did.
You make it. No, that. I'm saying. I'm saying.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
I'm saying that the way you tried to postulate it was you said. It's not going to be documented if they didn't believe it but your overall sentiment is saying that there's going to be some requirement to believe something. When you look at African spiritual systems, it's not about religion. It's not about believing in something. It's if it works or not. Like when you go, if you have a problem, you go see somebody. If you don't, you operate with the laws in the society. It's not about some overall overreaching religion, bro. That's what I don't. That's the problem I'm having.
They had a religion, bro. They had the earliest forms of religion. You gotta stop that,
brother.
They're the first people with religion on planet Earth. Are you,
brother? I'm not in the way you're trying to paint it though. It's not
all right.
Joe, it can come in all different fashions. It don't have to be a god. You can just believe in the ancestors, right?
That's fine. I'm just saying the way you postulating it is making it seem like it's dogmatic. That's the only problem I have.
I ain't say that.
No, you didn't say it specifically, but you implying it. That's what I'm saying. You implying it by what you
my whole conversation. You don't gotta attack me. I don't gotta attack you. If we can have a great conversation. But I tell you what, with all the signs that you got, I'm trying to figure out why the hell you can't figure out the doctor said he was a charlatan. Yo, I'm confused. I'm trying to figure that out. Why, based off everything you just said, Bolo. How the hell Dr. Sabi ain't a pseudo and a charlatan?
I mean, that's subjective. I don't know his.
It's an objective truth, bro. Hold on. I'm not giving y'all a subjective truth. I'm giving you an objective truth that nobody, right, has a cure for daggone AIDS, cancer, syphilis, and all the above. That ain't subjective, bro. That's an objective scientific fact. He didn't have it with the cure. That's what I'm saying.
Unc is right and exact. And damn near everybody and their mama would have been Dr. Sabi, and all of them would have had a mansion and a yacht and every goddamn thing if he could cure AIDS and cancer. I don't know what's wrong with our people. This is why niggas can come in here and scam the goddamn community because we go for anything. If Dr. Sabi was able to cure cancer, if he was able to cure cancer and all that shit and AIDS, they would be billionaires right now. Billionaires. You can't name one person that he healed. And if he did, I guarantee you it's a trick. They know how to do that. Exactly. Let me get on over here with my man Cosmic
Chris. The black community wouldn't have none of them things.
Cosmic Chris got his information. You in trouble.
No, he ain't got no source. He's playing
his
with
sources is up right now.
It's already up. You already wiped.
No, that's not a source. That's Canva.
No, just let him go.
I mean, let him go.
I'm looking at it. Yo, what's the name of your source? Where you get it from, brother?
Do I gotta zoom in for you? You can't see the hyperlink.
No, we see it. What's the name of your source and where you get it from?
All right, I got 3 slides I want to show. Right there at the bottom left corner, it says humansinnature.org. It's a hyperlink. I can copy and paste them if you need be. But I already wiped the floor with this information. I did it already. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just read it for you because for some reason I can't make the screen bigger. So it says, the British scientist James Lovelock, working 70 years later, cast these ideas in the largest possible terms. His geo-hypothesis understands the entire planet of which humans are a part to be a super organism. Humans and nature are fundamentally one and the same. Given our one and the sameness, what happens when we relate to nature as though we were fundamentally separate? The best answer is associated with Arne Naess, one of the great environmental philosophers of the 20th century, whose work gave rise to deep ecology. And not only that, he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. The answer, humans and nature are so intimately connected that acting as if we are separate and abusing nature is tantamount to abusing ourselves. We need to treat our relationship with nature in a far more serious manner. I'm gonna trust the Nobel Peace Prize winner before I trust Now let me go down one. There is no split. There is no split. This is who we are. We are native species. If you look at the bottom, my sources right there. It says the city of Mission in Javo, which is an actual city in California. This comes from their website. A native species is found in a certain ecosystem due to natural processes such as natural distribution, aka the bell curve. The thing runs from every time I bring it up. The koala, for example, is native to Australia. No human intervention brought a native species to that area or influence its spread to that area. Native species are sometimes called indigenous species. While a native species can be helped by a new species introduced to the area, like flowers native to North America, helped by European honeybees, in the last several centuries, the native species itself developed on its own in the area. It's particularly adapted to its habitat. Now, if you don't know what natural distribution is, like I said, it is the bell curve. What is Gaussian distribution? A normal distribution, also known as Gaussian distribution, has a bell-shaped curve and is symmetrical around its mean. It is used in statistics of model real-world data. The normal distribution is an important distribution in statistics, such as people's height and populations, and etc. And like I just said from the last slide, that is how native species got where they are. There was no separation from a common ancestor.
All right, brother. You ain't doing the lecture. We gotta see what.
Right.
I want to see what
We did not
Uncle
all
say
walk
after
out of
this.
Africa. If Uncle, all we gotta do is ask Uncle, are humans and nature, do we have the same origin? That's what it comes down to.
Oh, what?
Uncle says we split off from something, and that's not having the
I don't
same
even know
origin.
what you're saying right now. Yo, you just spent 20 minutes googly god, techno babble. What the hell is you talking about?
I was there. I went on for for literally 4 minutes. You don't.
I don't know what the hell you talking. Is humans different from nature? What the hell is going on?
Synapses. Let me give you a synapsis.
Oh, what? Man,
have the
listen,
same
yo.
origin.
Yo, you better than me. You better than me.
Origin is
I admit it. You better than me. You got me. You got me, young buck.
every time. I know I got you.
You got me, bro. You got me.
Dazali, since you want to laugh, do we have the same origin as nature? Do we have the
Hey,
same
Golo,
origin?
I'm gonna blame you, Golo. You won't tell them youngins the
and-
truth, yo. You close to his age. You supposed to tell that man the truth, yo.
I wanted. He's scared to debate me because he'll get.
I have a slogan for you, Chris. It is impossible to teach or debate liars, pseudos, or it's another one, because y'all can just create whatever reality you don't want. It's impossible.
So you're not going to answer the question.
To have a conversation with you. It's impossible. You can just make up whatever you don't
If
want.
you scared, just say that. I just showed you my sources. I ain't make nothing up.
What make him not pseudo though?
Hey, Unc.
If you scared, just say that, bro.
What you want to know?
I'll
debate you, brother. I'll debate you, brother.
Okay,
I'll have
do
a
it.
conversation with you because we
Do
can't
humans
debate.
and nature have the same origin story? Yes or no?
Brother, I don't know what you're saying with that. I think you are saying it wrong. You
see
know,
see
you
how
don't
they
have to do a damn presentation.
Yeah, he got it, yo. Humans and nature. What the hell is nature, yo? Then what's nature?
Humans and nature and animals have the same origin story.
Does who? Nature or animals? You just said three different things. Now you said nature.
Both. Humans have the same origin story as nature and animals. They all have the same origin story. I have my sources.
I mean, what are you talking? We don't even know what you're saying, bro. Yeah,
you see how you see how slow these old heads be? They're stuck in their ways.
Hey, McCraft, do you understand? Hold on. Hey, McCraft, you younger than me. Do you understand what he's saying? Explain to us what he's saying. Go ahead. Don't say nothing, Chris. Go ahead.
What the process?
He's saying what? Explain it. What process?
Of how things seem to be. That don't mean they're the same because they have a similar process. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Is that what he was trying to say?
No, I'm saying
he said no. He said no. Hey, he said no. He said no, Kraft. He said no.
I'm not saying that they're the same. I'm not saying that they're the same.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying they're not the same just because they have a similar process.
Yeah.
What?
I'm saying they have the same origin story. Unc's origin story is that we all walked out of Africa. We did it. I told you we're a native species. We have the same origin story as animals and plants. We have the same origin story as animals and nature.
We are animals.
You're scared.
We are animals.
Yes, that's my point.
This is erroneous.
Listen,
Yeah, you got me, Shorty. I ain't never heard that in the halls of science show. You got me, yo.
They say we split. I know I got you. They say we split.
You
from
went
a
deep
common
pseudo.
ancestor.
You went past Inky on that. He a super pseudo. You went
We
deep
are
pseudo.
native species. Once that Big Bang happened, we happened. It's simple as that. We didn't.
You trying to say that? You saying that we 13.5 billion years ago?
We had this conversation already.
No, that's what you saying.
I'm saying that
Answer
we
the question.
came.
Answer the question. Are you saying that humans is 13.5 billion years?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, what you saying?
I'm saying we all came through the Cambrian period. We had this conversation already.
I know what you're saying.
Came from the
Hey,
Cambrian.
yo, how long is the Cambrian period? How long is that? Do you know? Because you just said it. You should at least know. No, I'm asking you, how long is the Cambrian period? Do you know?
I got my sources.
So you mean you're gonna bring up the Cambrian period and don't basically know? It's 40 million years, yo. How many things you think can happen in 40 million years?
500. It's 500 million years actually.
Oh man, so you saying for five? Man, listen, I ain't messing with you tonight.
541 million years ago to be exact.
So how much stuff you think can happen in 550 million years? You 500 million? Think about that, yo.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, can I ask you a question,
500 million years,
said
yo.
I got it. Y'all can play what y'all want, but he said I got it because he can't handle the information.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you, sir? You don't know what you're talking about.
I know what you on. I know what you're
So the
talking
mission,
about,
so the mission in Java website is wrong.
On the what
I know
website?
what you on, Chris.
Humansandnature.org is wrong.
It's not matching up
I'm
to
trying
what
to
you're
say
saying.
I'm making shit up.
Hold on, humans. I got you. Now I'm gonna get you. Humans and what?
You the source.
Humans and what?
The scientists.
Humans and what?
Humans and nature.
And nature. Hold on, I'm gonna type it in. .com.
Do you want me to listen? I can copy and paste. I can copy and paste it into the and put it in the group chat.
Yeah, put it right here.
I can do that for you.
So you saying that their website don't agree with evolution? Charles Darwin evolution. Are you saying that? Answer the question right now.
Did Charles Darwin say?
Answer. Now, are you listening to what I know you hear what I'm saying. I know you can clearly hear what I'm saying, Cosmic Chris. Are you saying that the website you about to put in there, because as soon as you put it in there, I'm gonna get you in front of the whole world. Are you saying that guy that made that website does not agree with Charles Darwin evolution? Do you know that answer? If you don't, I'm cool with it. But are you trying to say that? Are you suggesting that there's some kind of way changes what Charles Darwin did? Yes or no?
No, they don't say that.
Okay, so if they don't say it, why are you giving me information that agree with me? Why are you giving me something that agrees with Charles Darwin and everybody else? What's the point?
It doesn't agree with you. It does not.
Yeah, I agree with Charles Darwin. Your website agree with Charles Darwin. I agree with Charles Darwin.
All right, hold on.
Charles Darwin.
Everybody, hold on. Rebel Rasta been patient. He's been silent. Let's see what you make out of all this, Rebel Rasta. What's happening?
Yes, Ank, you don't know, bless up yourself. And everybody else, Howin and everybody, bless up yourself. Yeah, but when we take it to the scientific level, we say in the white man science, the black man science, but I will put a little proposal to any black man, any white man on simple science, high school science. If you guys understand what the litmus test paper is, it doesn't matter if you're white or black. You take blue litmus and you put in acid, it's going to turn pink or red. You know what I'm saying? So some science that we are saying is the white man science. I think when you go into anthropology, evolution, archaeology, because most of us is not on the site or we doing the work hands-on, we think that the scientists are tricking us. But at the end of the day, it's not trick because they have to put out empirical data, because it's not back in the day when we used to have science that was racist and one-sided. No, you got a big school of science that if you say something, if you have a hypothesis, if you got anything, you got to prove it by that science body. If you can't prove it, then it doesn't go as a theory, it doesn't go as a law. So we as young black men on this thing right here, we need to get scientifically driven and scientifically inclined, especially like Mr. Kraft. Mr. Kraft has a lot of questions and a lot of doubts, but he needs to take some scientific studies to understand where the data is coming from or how the data is collected. So then the scientists come up and give you a conclusive result. You know what I'm saying? I like what the sister was saying too, because she touched on the endosymbiotic process of the evolution of where the microsome and the chloroplast evolved. And that has a lot to do with the evolution of mankind even before there was so-called even when the prokaryotes and the eukaryotes basically combined together to give us what we call the chloroplast and the mitochondria. So I like what the sister was saying earlier on. She have a strong point on that. So we need, as I say, we need to get scientifically entwined, and duty is to do that. And I don't know if sometimes And you need to sometimes take the time to go to the scientific method. By asking the fact that, do you know what the scientific theory is? If they don't understand the scientific method of how the scientific theory is comprised, then you're taking them like 20 steps ahead when they were supposed to be 20 steps behind, learning how the theory comes around and how the evidences come around. Because a lot of people who haven't done the scientific journey thinks that we just popping up with ideas and it's not proven. You know what I'm saying? So let me cut back, and somebody else could cut in again. Blessed love, Rastafari.
Like that,
Rastafari. All right. Hold on. Rakufu. What up, brother?
My sources in the back chat,
I got it.
All right, Rakufu sleeping.
Bro.
Let me go to McCraft. Hold on. Let me go to McCraft.
I'm right here, side. My bad. I was on the side. I got you.
All right, cam up, man.
Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah. I wanted
What you got, Rakufu?
Okay, I wanted to hear Ankh with a question. Ankh, you there?
I'm right here, yo.
So would you agree with me, Ankh? Or is there a contention on your end of this? Let me get it all out before you say anything. Chem, or the name for ancient Egypt, is the root word of chemistry. I put in Chat GPT. It came back. Yes, exactly. The ancient Egyptian word kemit, or km.t, sometimes written kmt, is the true linguistic root of the modern word chemistry. Yes or no on your end?
Yeah, I might agree to that a little bit.
All right, and then my last question to you would be, let me get to it. Chemistry is a branch of science. Exactly right. It came back saying chemistry is indeed a branch of science, but its name and origin come from ancient Egypt. Okay, now, last but not least, let me see what I put. This is the last one I put. Beautifully. Oh, here it is. So by definition, chem is in essence scientific. And it said beautifully put. And yes, you're right in a very deep sense. Would that be wrong to you, or would that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I mean, that don't mean they had a modern understanding of chemistry.
I understand.
What it means is some foundational work. A lot of foundational, absolutely. I agree.
Okay. All right, that's it. No, that's good.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Yep.
Yeah, you gotta, it's steps. So you gotta get past some steps. So they got past steps.
Okay.
Next generation. And I told y'all the biggest hurdle that don't nobody want to listen to. So the biggest.
All right, let me go back to McCraft.
Mr. Kraft.
Yeah, we hear you, Kraft. I understand, Kraft. Mr. Kraft. Yep. I disagree with you, Mr. Kraft. Yeah.
Oh, you crazy.
Okay.
You gotta unmute yourself, Kraft.
You can hear you.
Everybody that sat up here and said, all right, Mr. Kraft, you need to be more scientific. I heard the same things y'all read, the same stuff y'all read and all that. What I'm saying is,
you have not.
Hold on, wait, let me finish. What I'm saying is y'all telling me I need to be more scientific, right? And none of y'all have a lab. Y'all reading things just like I'm reading things. The only difference is I don't believe everything I read. I don't give a fuck if you got a white lab coat on. I don't care about none of that. I go off. What I'm saying is I take in information and then I come up with my own conclusion through my experiences. And then this is another point I want to make. But they always say you got to be into the things, right? So you come across when I say this name, don't cut me off and get triggered. Y'all come across somebody like Dr. Inky who's done the research. So he's the person that's into the things that y'all saying he don't know what he's talking about. What I'm saying is I don't believe Dr. Inky on his word alone. What I'm saying is I lean more to his side because he's gonna take the information and he's gonna take it because he's black. He's a black man.
Hey, yo, get out the camera. You like you about to pass out, yo.
No, let me finish what I'm saying. So he take the information. Kind of like with the doctor. It's kind of
Yo,
like
you
with
think
the
he got a lab, yo?
Stop it. Come on, brother. Stop doing
I know he put the doctor in front of his name.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is, my example is when it first came out. I'm not saying white people did it on purpose. I'm saying is when they came through, when they did the experiments, when they figured out that milk was good for them, they figured out that meat was good for them, and they put it out as if it was good for everybody. But then as the information goes on and on and on, they realize, oh no, it's not the same. Certain things is good for them and certain things not good for us. So I'm talking about when you gather in the information, what I'm saying is you're gonna perceive it in a different way. Like as if a poor man and a rich man see something, they're gonna see it in a different lens. Like when people see art, everybody can see a totally different thing when you're seeing looking at the art. But the artist might have a meaning behind it, but that don't mean the people who taking it in is gonna receive it that way.
All right,
Is
man.
what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is everything y'all dealing with is belief. It's not facts.
All right, man. You just talking.
All right. I want to say, shout out to my man Inky. He definitely getting his weight up. So, and this ain't no hate Inky video. Shout out to my man Dr. Inky.
Yeah, the next one I make gonna be definitely the beat up Inky. I got him.
All right, my man Ingolo. Let's go.
Yeah, brother. Your skepticism is the basis of science. There's nothing wrong with being autodidactic. The thing is, if you're trying to counter the narrative, you need to acquire the qualifications, and that's what I'm like, brother. You had the potential. All the brothers on here. If you have the desire to seek higher education, go into the fields. But we're lacking in these laboratories. If we want to say that there's an agenda against us, which historically that's been the case, and contemporarily you could say is the case, we have to be in the laboratories doing the research and conducting the experiments, doing the controlled experiments, and actually providing counter information if what they're saying is not objective information. Which, I mean, I'm not going to postulate that, but again, you can't criticize and critique something and say you're not gonna subscribe to it, but you don't have any evidence to the counter. And that through evidence, I mean through creating your own premise, postulating your own premise, and doing your own objective control lab experiments, brother.
Hey, Sal, you gotta share my screen, yo. All right, here go the website that I told the man. I threatened him. I say, Chris, don't send that link. I say, Chris, do not say that the website Human in Nature disagrees with evolution. Answer the question. He answered the question. No, it don't agree with evolution. See, I knew he was talking about who read that. That would be Frederick Clements. He revolutionized the science of ecology with the new technique known as the quadrant method. Now, why is this important?
Not my
here?
article.
Did it? Listen, brother.
No, it's not.
Brother, let me just finish.
I sent you my article. That's not my article.
Brother, you sent.
So you wouldn't have found something to try to disagree, but
No,
that's not my article. Critique what I
is.
showed you.
Man, I'm trying to make a point here, bro.
Got him.
Brother, the website that you produce agrees with evolution, bro. How do we know? Because they main article right here, Frederick Clements, you don't got nobody. Frederick Clements, he not only agreed with Charles Darwin, right? He incorporated Darwin's evolutionary theory into his ecological framework, bro. So if you're talking about plants and stuff like that, you're gonna have to incorporate Charles Darwin thing. He's gonna incorporate the gradualism.
So how come the Nobel Peace Prize winner did it?
Man, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, you're not gonna be a Nobel Peace Prize and talk crazy about Darwin.
I showed you the Nobel Peace Prize winner. You went to a separate article.
Yeah, you talking about this right here, right? You talking about this? This? This you talking about? I mean, he's just crazy. Look, I mean, it's the same person, bro. Like you know what, yo? I can't keep doing
it's
this.
not the link I sent you.
Man, it's the same
thing, bro.
Same human being, bro. It's Clements. Look, okay, since you won't play stupid, look, Clements. Look, this you did send me this Clements. That's him. Enthusiasm.
Clements is
Look,
not
man.
in my what?
And scroll to the topic so you can see.
Yo, this is the article you sent me, bro.
It's Arnie Nayaz, the Nobel Peace Prize winner.
Well,
This
this is
about
what you
someone named
sent.
Clements.
This was the hell you put in the daggone chat. You put that in there. And I clicked it on, and this is what popped up, bro. The humans are, look, here, go, look. It's the same thing. You just said it. Are humans and nature fundamentally the same? You ain't just talking about that for 35 wild minutes, bro. Now you're trying to lie now.
For 4 minutes. Go ahead and do your
Just
thing.
like you say, hey, you say it all the time, bro. You said you can't talk to a person who's gonna lie, cheat, and steal. You doing it. This is the article. You just mad because I read it. Who the fuck is that?
Read it. Read it.
Man, come on, yo.
It's huge.
Bro, I ain't like that. Crazy, bro. Look, here you go, man. Frederick Clemens revolutionized the science of ecology. Man, you know what, yo? Are you playing with me right now, yo? This is your article. You mad because you don't investigate the people writing the damn article because you don't understand Charles Darwin. But I tell you what, I threatened you and you did it. Don't you ever, as long as you growing and trying to get it, come at me like that. Find somebody else.
Championship.
Almost you want to debate me. You can't even get off the first minute of the conversation without giving me a source to beat you up. So once again, Frederick Clemens actually incorporated Charles Darwin's work into his work, bro. Just for the record, anybody dealing with ecology,
where does it say that?
It's like, nigga, look up the person. You don't even. You mean to tell me you mean to tell me you gave me an article and you don't know who Frederick Clemens is, yo?
Show me where in the article where it says he implemented Charles Darwin.
Hey, yo, what kind of work did he do? Since you read that, what kind of work he did? It's right here, yo.
Read the article.
Frederick Clemens revolutionized the science of ecology. You know what? Ecology is an environment, bro. Okay? It's with new techniques known as quadrant method. It's a prepare yourself for some really advanced drive from wooden stakes into the soil. Arrange the shape of the square, then wrap a stick around the stake. Count the number in each to keep the plant in a quadrant. So I'm telling you, this man actually, he applied Charles Darwin evolution to groups of plants, yo. He revolutionized this shit with it, bro. If you're talking about plants and you're talking about evolution, like I don't even like
you're making it up. Obviously,
bro.
It doesn't say that.
It don't have. I'm saying, yo, you listen, bro.
You're making it up. Read the article.
Don't you get what I'm saying? So you just want to out talk. So really, you just want to be a crazy nigga. Just say I'm just gonna be a crazy nigga. Or do you want to be an intelligent person? An intelligent person at this point would say, you know what, you know what, brother. I didn't realize that Frederick Clemens, his work actually incorporated Charles Darwin evolution, and I was wrong. And then move the fuck on. You know what you want to do? You want to be here in front of everybody like Inky do. No matter how much I show people, it's right in front of your face. No matter how much you ain't got enough sense to look at the person article you read.
Highlight where it says Darwin. Highlights where it says he implemented Darwin's method.
This is crazy. I don't gotta do it. Won't you look it up and look up his work?
Stop making it up.
I didn't make it up, bro. You want the source? So now you want the article? You know what? I'm not doing
things that's not in the article. That's not scholastic.
That's crazy. Hey, yo, the book would be Clements' Plant Succession and Analysis of Development of Vegetation. Okay. History of Ecology and Science, Frederick Everett Clemens, and the concept of the climax. Okay, the foundation of ecology, like classical papers and commentaries, U.S. Chicago Press. What more do you want me to do, bro? Like if you study that man work and do some history on, you'll figure out what he was doing. You sitting there not even knowing, yo.
In the article,
I don't gotta show you in that article. I said the person that wrote the damn article supports Charles Darwin, which you do not. So why are you bringing a person to me that supports my position? That's exactly what I said.
Why are you adding things to an article that's not there?
Because it don't gotta be that. This article is about him. A person is writing about. Here's the person is writing about him. Now I gotta start calling you a youngster since you call us old. This person right here. Can you see this? This article is written by this guy. Okay, this guy, John. I don't know, Vucevic.
Well, show me where John said he implemented Charles Darwin.
Brother, that's who. Listen, man. This who wrote this damn article right here. And in this article, he's talking about. Here you go, Frederick Clemens. Because I know you don't know what the hell Clemens did, or you don't even care about what he did. I'm telling you what he did.
Like against a team that has the same level of
noise right there. Somebody got something background. Man, the article ain't talking about evolution, but if you're talking about, I already know if you're talking about this, plants and all that, ecology, look.
Also,
let me help you out, bro.
Now distributing the ball, 9 assists. Last game.
I can't even believe you don't even understand that, yo.
7 rebounds.
If you're talking about plant, look.
We keep seeing all of these instances where the offense is settling in.
Someone has background.
Somebody got to mute out. Somebody got to take
No, read
background.
that. Read that. Read that
Look.
first paragraph. Read that first paragraph.
They quickly turn it around though. But we're still
Are creatures, humans and non-humans alike, fundamentally one and the same, or are we separate? We are one and the same. Read it.
I know, but that's what evolution teaches. I know, but that's what Charles Darwin teach, though, yo. Listen, bro. What is that noise? Who got that thing playing in the background?
Signature and efficient, almost 50%.
Hey, McCraft, you got to mute out.
And then you
No, I think that's sa.neter.
really excited to see the way
Hey, sa.neter, you got you got the sport. sa.neter, you got the Sports Center on, yo. Listen, yo. It says, "Our creatures." Hold on. Let me see if you understand this statement. Our creatures. It say, "Our creatures." Look, humans and non-humans alike, fundamentally one and the same or separate. That's a question mark, right? It say, "We are one and the same, related in exactly the same way that you and I are related in siblings, parents, and children." But this is exactly me. Let me finish, nigga. Shit. It's exactly what Charles Darwin's theory of evolution proved. That statement right there, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution verified and proved. Why is it that life on Earth is one, related, and have a common ancestry, two, and so diversified? It answered the questions. You're a nut, Chris. I'm done with you, bro. I am done with you, Chris. You know what, yo? I'm finished.
Charles Darwin never said it. He never said we were
did.
one thing with nature.
He did, bro. What are you?
He did not. Charles, you teach. Listen, you teach that Charles Darwin was saying we split from Homo erectus. And Homo sapiens. We're Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I see what you're doing, bro. You're in the wrong conversation, yo. You gotta stop that, yo.
One and the same.
Yeah, you gotta stop this, yo. Somebody gotta stop him. Somebody younger than me gotta stop him. Hey, Kraft. Hey, Kraft. Yo, you younger than me. You gotta stop this, man, yo. You might not agree with me, yo, but at least you understand that Charles Darwin said that all life on Earth share a common ancestor. They one and the same. Whether it's a fish, whether it's a cat, whether it's a piece of grass or a piece of goddamn yogi, they all together. That's what that's that statement right there saying the same thing.
You teach that is Homo erectus.
All right, yo. I'm winding down, y'all.
Yeah, winding down.
I'm gonna give everybody a minute to say what they got to say, and then we out of here. Let me start with my man Chris. Chris, you got a minute.
Got some super chats here, yo. Did you put them up?
Let's do it. See, y'all could act like he didn't just prove his own self wrong. Nothing in that article spoke about Charles Darwin saying that we are the same as nature. Teaches y'all all the time that we split from something. We did not. If we have the same origin story as nature,
now I gotta call
we
you
didn't split from anything. How did animal and plants get here?
This is his closeout. You can't talk. Let him close out.
I just showed you that they are native species. I showed you that they came through the bell curve, which is mathematical. It's a mathematical formula. I showed you that it runs hand in hand with the central limit theorem. Started adding things to an article that's not there. He could never show you Charles Darwin saying we are fundamentally one and the same with nature. If we are fundamentally one and the same with nature, then we have the same origin story. And none of these, plants, animals, none of them came from like a Homo erectus. None of that. They came here how they came here. They're native species. They were put on this earth exactly how they are, and it's the same with us. Anybody want to debate it? I'll wipe the floor with you too.
All right, hey, you got another one here, You got another one here. You ready for this, Here you go. Let's close out, Silky.
Oh man, yeah, man.
Hey, hold on, Silky. Yo, remember what I said last week? Mm-hmm. Without the pseudos, you can't really teach. You need the pseudos, This is how you can be able to teach the community and the people, because they can see what they come with, and then you show your facts and your science. So you need the pseudos. The pseudos, man, shout out to all the pseudos, man. Go ahead, Silky.
Oh yeah, man. Safe place for the pseudos. Yeah, man. Good show, man. Keep up the energy. Good stuff, man. I like the topics. I want to touch on that whole blue whale that they say walked on, like came from a land animal. So if anybody want to get on that topic, holler at me.
No, we're
Let me know.
closing out now. You came in late.
Yeah, that's a good, man. Yeah, good stuff, man. Y'all boys keep it up.
All right, Silky. Hey, yo, man. Shout out to the sister Juju, man. Shout out to Juju. I haven't seen Juju in a minute. She went to Africa. How long Juju stayed in Africa?
10 long days doing work for real.
On fact finding mission.
No, they building, they building up, making sure they donated, send some sisters to school, pay for their school. They really putting it together, yo. They really doing they did some classes right on hair care. Very, very important to the sisters, man. So big up to Juju.
Yeah,
And,
shout out to Juju.
and I mean, it's a serious thing, man. My phone doesn't work, yo. You lucky.
Okay, let me go. Let me go ahead on there with Harwin. Harwin, close us out, brother. You got a minute. Harwin, you there? Okay, he's not there. Let me get rid of him. Let me get on over to Mr. Kraft. Mr. Kraft, close us out.
Go out by saying, boy, like us and thinkers. I understand where y'all come at with the pseudo, how y'all say pseudo and all that, but we have to all understand that everything starts all pseudo. You know what I'm saying? So overall, it takes time for you to really say pseudo or not, because some people have a knowing of things, and some people just have to figure that out. Like I said, like with the movie with the slow dude who knew how to count the numbers, and then they would have somebody who have to sit there and work the problem out again. Some people just know, and some people have to find the evidence. See what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, people like when people like Inky come about, like, you can call me a pseudo. I know I haven't done as much study, but I do a lot of information traveling, looking for information and stuff. But I haven't really did no hard down studying. But so when you come across people who is studying, just because the conclusion don't match up with the information from the past, you can't be so quick to call them pseudo because it's fresh and it's new. You know what I'm saying? That's how the information is going to graduate. Information is not meant to stay still. Nothing is meant to stay still. Everything is always meant to keep motion. So will the information. Because we have to understand that creation comes from a thought. We speak like creation starts from science. Science is the after effect. When you're trying to explain how this person came up with this thought. You know what I'm saying? In this creation. So you're trying to explain what something that's already is. So creation doesn't start with science. The science is you trying to explain what the creator has come up with. Like the rap, like hip hop. Hip hop, people didn't scientifically come up with hip hop. It came through a thought. It just came through instinct. That's how the creation came about. But now you have people teaching about it. So now they can scientifically break hip hop down. So that's all I was going in it about. Like, we just gotta stop throwing that pseudo word out there, especially with people who actually like.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Y'all gotta do better with Dr. Inky.
Yeah, man, y'all gotta stop that.
You're right, bro. He just do that.
Yeah, y'all gotta do better, yo. You up next?
Close us out and go on you next.
All I would just say is we need to get back to valuing education as a demographic, like we did after Reconstruction. Spearhead science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. A lot of these sentiments would not be prevalent if we valued that like we did in the past. A lot of this stuff is coming from. I mean, we know how academia is in with our history with it, but These brothers on the panel have inquisitive minds, and we a lot of us are just wasting them, man, when we're not in these labs, and we could be utilizing our intelligence to actually further our people. So I think we just need to be more proactive with it, appropriate our resources in the proper places, and just pursue it. Because all of you all are intelligent enough to do it that I've heard tonight. And the skepticism is, y'all are being called pseudo, but the skepticism is the foundation of science. So I implore y'all to just keep researching, and if you had the time and you had the resources, pursue what you are interested in, brother. That's all I got to say. Answer.
All right, thank you. Harwin, you there? Harwin keep freezing up on me. Rebel Rasta, let's go. Close us out, brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I like them little excerpt you keep playing, but I like the Dick Gregory one. You know, that's the most powerful one I ever hear. You know, he just won't shut the fuck up. But yeah, otherwise, the science of what we've been studying. I mean, I've been through science class. I know what biology, physiology, and chemistry is. I've helped professors in those class simplified information for like the novices of the classes. So I'm fully competent with science. I'm fully equipped with it. And things that is not proven, I don't really talk about it. But on the panel, Cosmic Nine and so forth, the only reason he's talking about the same topic, but he just changed a word fundamentally, but it was just saying animal and human, are they the same? So we just need to be more genuine on this topic here, because we, as some educated, higher level people, we're listening to some people and we're wondering why are they on the panel? If they're just coming on the panel to waste time or just to be vocal, you know what I'm saying? They need to do their studies and they need to be more competent with the information. So because when Mr. Kraft talking, and I think he should be on your community of skeptics, because he's a skeptic all over the board, you know, so he needs to be in that community around the board, around the south. But sa.neter, we big you up all the time, and you know, say I doing a tune for you, reggae style, rootsman style, and you don't know, love house of consciousness all the time. Right now I'm working, so you know, say overnight work, I have to get the information in. And you don't know, bless up, big up to the board.
Bless up, Rasta.
Yes, I.
Bless up.
It. Yeah.
All right. Rakufu, what you got for me? Unmute yourself.
Beautiful show once again. Let's just keep it going. Like you say, we need the pseudos so that the teachers can teach, and so that's a positive thing. And let's keep that going. Everything else, peace to the panel and everybody, and we'll be back like a light flash in the morning.
All right, my brother. That's what I be trying to tell you, See, you can't squat on the pseudos. You need them, man. They play a big part in this information thing. You use them like I use apostle. I use apostle to teach those who are into Christianity, to teach those who believe in the Bible. That's what apostle is to me. I love him as my brother, but if he comes up here, I will use him to teach the people. That's how you do that. So let me bring on Dizali. Dizali, let's get it.
Closing out. I'm going to start out with my new slogan that you can only debate or teach pseudos for education, for entertainment purposes, because you can't have a serious conversation with them. They will lie. They will say whatever they have to say in order to win that conversation, or they will not understand what you are saying. The other thing is, I noticed that I witnessed a lot of what I call European hurt. We've all heard of church hurt. A lot of European hurt. And just like people who are church hurt, a lot of our people go overboard with it. They want to call science white when we have plenty of black people that work in the science fields, in the medical field. So science is nowhere near white. The other thing is, they fault us for using, as they would say, white man sources or European sources. I ask y'all this: where do you think your pseudo sources come from? Your pseudo sources come from the white man too. So they don't even know what they are doing when they say that we're using white man science. And besides that, you have a house full of white man science. I guarantee it. I guarantee you have a house full of white man science. I guarantee you don't question that white man science when you go and crank your car up in the morning. You don't question that white man science when you go open up your refrigerator. If someone run up in your house and pop a cap in you, I bet you're going to drag your ass to the damn white man's hospital. And you ain't going to care if he's darn white. So stop all this white man science and white man sources, because first of all, your pseudo sources come from the white man too. They were pseudo before you. You just picking it up late. Closing out. Thank you, sir.
You sharing your screen?
Yep, I'm going to share it right now. Hold on.
Right, last but not least, my man, the God Killer.
Okay, somebody said, Mike Taylor
You're
said,
not sharing nothing, brother.
All right, let me say this though. Mike and Cosmic Chris, I'd like to give you a copy of Elijah Muhammad books. No, you will not. Okay. It's clear. All right. He gives me, and hold on, let me get this right here. He actually gives me an article. I want to get this right. Hope I got this right. All right.
Just trying to get guys to be consistent in doing what we
Before I
do.
do that, so I got to show you see if I can get this on here. Yeah, you got to share the screen. Where you at? You share the screen? Okay, let me see if I can get that. All right, and so he actually shares an article. Hold on, Sar. Stay with me for a second. Let me do it this way. All right, hold on. All right, let me do this. Because he shared this, Chris gave us an article, and right here by this particular guy, and we always know pseudo dies by their source. So I highlighted this guy right here, John A. Volchinich. Okay, let's see who he is. All right, so he's writing this paper on Frederick Clements, right? And I said Frederick Clements revolutionized science of ecology. Now, why would this guy right here, John A. Vucinich, why would he write about Frederick Clements? Now we see why. We come down here to these sources, right? This is how we do this. I'm showing you how you kill a pseudo immediately. We realize that the guy that wrote the article, he's actually, is a professor of population ecology at the School of Forest Resources and Environmental Science at Michigan Technical University. Now, let's see if this guy right here supports evolution. Let's see if Frederick supports evolution, dealing with ecology. Let's see if population ecology. Remember I said in that debate, right? And y'all need to get that debate. When is it coming up, Saul? On the 8th? When is it? When is the debate coming up?
This Saturday.
This Saturday. You got to watch it because I did a whole presentation in the midst of that debate of byproducts. So I want you to know that population ecology is a byproduct of what I'm about to show y'all. Now watch this. Hold up, Saul. That's how we're going to do this. This is 2 seconds. Watch how clear this is. All right. You can't escape Charles Darwin evolution. All right. You don't have to. It's a scientific theory. It's the gift that keeps giving. Okay. So I'm going to do this. All right. I'm going to play from the slide right here. Hold on, man. My fault. You still got it up? You still got me on the screen? Okay, you do. So, population ecology and Darwin's evolution. Does population ecology support Charles Darwin's theory of evolution? The answer is yes. Population ecology provides an empirical and mathematical framework that validates and extends Darwin's natural selection theory. Now, you remember Chris was talking about the mathematics and how the numbers is and how the principles add up. Thank you, Mr. Chris. But see, what he didn't know was that population ecology actually supports Charles Darwin thing. Now watch this. Ecology, let me hide this, hold on. Ecology describes the environment. Ecology describes the environmental pressures that drives evolution. Man, Darwin's core principle, variation. Individuals differ in heritable traits. Competition, limited resources create struggle for existence. Natural selection, vulnerable traits increase survival and reproduction. Outcome, gradual change in the populations over generations. Remember I talked about the guy Frederick, how he incorporate that into his plans? Ecology as if evolution in action. Population ecology studies birth, death rates, competition, and carrying capacities. These factors create selective pressures Darwin described. Quote, ecology is the theater, evolution is the play. Hutchinson, 1965. The modern synthesis, integration of Darwin's natural selection plus Mendelian genetics plus ecology. Do you see how Charles Darwin theory of evolution grows? It grows, right? He starts off with the mechanism, natural selection, right? You add Mendelian genetics, right? Because remember, scientific theory is always open for more information. Remember we continue to say that and Inky said different? Okay, because he lied to you. So the mechanism that Darwin had was natural selection, right? Mendelian genetics is added to his theory, and then you get ecology, which is added to his theory. See that? Key contributors: Fisher, Haddon, Wright, Elton, and Hutchinson. It shows how gene frequency change under ecological conditions. Empirical evidence: Darwin finches. That's where your man sa.neter messed up. He don't know about the finches. Watch this. And I'm gonna bring this up. Drought alters food sources. Beak size evolution, Grant and Grant, 2002. Okay, so that's a paper, and I'm gonna show you all the paper one day. All right, where the finches during the drought, right, altered their food source. Now watch this. Peppered moth, right? Population changes. Let me see. Predation shift in allele frequency. Okay, we're gonna talk about that's the classic example of evolution. All right, the peppered moth. Okay, we move forward. Here you go. Here you go. Qualifying selection and population ecology models. Okay, reveal limits of survival. Fitness depends on environments and density. Okay, equation to give you the equation. Okay, now selection emerges when traits improve. Success under these construct. Summary and comparison. Darwin's theory versus population ecology. Okay, focus. Individual variation versus population dynamics. Mechanism. Inky regularly said that Charles Darwin didn't have a mechanism. No, he doesn't have a mechanism in pseudo-land, but in the real functioning world, and the science was the gold standard. Charles Darwin had a mechanism that was called natural selection. That was his theory. It was the theory by way of natural selection, right? It's a versus resource limitations, right? Evidence, okay? Observational versus quantitative. Experiment. See, Chris was talking about the quantitative, right? He didn't even know what he was talking about. That's what the pseudo do. They never know what the hell they talking about. They bring you good information and mess it all up. Relationship. Conceptual based versus empirical validation. Conclusion. Population ecology, right, optimizes Darwin's evolution. This man didn't even know that while he was up here talking to y'all and calling himself teaching and defeating me, man, he was actually using population ecology, which optimizes Darwin's evolution. Wow. Demonstrates that natural selection acts through ecological interactions, connects genetics, environments, and adaptation in measurable terms. Man, appreciate you, Chris, and here all your sources. I know you ain't gonna read them, right? Origin of the Species. This is Charles Darwin's scientific work, 1859. Okay, Hutchinson, 1965. Ecological Theater and the Evolutionary Play. Okay, Grant and Grant, Science. That's a journal of science, right? You got Pinker, Evolutionary Ecology. All right, so. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, if you play with me, play with fire, your ass gonna get burnt. All right, I'm gonna let you know that if you play with fire, you definitely gonna get burnt. Well, I just wanted to get that to y'all. Appreciate it, man. I'm definitely gonna come back with this last response, dealing with Inky. All right, When you least expect it. Make sure y'all check that show out Wednesday. Go take I want y'all to take y'all pencils and pens for everybody to show up, right? And just jot down. Or what you can do is screenshot it. Screenshot it and put it into your AI program. I'm going to say this again. Screenshot that thing. Put it into your AI program and let it talk to you. Let's see who's pseudo, who's not. Let's see who's giving you real accurate information. Last thing I want to say. My man came up and said that Inky, he go to the lab. Inky don't got a lab. Okay? He ain't got no more lab than anybody else. He just put the name doctor on his name. He just used the word science. Right? All the pseudos today, they use the word science, but they're actually anti-science and anti-intellectual with it. Appreciate you, sa.neter, for having me on here, man. Shout out to all the pseudo killers. Shout out to the Space Beyond. We got live pictures.
Hey, did you get a chance to see the Tazoriak and say cool?
Oh, let me finish my. You cut me off in the middle of me saying something.
I didn't want you to go. That's all. Go ahead.
I know you did.
I didn't want you to leave before I asked you that.
I ain't gonna go. Listen, we got live pictures, okay, of a comment, right there on the Space and Beyond show on the pseudo killers. The live comment. Ain't nobody in this community ever did that. Big up the Space Age, Anthony Bowman, Juju. They the founders of the show. All right, Cosmos and Beyond. We got live pictures of a real comet that we taking with Anthony taking with his damn telescope. All right, ain't no $5 telescope, ain't no covert lens by the damn Egyptians that the pseudo Inky is talking about. And I did see the conversation, and I was surprised at the Tazoriak, man. The Tazoriak claiming ain't nobody no competition. I actually understand it say cool is more than enough competition for him. He's definitely ain't ready to step up to my ranks. He need to get his weight up. Well, I need to come to New York and we hit the corner and have that conversation again.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
He loved the corner, don't he? Yeah. But me and him this time, not with the bullhorn and all the music playing and all the shenanigans he had to do to cover his insecurities. But at the end of the day, Say Cool is a formidable opponent for him. I can't believe that man running. So he like to picky his opponents, but he's running. Now he can pick his opponents, but he's running, yo. And what's this guy, right? Mr. Secure. Anytime you want to feel jumpy, you can get up here and fail like everybody else had in trying to defeat science. Anytime, any place right here, I'm here. When I'm here, y'all hit the panel. Right? Matter of fact, you need to have a panel with how they do it, yo. 50 pseudos against me. Yeah. Love to do it.
Of course, I want to be aggressive.
Mike Taylor, NASA has sent actual pros to collect common samples. Yeah, they actually had, bro. Maybe.
All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for coming. And we out, man. You can see yourself out.
All right, peace.
You guys had them, but a lot of that's about Mitch and his offensive rebound.
All right, family. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank everybody for tuning in. And we out of here.
The HOK is where legends and stars are born. Sa.neter make people famous. Hebrew Israelites, Muslims, Masons, pastors, ministers, Christians, Jesus Christ lovers, you are all welcome. Just don't come over here crying. This ain't for the faint of heart. If you're looking for a safe space, you're in the wrong place. The HOK is not for the weak. We're forging diamonds here, and that process requires pressure. This is the toughest environment you will ever step into because we demand excellence, not excuses. If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen. We don't coddle, we challenge. We don't hold hands, we sharpen iron with iron. This is the proving ground, the ultimate test of your intellectual and spiritual fortitude. Weakness gets exposed and either strengthened or sent packing. There's no middle ground here, no participation trophies. You either rise to the occasion or you get run over. You have to be strong mentally at the House of Consciousness. This is a battlefield of ideas, a war of words and wisdom. Your feelings are not facts. Your emotions are not evidence. We deal in logic, reason, and verifiable
Elder
information.
suntan spit fire, ignite the scroll. From pyramids to pavement, they feel the soul. Elder apostle dropping jewels, rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hostile over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly. Sa.neter said so. Get your skin thick or your career colder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Michael Guillotine sliced the lies from the clean crowd, electrified, charged like a live machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on the scale, or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the foreign minds prevail, or drown in the current when the truth sets sail. Sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Iron tongue, every word a blade. Cut through illusions, truth displayed. No retreat, no surrender, we crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made.